playing in the studio and at live events have their pros and cons.
I prefer playing in LA more than I prefer playing here.
It feels a lot more at home when I play it in LCS.
I really enjoy this type of setting because you can interact with the fans, you can actually meet them.
We can't exactly practice here because it's an open area in front of all the other teams.
Having a live crowd is always more intimidating. Like there's a little bit more pressure on there.
It's definitely, I think, easier for our team to play when we're back in LA. Our schedule's a lot synced up together.
I actually like a quiet environment where I can just think and plan out things carefully.
I prefer there to be a crowd because when you're winning, it's very, very motivating.
I know a lot of people have stage fright, and I don't, so I actually prefer here. Since they have a disadvantage, it kind of gives me an advantage.
This whole place is just really loud, and so I'm actually a lot more comfortable at the Riot Studio.
I like playing in front of a loud crowd. Like you can hear them right now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American LCS. I'm Lee Dayman Smith, and here with me is Sam Harmon, Kobe Kensler. Getting a bit of everything in there. It's like a mix of all of it. We had a very exciting day yesterday. Despite the dramatic shakeup in TSM's roster, they still came out on top with their new substitute, Wild Turtle. He was pulled off the first NA seasonal pentakill. It was amazing stuff, and if you caught it, it was brilliant. And if you'd missed it, well, where the hell were you?
Yeah, they start off really strong. 2 wins for them, and the question now is, will Doublelift be able to tame the Wild Turtle? Everybody's wondering with all the drama going around with Chaos. Dignitas, though, they also had 2 wins, looking really strong themselves. Meanwhile, Marn, 2 more losses means that they're on a 6-loss lose streak.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day yesterday, of course. Let's take a closer look at everything else that happened here yesterday.
The first match of the day featured 2 struggling teams. Marn was coming in off of a 4-game losing streak, while Dignitas had dropped 2 of their last 3. Dignitas got off to a good start, winning a 4-for-2 exchange near Dragon behind a double kill from I'm a Cutie Pie's Caitlyn.
I'm a Cutie Pie picks up 1. He's going to pick up a second on Heartbeat as well. And Dignitas come out on top of that one, 4-for-2.
Scar continued his outstanding play on Diana, picking up a double kill to give Dignitas the ace.
One more shot on towards Heartbeat. He's going to go down. He's going to get dropped, and now they're piling in. Echo, but they're all in the Defile right now. Echo will go down. They're still going to exit from this Defile. Here's going to become the Requiem. Will it do enough damage? Scar's ultimate just finishing up there. Crumbs picks up another kill. The Ents on top of the side has to use his ultimate, but he's going to get taken down. Scar comes in. It's a double kill and an ace for Dignitas.
Dignitas was able to shut down Marn's late game comp early, giving them a victory. The second match of the day featured TSM playing with a new AD carry this week as Wild Turtle took over the duties from Chaos. Despite giving up first blood, Complexity was able to keep themselves in the game because of the play of Nick Wu's Zed.
Oh, he tried to go aggressive on towards Wild Turtle. Does manage to pop him down. Deathmark has gone down on him. He will get popped. Absolute explosion there. And he gets the double kill as X Special goes down.
Nick Wu was on fire, picking up a triple kill just after Complexity had secured the Baron buff.
It is TSM dropping like flies right now. It's a double kill for Nick Wu. It's a triple kill for Nick Wu. And that is an ace for Complexity.
Just when it looked like Complexity was in control, TSM was there to turn them away.
Here comes Reginald. He gets the stun card, but Chupa pops Sonya's Hourglass straight away. Brunchu is there. The rest of the team going to go crescendo on towards Chupa. Nick Wu running in. They turn on towards Reginald. He's used the Sonya's Hourglass just at the right time. Loudamon is around there at the moment. Hasn't got Curse of the Sad Mummy available. Reginald's solo. Here comes Nick Wu. He's going to join the fight just as Brunchu comes in there, but Wild Turtle's turned it around. He's picked up a triple kill for his team. Goes for the ace in the hole on Brunchu. Doesn't land it, but what a great turnaround from Team Solo Mid.
It was extremely close throughout the game, and it was the newcomer Wild Turtle with the play of the day to close the game out for Team Solo Mid.
Wild Turtle at the back, just hitting one after the other. There's a double kill for him. Laudamonis goes in, that's going to feed him a triple kill. MIA strand, that's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Brunchu 1-on-1, it's going to be the pentakill. That is the game for Team Solo Mid.
Wild Turtle did a great job filling in for Chaos, and his pentakill carried TSM to the win. The third game of the day featured a rematch between Dignitas and Counter Logic Gaming. Crazy action started out this one as Dignitas was able to turn a 3v4 gank into a 3-on-1 exchange.
Oh, the flip comes in. Now Doublelift gets turned on. Cutie Pie's going to chase on this one. Crumbs is going to get in. He's already used the flip. There's going to Glitter Lance from Aframu. They turn on towards Aframu instead. Aframu's going to get taken low. Piltover Peacemaker is back up. There's the flip again. Piltover on towards Doublelift. Wow, crazy action, and it's 3-1 with Dignitas taking the lead.
It was total domination from Dignitas, and they look to be back on track after their second victory of the day.
And it's going to be Dignitas picking up a convincing victory over Counter Logic Gaming.
Crumbs was the bear that just didn't care, and his play on Volley pushed Dignitas to their second win over CLG on the season. In the last game of the night, Marn is looking to prove that their win over TSM during Super Week was not a fluke. Marn started the game out with first blood when Mega Zero's Elise took down Dyrus' Malphite.
They've got a cocoon on Dyrus. Are they going to follow this one up? One more ignite should be enough. When they finish it off, yes they will. Mega Zero comes in, first blood goes down, and it's Marn that pick it up.
Things would turn quickly for TSM after Wild Turtle's Draven invaded Echo's blue buff.
We can see Echo on it. He's taken very low. X-Special's going to come around. Glitterlance comes out. They do manage to get on towards Marn. Echo straight away down, and the blue buff back to Wild Turtle. That's horrendous.
TSM continued to roll.
Mega Zero far too quick with the cocoon there, but Dyrus comes in, catches him, full stretch there, an unstoppable force just rips Nienton So away.
And TSM would go on to win their second game of the day.
And well, would you believe it, TSM go 2-0 today with a substitute. It's 22-6 in kills.
Congratulations to TSM finishing that one off with no casualties. Great showing by their sub, by the way, Wild Turtle. Impressive performance on his go-to champion.
Now, let's take a look at the standings. The numbers may have changed, but the standings stay the same. Of course, it is going to be Curse top in the league. They're not playing this week, but they are still there at 12-2. Dignitas picking up 2 wins yesterday and takes them 13-4. Team Solo Mid with 2 wins yesterday takes them 11-5, stretching their lead over COG in 4th with 8-7.
Meanwhile, in the bottom half, we have Vulcan 6-10, Marn at 4-10, Complexity at 3-10, and GGU still dead last 3-12.
Now, here is what's on the menu for you today. Kicking things off, of course, it is going to be the rematch of the first game of the season. It's going to be Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Then, it's finally time for the Battle of the Brothers. Claky D is going to take on Nick Wu in a face-off of Marn versus Complexity.
After that, Vulcan has their first game this week versus CLG. And finally, Dignitas will be looking to avenge their upset last week against Complexity.
And just as a reminder, you can, of course, go and vote for the team that you think will win every match.
Go to lolesports.com, click on Matches at the top right, and make your predictions now.
So before we get into the games, let's discuss a few things. Few things we picked up from yesterday's games, really. There was some pretty crazy games. There was a few new strategies in there. So what did we pick up from there?
I mean, as a jungler, I definitely got to say Nasus and Volibear finally migrating over to North America. I think it was only a matter of time. Diamond Proc really setting worldwide trends, and we've picked them up now.
Slowly moved on to it. And of course, the odd one he was talking about yesterday in the interview, how the junglers have had to basically move. They're now the carries.
Yeah, and a lot of these mixed damage sort of bruiser junglers have really started to shine. You have to make a lot more plays in the jungle, and you have to carry a little bit harder, he was saying. So I think everybody really agrees with that, especially junglers like Saint. They're happy. And then we had Dignitas, their 2v1 mid. They've done that a lot, but they also added in the teleport Janna this time to spice it up a little. But besides that, there were no upsets, and it looks like everyone at home is paying attention. All the online votes were correct.
Very good stuff. Of course, we did see Elise support as well. It's the first time, I think, in North America as well. Now we want to hear what you guys have to say. Our question for today is, if you could sub one North American LCS player onto your favorite team, who would it be and why?
And you can find us on Twitter. We're at LOL eSports. Use the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your answers later in the show.
So we have to take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be time for our first match of the day. Counter Logic Gaming taking on Team Solo Mid. You absolutely don't want to miss this one.
Every time I've played Singe, like, we've always underperformed in some area. It just made Singe kind of look bad. And when I look at everyone else's Singe compared to mine, it's just like, wow. They suck so much, but they can get away with it because it's just this champion. If they find out that I'm playing it, they're probably going to ban it every time. But if they don't ban it, it's just going to be a massacre.
It's going to be a massacre, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. As you just saw, it's time for Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. The tier players are ready. They're all a little bit tense right now. This game, of course, is a rematch of the very first battle of the season. And, well, it's really kind of the battle of the oldest rivals in League of Legends if we go back a long way from this one.
This one really hits close to home for me.
Yeah.
I mean, these were like the first two league teams created, so of course they're going to have the longest standing rivalry. It just works so well. And last time they met, everyone was talking about CLG's 7 ward opening for the longest time, just weeks after that. They played it so perfectly, and they were using some different champions back then too. They had the Tarek Urgot duo lane, which we haven't seen really come back that much. Hotshot on Malphite will probably make a resurgence. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, and of course, Link played Syndra in that very first game. Link's first game for CLG as well.
Yeah, and the Syndra was a big impact on that early game as well. They were able to steal the blue buff over the wall. Everyone was like, oh, that was so annoying. Really good play by him. And he actually ended up going 5-0 that game. So maybe they actually need Link to go back to the Syndra as well.
Yeah, and that man on the screen right there, he's going to do something new this game, a new secret strategy. Counter Logic Gaming pulling out. He's going to use runes against TSM.
They've actually tweeted it already, though, so they gave up their secret plan. Now TSM knows Hotshot will have runes this time around. But they started off the week 0-1, so not the best start. It was against Dignitas, which is a hard matchup, and TSM had a little bit people would consider easier matches versus Complexity and Marn. They went 2-0, so it's a little bit of a momentum change here between the two teams going into this.
Yeah, so now these two teams, they scrim at each other a lot, really. They're pretty much always placing each other, because like we always say, that they're always against each other. But as you're maybe about to see, knowing your opponent every move is not always an advantage.
CLG has always been our toughest opponent. It doesn't matter how strong they've been.
Overall, especially in scrims, we just dominate them at all points in the game.
We've scrimmed them a lot recently, and their playstyles are very similar to ours.
They've been copying like everything we've been playing.
They are one of the few teams that we are kind of scared in a way to play against them, just because we know we have a 50-50 sort of chance.
We literally just mirror each other.
We're gonna figure out how we can beat CLG and play extremely well, and that's all we need to do against CLG.
They're a good team, no doubt, but they're just copying us straight up.
Big words. Straight up copy. Wow, we'll see how that works. You guys have been going over to LoL eSports and voting for who you think will win today. Of course, the viewers at home have spoken, and TSM is favored with the win for this match. 69% of the fans have voted that they will take it.
It's pretty big, actually.
That's pretty big. Of course, now let's check out the lineups. It is going to be CLG on the blue side at the top lane. It is going to be Hotshot GG, of course, making them big calls. Jouster in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Doublelift and Afromu as the duos.
And on the red side, we have TSM, Dyrus up top, Oddone in the jungle, Reggie middle, Wild Turtle now on AD, and Xpecial supporting him.
And doesn't Wild Turtle just look so happy in that photo?
He always seems to. It's kind of like that Kiwi Kid thing where they're sort of a new player and they're just always smiling.
Yeah, absolutely. This game, of course, has been a featured matchup of the day, and why not? Because it is going to be a battle of the two AD carries, Doublelift and Wild Turtle, the new man, and still with a big grin on his face.
Yeah, speaking of Wild Turtle, he went 3-0 at the MLG Dallas Challenger tournament on Draven, and then when he got Draven yesterday in the LCS, he's 1-0 on it. So I don't know, since Doublelift has been trash talking that champion, he doesn't think it's a very strong AD champion, but Wild Turtle has really been performing on it. Maybe CLG will just give it to them. Maybe they'll actually ban it out, and the rest of CLG will overrule Doublelift. We'll have to see.
He's definitely a person that doesn't like to mince his words, I think it's safe to say, Doublelift. Definitely a war of words on Twitter yesterday, of course. We're going to be going in towards Champion Select shortly, but what are we thinking here between these two? Do we think Draven's really going to be banned? What are we going to aim for? We saw Dyrus talking about his Singed there. We saw them both playing Malphite was yesterday. Both Hotshot and Dyrus were playing Malphite. We have got the bans about to start, and there, straight away, after Dyrus talks about it, Singed is banned.
So they don't let him have it. He did talk about how he hadn't been performing as well as he usually does on it, and so the rest of CLG, like you said, they play against him so much, they know Dyrus is a better player than he's been posting.
And do we think really that actually TSM may go, they're banned out Vayne already, Shen's been taken away. Do you think they're going to aim for basically take Caitlyn away? Because there's been a lot of talk of you take Vayne and Caitlyn away from Doublelift, and what else has he got left?
Well, a lot of people forgot that he did like a DPS Urgot thing. We talked about earlier in the show. They could actually go back to that because there haven't been any like recent balance changes to Urgot. He's still very strong. It doesn't really fit CLG's style of protect Doublelift. We only have 2 threats thing that everybody's been on about, but maybe they want to switch it up.
Did he play at any game outside of this first match? I mean, I know he used to play in Korea when they were in the OGN,
he played it a
did
lot.
He play it any more in the NA
A lot
LCS?
in Korea. I don't know if he played any more in the LCS. It was definitely Marn used it a few times.
Yeah, that's how they got into the LCS.
It kind of reminded them. They're like, oh yeah, Urgot, we can just play like bully any lane with that. So that would be something that they might want to swing back to, but it looks like the Renekton and Shen bans going to follow that up. So they're all going with these top lane bans. They want to ban out Dyrus, it looks like.
Yeah, Taric, the final ban, of course, being taken out. The picks and bans getting underway. What will the first pick be here? What are we thinking they're going to aim for? We saw Malphite yesterday. Elise is available. There's a lot of champions out there that they could choose.
That Caitlyn that you talked about is up, and Vayne's already banned out. So if Doublelift only feels comfortable on those 2 right now, because those are the only 2 he's been recently practicing, then I'd expect them to grab a Caitlyn right now. But this is CLG, and they do have sneaky strategies usually planned specifically for TSM. So this could be anything. Like maybe we'll see Hotshot want some redemption on Galio.
Maybe
Control that
just
going to
throw that one out there as well, maybe Malphite, who knows. Of course, we will be getting picks and bans shown to you guys on the screen in a moment. Obviously, there's an issue, which is where you can see our beautiful, lovely faces. Well, not so much mine, but look at Kobe. Isn't he beautiful? We are getting things, and the first pick comes in. It's Jarvan, of course. How do we not count for that one?
He's one of the main bruisers. We're talking about these bruiser junglers that have become so popular. Vi was nerfed. Xin Sao was nerfed. Jarvan hasn't been nerfed that hard yet. I mean, on live, he doesn't have the armor aura from his flag, but this is not the live patch. This is before the armor aura nerf.
Word.
So he still has that. Meanwhile, we saw, okay, they're going to remake the lobby, but if you guys wanted a little sneak peek of the 2 first picks, it was Thresh and Draven, which is one of my favorite lanes. I love Thresh in any aggressive duo lane because you get complete control over collecting all the souls. It just makes you feel so good when you get every single soul that pops up, and Draven is really the epitome of an aggressive bottom lane. Early on, he just bullies everyone with that huge attack steroid.
And Nat was doing something earlier on that we probably won't get to see in this game, but I never even knew you could do it on Thresh because I've not played him that long length of time, but he double stacked. He'd gone past 250, gets the new little icon on there, and you just keep on going.
That's pretty funny when you, what is it called? Engorged Soul or something like that.
Engorged Souls.
It's pretty good. That's definitely a buff you want to see if you are Thresh. That's really in the very late games when you're having a lot of fun.
We'd be at possibly 70-minute games, I think, to try and reach that limits. But you never know. If Edward was here, maybe he'd clock it up a bit quicker. Who knows? But Champion Select will be getting underway in just a few moments. We're obviously just having a few technical issues, of course. Getting that underway. We need to see the game first, guys, so we're not going to start without it, because who wants to miss TSM versus CLG? Of course, if you are at home and you are watching, tell your friends, tell your mother, tell your parents, say, hey, this is eSports and this is a big game. This is the oldest rivalry in League of Legends as it stands right now. Counterlogic Gaming, a team that really was placed in your heart a long time ago as one of the former junglers. We've had another former jungler since then who's currently top of the league, St. Vicious on Curse now. What is CLG going to do? Because they're currently residing in 4th place in the league. How are they going to drag themselves up here? I mean, obviously beating TSM, it's a very good start for that.
I mean, I don't know where they want to go from here. Maybe switching out their players so much isn't that good of an idea. They should probably stick with one core group. We've heard Gambit talk about this a lot. A lot of these older teams and EG now, they were talking about how you get a little advantage from staying with the same roster the whole time. Surprise, surprise. This is a team game. You guys will play better together. And CLG are really known for just benching people. Bad performance, bench. You don't fit with hotshot, bench. Like, something's going to come up. They're going to switch up the lineup on you.
And the irony is, of course, they're up against Team Solar Mid, who are currently undergoing a roster change, potentially. It's only a substitute, only a temporary situation. But, you know, to change your main AD carry coming into a match against Counterlogic Gaming, your oldest rival.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
And it adds so much to this matchup, too. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to the drama. People just love the drama online.
We all love drama.
With Chaox talking and Doublelift talking to each other, they've really been exchanging some fairly harsh words, actually. So it'll be interesting to see if Doublelift crushes Wild Turtle. It'll kind of be good for Chaox because Chaox will be like, oh, you guys need me back because I would have done much better. But then it'll make Doublelift look good, and Chaox will be like, oh, you're actually pretty good.
You're actually pretty good at this game, of course. It wouldn't be Murker without a bit of drama.
Yes.
But we are getting things, and there you go. So there's the Jarvan pick. Draven was locked in, of course, and Thresh is also going to be locked in there. So next 2 picks going to be coming out from Counterlogic Gaming. Will it be Zed in the jungle? No, it won't be. That would be a mid laner, possibly. Could that be Link? Has Link pulled that one out before?
He has played Zed before. I loved Nick Wu's Zed. So we're a little bit spoiled in that we saw this amazing Zed play. I love that one where he just walks up, too, and double kills Wild Turtle Egg Special out of nowhere. He uses the champion so well. I like how he rushes the Blade of the Ruined King as well, because item damage actually works with his Deathmark ultimate as well, and so it doubles the effectiveness of that active on people. It's a really strong combo.
So Ezreal Leona has been locked in as the duo lane for Counterlogic Gaming, which does mean it's going to be Ezreal. He's a champion that he was questioned on, which he's going to be going for that one. We've seen a couple being picked up by Wild Turtle here. What's he going to settle for? Currently, Xin Zhao, the Winged Warrior, is selected. Not quite the crazy Winged Warrior of Kale, who is actually available in this game, so hasn't been selected just yet. Rumble in that top lane. It's a champion that we've seen Dyrus on. Zed, like you mentioned. I mean, do you think they all kind of watched InSec and went, damn, we need to learn this champion?
There's not a lot of jungle Zeds in North America right now, but top lane and mid lane, he is still super popular. I like him in the jungle just because in solo queue, you're like, I'm taking all the farm, I'm going everywhere, and he clears waves so fast, you can do exactly that. It really is pretty much Insect's playstyle too. He likes to shove those towers early, and it works out well in this new meta. So with getting Zed and Xin Zhao, I'm going to have to say Xin Zhao is going to be the one in the jungle. Zed's going to be in one of those solo lanes. Probably Reggie, actually. He's pretty happy with that Zed in the middle. I've seen him a lot in solo queue. So
it suits his, the aggressive playstyle he's always been known for.
Yeah, I think that Dash will go a little bit more tanky champion. He hasn't played too many assassins at top lane. Meanwhile, in CLG, anytime you have Leona, tower dives become an option. That's really part of her playstyle. And so we'll have to see how aggressive Aphromoo can be and if they're able to manage that tower aggro well.
Holding off over a couple of APs here. They have locked in Karthus. Let's see how that works. They've locked in Orianna as well, so that means it's going to be a double AP strat coming out from Canalogic Gaming, which does surprise me once they went for Jarvan.
So I think they're going to pull some switches around in the lanes here. Probably going to have Karthus going 1v2 maybe. They've actually done that a lot, and he's pretty good at farming from a long ways away. He can't really defend against tower dives, though. It's just kind of his weakness. He's really squishy early, especially if you build mana like Marn were doing when they kept picking him. So you definitely have to watch out for that. If the jungler roams down early, too, they can make an easy dive on Karthus for a first blood. After he dies, of course, he can still put out the damage because of his passive, so there's a little trade-off there.
So surprising that despite Kale being allowed through, hasn't been banned out, the most banned champion in the North American LCS, hasn't been picked either, and it's Rumble, the final choice that came out from Dyrus.
So the Kale, it was interesting that she was the most banned because we said, what is a 38% win rate when she was picked, actually? And that's because like a lot of these teams, if they don't play her very well, they're just picking her anyway to like take it away from mainly Dignitas. But both of these teams are like, okay, we don't know how to use her fully, so we're just going to stay away from that. But the interesting thing is Double Lift didn't pick Caitlyn. Caitlyn was available, so everyone who was saying, you know, Double Lift only has 2 champions nowadays, looks like he considers Ezreal up there as well.
But he may be thinking it towards Draven, or is he thinking he's going to be in a different lane? I mean, the fact that you pick Leona in there, you're going for a kill lane, surely.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options. I think that CLG are probably going to switch up the lanes because we have Hotshot on the Karthus with Teleport. Hotshot's a really big fan of 2v1 lanes. We actually used to do that way back 2010 when I was playing, and Hotshot would always do Cho'Gath with Teleport. It was like, yeah, it'll be great. I can 2v1, and then their 2v1 won't be ready for it. So he's probably going to be going heads up right there. They don't want to have him versus Rumble. It's pretty hard. Rumble's very aggressive early, so Dyrus probably would get the better of Hotshot even if Hotshot uses runes.
Even if he does use runes. What are we seeing in forms of team fight potential here? Because obviously with the Jarvan, with the Orianna, diving in Cataclysm, pull the Shockwave ball, he could really get them all lumped in towards that Cataclysm area.
They have a pretty good ball delivery system that we always talk about. Jarvan can get in there. Also, with Karthus, he always wants to be in the middle of a fight anyway, so that when he dies, he can keep his Defile up, keep that AoE damage around the rest of the team. So even if he could get in there, maybe with Flash in with the ball or something like that, they have a pretty good AoE heavy team here for late game. So it looks pretty good for CLG. I'm interested to see how their lanes stack up.
Well, we are about to get underway. You can see the screen behind us showing the game is underway, and Counterlogic Gaming as the blue team and Team Solo Mid as the red are getting things underway. The second time they've met here, and we are into week 6, so they have another 2 meetings to come. And I believe next week is another clash of titans between these two. But let's see how this one works out, of course. Counterlogic Gaming, they won despite not having runes on Hotshot last time around. Maybe that's a needle point for Team Solo Mid. Of course, Team Solo Mid using Wild Turtle, not Chaos this week. We'll see if that turns things around. Of course, that ball getting on towards the other on Team Solo Mid. COG well aware that they're invading, but they just do not care.
They keep on throwing balls, flags, wards over the top. TSM continue with their invade. They know what they're doing, and they feel very confident in their level 1s. And you can tell because Rumble, aggressive early lane. Draven Thresh, aggressive early lane. That's going to win. And Zed is kind of a 50-50, but he's got a red pot. So Zed also probably going to win his lane. They went for a very, very strong laning phase right here. Xin Zhao can put out a lot of pressure early. All he needs is his audacious charge and his talent strike, and he can pull off a successful gank.
Well, they put that ward down and made sure that CLG knew they were putting that ward down on the blue. Trying to see whether any pink wards would get thrown towards it, but they're not. Anything crazy coming out between these two. You can see Reginald has started out with that Fortitude Potion, whereas Crystalline Flask for Link. We'll see whether they do face each other in that lane. And Counter Logic Gaming, well, they're going for a late invade here.
So there's a ward at the blue buff bush. It's not very deep, but it should give them the vision that they need so that Wild Turtle and X-Special don't get caught here.
Reggie's going in towards Hotshot GG on that blue buff. He's going to sneak around. He knows it's still only one there. Oh, yeah. Reggie passed by that ward. That's going to warn him. They're going to back straight away.
So that was a really good ward by TSM because they know that Hotshot is going for that 2v1. He was expecting a switch here from TSM. So TSM, not only do they not give them the 2 versus 1 and don't switch, they send Dyrus up there, but they also deny that blue buff, which would help Hotshot lane against Rumble. Now it's going to be fairly hard for him. Hotshot's just going to try and farm from far away here with the lay waste because, like I said, Rumble can put out so much damage early with just a couple of spells.
He's going to be very careful he doesn't get caught out by some of those harpoons. The odd one, of course, trying to redirect around the ward, immediately gets pinged out. They know he's going there. Reginald passes by as well, so fully visible to Counter Logic Gaming right now, and they're saying, whoa, they might be going towards the Tribush. Hotshot, you have to be ready and waiting to get the heck out of there.
Hotshot is still level 1, so if they do this tower dive, Reggie level 3 going for it.
They're going for it, but they're going for it down the bottom as well. Aframu is going to go down. First blood comes out. It's Wild Turtle that picks it up, and now the top lane, they're diving on towards Hotshot G. Reginald's going to pick that up, and the tower aggro didn't even get near him. Beautifully played by Team Solar mid, top and bottom.
Simultaneous 3-minute ganks right here. This is a new thing. Like, people say TSM does not innovate. Everyone had been doing the early 3-minute tower dive. Okay, so that's not anything new, but they did it both sides here. And then again, Double Lift now going to go down.
He's going to go down. One more hit. It's X-Special that picks it up, and that's both the duo laners taken out there by the double lane, the new duo lane of Team Solo Mid. They are losing a lot of health on towards that mid turret. They're going to pick up the blue buff, take that away, and it is going to be the odd one that smites that one, so taking it off from Hotshot GG, who has only just hit that level 2. So mid turret taken down, half health.
And yeah, so CLG tried to answer right there by taking out this middle turret. They had Jarvan over there, put as much damage as he could, but TSM, huge lead right now because they weren't able to finish off the turret. Aframu taking a lot of damage even under the turret. You can tell Wild Turtle's aggressive playstyle has really infected the rest of TSM. They're all feeding off his energy.
It seems to be working very well. The fact that he's got that 1 kill, 1 assist is going to help them hugely in that bottom lane. Hotshot GG back in his top, trying to keep them layaways up to level 3, but you can see already he's a level behind on Darius. He's only just hit 3, and Reggie going for it again.
And also, we have to note, Choster went over the Dragon Wall down bottom. We didn't look at that. Reggie going in for Hotshot once again. Like I said, the early tower dives.
Tower aggro, very well educated there, working it nicely. Hotshot, and Reginald's still not getting hit by the tower. You can see Dyrus just working it, tanking out that tower damage. The last hit's going to come in towards Reginald. He's not going to take him down, and he backs off again.
Great tower aggro management right there, and I said it in the beginning, like you could just dive over and over Karthus because he's so squishy early game. TSM not giving up anything here. The middle turret might go down if they can scare off the odd one. No.
Nope. Odd one's going to come in and keep them off that turret. Of course, Chowster and Link, it's affecting their entire game. Link obviously going to continue on trying to farm out, and it is working for him. He's got double the farm of Reginald, but Reginald already got that kill and assist. The odd one doing what he can to protect this turret right now. Chowster has also been interrupted. You can see he's only got that 9 CS so far. He's falling behind the odd one, and the odd one's also picked up the kill as well. So as it stands, massive lead being built up by Team Solo Mid. Can they snowball it just like Dignitas did against CLG yesterday?
Here we go. We have Aframu going in for a kill.
Going straight in is going to be Aframu tanking up that turret. He went for the kill lane, but he gets pulled in by X-Special. It's Aframu going to go down, but could Double Lift turn this one around? One more hit, and you can see the power. The barrier works out. It's a double kill for Wild Turtle.
Outplayed. Very nice there. They do get the advantage, and now Wild Turtle also gets free farm down here. The CS lead is even more important.
I like the ironic grin on Double Lift's face as that happened. He's just like, yeah, that just happened. You got me with the barrier.
Very
of course,
well
he had
played.
used it in the first play. Chowster sitting around this mid lane, but Reginald he's going to be so hard to pin down. He's still got flash available, and in itself, you know, he's just such a slippery character in Zed, and there you go, look at that. Didn't need to burn flash, didn't need to burn anything, just pops away.
So props to Wild Turtle for playing well right there, but also you have to shout out Xpecial. I mean, the Thresh hooks just being so key, getting them that early lead down there. 2 kills were set up by him, very nice. And the repeated pressure onto Hotshot. After they burn his flash, they burn his teleport, they went up there again and really set him behind, so now Dyrus can just run all over that top lane.
Look at that, he's returning to lane with a BF sword and double Dorans. That is going to spell danger for Doublelift. He's got the Vampiric Scepter, but that lifesteal is not going to help when there's a BF sword bouncing off his noggin and really forcing him back. As it stands though, you can see, look at this tower, it's taking the damage. Hotshot is going to be able to farm. He's had that, past that horrible, scary moment of being completely farmed out the game. Or has he?
Again, Odd One returning to this top lane. Hotshot does have his flash up now though.
Well, Doublelift and Afromu, they know they really need to get some farm going. Afro, the Odd One is passing by a ward, so Hotshot already aware and saying, oh, I need to start backing off very quickly here. And I think this time around, TSM are going to be happy to take the turret rather than Hotshot.
Yeah, after a point, you know, the gold just decreases and decreases if you kill him over and over. It's only 2 deaths right now, so not too bad. Hotshot's still worth a decent amount of gold, but the turret going to provide a lot more of an advantage. And they actually need Reggie to stay mid a little bit more now, so he doesn't get too far behind in the CS. He made them get a great lead in top, and it was only at the cost of around 20 CS or so. So they'll definitely take that one, but he can't fall too far behind.
Yeah, there is Dyrus and the Odd One working down the turret. That's going to be the first turret of the game. They should take it this wave. You can see the Siege Minion quite happily tanking out the damage. So, big gold advantage building here. It's a 4,000 gold lead nearly already for Team Solo mid. We do see Chowster heading down the bottom. They need to try and level out this bottom lane if they can.
So it'll be interesting to see if they can actually turn this one around.
Oh, he's going to walk straight in there. That's going to be the ultimate coming out from Hotshot as well. Wild Turtle taking low with the lanterns, not quite enough. And Chowster tried to slide through. Xpecial couldn't quite catch on. Nice thought from TSM, but a good revenge kill from Team Solo mid there. It does give a big chunk of gold back to Doublelift.
Yeah, that was a good try. Exactly how you're supposed to play the escapes with Thresh. Send your AD carry one way. Draven has no escape of his own. Tried to make use of the lantern. Couldn't quite get it there because there's too much damage, and a nice stun from Leona, able to lock him up long enough.
So let's have a look towards his top lane. We can see Hotshot did just pull out that Requiem. That gave him the assist kill. He has, of course, had to go with the cloth armor, despite the fact he is technically up against an AP champion. That's mainly for the fact that Reginald and the Odd One have been coming in and beating him around the backside with their long poles. And here comes Dyrus coming around the side again. Getting in towards that blue buff. They have the timer because they took it the first time around, and Hotshot really needs this one. If he can go... Oh, he couldn't try and steal it. Yes, he did. I think he got it with the equalizer. No,
wow.
Link came around and got it.
Yeah. And that was really ballsy there by Chowster, I have to say. Still going to keep going for it. He actually used his smite
to go for Dragon,
and Link got it. Now that they know his smite is down, there's no threat to steal, so that at least they got information out of that. He wasn't a successful steal by Dyrus, but they forced Chowster to use his smite, and they go grab that Dragon.
This is going to keep that gold lead stretching further and further. Dyrus farming out a great big wave as well in this top lane. That's going to give him a bigger advantage over Hotshot GG right now. 64 CS already. You can see building up nearly a 20 CS advantage, surpassing a 20 CS advantage. So that haunting, guys. Catalyst, the Protector just being picked up by Link, meanwhile, in that mid lane. He's the only shining light, and that's only because Reginald's kind of been disappearing off to help pick up those kills and assists, and now he's going to be driving on towards that turret. The big difference here, I feel, is the fact that there isn't a great deal of AP damage coming out from TSM. Maybe COG can tank the armor away from this.
I mean, Dyrus is going to be doing good percentage damage. Hopefully, he'll upgrade that Haunting Guise into a Leandry's, and then that can take everybody down since it does max health damage. Ooh, nice counter there by Xpecial.
Brilliant, and the ultimate completely missing out, but here comes Hotshot GG, has teleported in there, and you can see, like, Wild Turtle, he knows he's got the lantern to click to try and get away from this one, taking his time to go for it, and here comes Chowster. Is it the right time? Yes, the Cataclysm lands. Beautifully played there, and it's Doublelift that picks up 1 and 2, and it's a beautiful double kill for Doublelift.
Chowster catches both of them in the Cataclysm right there. A little bit of a misstep walking right next to each other after Wild Turtle just used his flash, but that's great news for CLG. They're going to also push on this turret and try and take it despite Reggie's best efforts.
So they are going to drive forward though in this mid lane, and look at this. I don't think Link can do a great deal about this one. The Odd One's got aggressive 3-talent strike, flashes in there, Equalizer comes out, the Shockwave misses, and Dyrus goes in to finish the job, and that was a great kill by that pair, and that is also going to be the mid lane turret.
Yeah, they also made Link look a little silly right there. That Shockwave might be on the blooper reel.
Yeah, it's not always good. And the thing with the Shockwave is, because it was so heavily played during the Season 2 finals, that everybody learned when it's going to happen.
Yeah. Great play right there. Regardless, though, they actually trade middle for bottom. So even though Wild Turtle and Xpecial did get caught out, they were able to answer back, getting Link and the middle turret. TSM still with a very nice lead here. They need to keep up this aggression because their team comp really shines in the early stages.
We do see Xpecial going around. He's warding out the bushes there. Wild Turtle switch to the top. Reginald going aggressive and taking down Hotshot GG beyond the tower. Afromu is going to come in, but I don't think he can catch on or do anything to Reginald. So Reginald just went so deep and aggressive, as he has been known for in the past, and that's building up his gold. He's got an 800 gold lead over Link, despite the fact he was behind in CS. He's regained all of that, and you can see it's just a 4 CS difference between the two.
Yeah, good job by him. He used his Bilgewater Cutlass too. Like I said before, if you put the death mark on, any additional damage from items or spells from Zed is going to double up right there. And now we have CLG pushing on this mid turret. It's probably going to go down really weak already, but Dyrus comes to save the day.
They're collapsing on this one. TSM were moving in for this one. The Odd One tries to keep the poke on there. Here comes Xpecial around the side. Will he land the hook on towards anyone? Is he even going to try? No, just forces them away from the turret, holds it off. Not for much longer, but Wild Turtle's getting all his free farm at the top lane. And it does mean that Double Lift, he's been left solo against Reginald.
Yeah, and they're going to have 5 members of CLG come to finish off this turret. It could be dangerous if TSM wants to stick around because they only have 3. Wild Turtle still top. He's going to be pushing.
Yeah, they're going to lose this turret. I don't think there's anything they can do about it. Hotshot finally finishes off the job, but they are leaving Wild Turtle alone a little bit too long here. Maybe as Draven, Bloodthirster will be ready. You can see Bloodthirster's already been built up by Double Lift. Those double kills he got really have helped him so dramatically after that start lead that Wild Turtle had managed to build up against him. What else are we seeing across the board? Obviously the Bilgewater Cutlass is picked up. He's going to go for the Blade of the Rune King. Anything else that's really standing out between these teams?
I'm just happy that Dyrus built a little defense on Rumble. I've seen so many Rumbles build all offense and then just get blown up. Like when Link flashes in to try and land a harpoon, you're a melee and you can't get that close without building any defense. So he can turn that Giant's Belt also into Riley's Crystal Scepter, which will work really well with his Leandries that he'll eventually get. Nice beginning builds there for Rumble, and I like, especially here, along with the Odd One and Dyrus, just waiting, using Reggie as bait.
So there is going to be 4 members down here of Counter Logic Gaming. They're all coming along through the jungle. It's going to be a straight up 4v4. They will see it. Yeah, they pinged it, and they're aware of it, and immediately TSM do back away from the fight.
Yep.
It could be a Warmox as well, actually. He's got that regrowth pendant. Maybe we'll see what Dyrus goes towards. Wild Turtle going back up towards the top against Hotshot. Let's see if he goes aggressive up here. He may well do. But no, Hotshot is going to back away and put a ward down, I guess. Maybe just be a little bit more defensive.
It was actually pretty good that TSM backed off right there for CLG because Hotshot's teleport wasn't up. Hotshot was doing his Hotshot style where he's split pushing, but his teleport wasn't actually ready. A lot of times you can actually bluff that your summoner spells are up because a lot of the North American teams not quite as good as the Koreans at timing all of those summoner spells, so they're not quite sure when it's going to be back up or not. And if you're Hotshot, you just pretty much always split push, so you're always showing the exact same hand.
Reginald's pinged this one, but as you can see, Link's already picked it up. There came the ultimate from Wild Turtle to try and get the steal, spinning past down the map there, and Reginald is continuing to track Link here. He may well go aggressive. You can see pulls the wolves there. That's going to be Wild Turtle. Reginald didn't manage to pick anyone up, and the farming continues. So 8-4 currently the kill score, and well, you can see that gold lead has not really closed much more. It's still remained at 4,000. 3-2 in turrets, 2 teams solo mid after a fantastic start, but CLG have definitely clawed the way back into this one nicely.
Yeah, and they also have Link rushing the Rod of Ages, so at 25 minutes or so, it's going to be fully stacked. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that to get quite as powerful as you need. It looks like Hotshot probably working on that arm guard, going to go for a Zanya's maybe, try and get a little bit more tanky since he was dove so much early. He really is very squishy.
So we could well see whether CLG, are they going to fight for this? I'd be amazed if they do. They generally don't go near it. And it does look like it's going to be Team Solo Mid that pick up themselves another dragon. That stretches that gold lead to 5k as well. And Reginald going aggressive on Link here. Can he dive into it? He's going for the ultimate. Puts the death mark down, and then the shockwave comes out as well as the exhaust. Reggie might be able to finish it. The equalizer comes down. Link has to flash away from this one. Reggie has got the gap closer. Hasn't got flash available just yet, but instead he is going to be forced to back away, and that means TSM are going to push it towards the mid turret.
Yep, Special did miss one hook right there, but he still was able to force Choster's flash, bringing him back with the flay, so it wasn't too bad. Doublelift finished up farming bottom, and now he's going to come middle. His Bloodthirster right now is fully charged, so he's ready to fight.
He's ready for action. Reginald going back towards the top. That play of the Rune King he built pretty early on as well, and he's really keeping up that CS farm, continuing to push. And TSM are actually exchanging really who gets all the farm. Aframu picking up a couple of CS set from Hotshot GG. I'm not sure if that was planned or not, but the shield popped and that's what he got.
Yep, that's going to do pretty good work, actually. The supports now, getting money is not ever a bad thing for anyone on your team. You can spread it around. You can see the Ace of the Legion actually completed on Shin Sao, so maybe they'll have Aframu pick up a different aura item. You usually want to have at least 2. It just helps out in the team fight so much, and that's a huge item to be completed now that everyone is grouping up. Great stage in the game for that as CLG head for top.
They've pinged it. They're going straight bottom. They're going to rush down. So CLG are going to go straight towards that top turret. You can see, and they're all backing away. They've realized it, but they're going to be too late. That inner turret is going to go down. TSM are going to get on it way quicker than they come back. They're all going to rush back down there. They've got a wave of minions with them as well, so that's going to be a turret gained by Team Solar Mid just through great positioning.
So they don't have any home guard boots yet. It's so early in the game that there's only 2 people with even level 2 boots upgraded on CLG right now, and Doublelift stayed to split push a little bit long up there in top, so this is 4 and 5.
The hook just missing out there. They're all very close for that shockwave. They're going aggressive though. There's the shockwave. Doesn't matter. The damage is already done. Reginald goes in. Wild Turtle picks up 1. Wild Turtle picks up 2. You can see that's another kill. Requiem will do nothing, and Team Solo Mid step off to the side. It's a 4-for-0 exchange for Team Solo Mid in the base. They're going to be the true shot barrage from Doublelift. Can he do anything? Wild Turtle wants a piece of him just off the bottom of the screen. He's keeping him at bay, and Doublelift can't fight this one. And there is the inhibitor turret going down, and the inhibitor at 18.5 minutes.
There's still aggressive TSM, not giving CLG any room to breathe. Like I said, Doublelift stayed to push that the last wave top, so he was not even there for that fight. They didn't expect this out of TSM. They're not usually ones to dive an inhibitor turret at 18 minutes, so definitely catching CLG off guard, showing some new plays here from TSM. Maybe with the influx of a new AD carry, they're pulling out some new plays.
Well, it may be the new thing that's required, kind of like a new manager coming into a team, and everybody's got a perk, and they all want to go for it, but CLG maybe going to try and counter this and go for a very quick Baron. Can they get on towards this 19 minutes in? But TSM, they're already back. They've already been back to buy, and they're coming back to fight.
There's a ward in there, so they know, and I love the timing from that last fight too, because like I said, they just finished that Aegis of the Legion. Helps out so much with dives. You can see right now, CLG can't burst it down.
Reginald thought about going for that one. Pink ward was thrown out by the odd one, but they didn't bother pursuing. They're still continuing though. They're going to go towards that top inner turret.
I just love this new face of TSM. They picked all very aggressive champions. I was saying at the beginning, those are lane-winning champions, and they've continued to just steamroll their advantage.
They are going to steamroll through because Wild Turtle, now with that Phantom Dancer, dodges out of the True Shot barrage. He's going to have plenty of speed to take down this turret, working it hard. CLG going to come out, try and force him away as that wave clear does go down. And TSM forced to wait just another wave, but I don't think there's a great deal that CLG are going to be able to do about this one. Bottom wave, that's going to push itself down. It's starting to stack up pretty hugely there, and you can see TSM just going to get another couple of hits on the turret. Slowly but surely, they're grinding it down.
Yeah. With the middle inhibitor down, that actually gives side lane creeps 100 extra HP. So that's going to help them shove this top as well as just passively shove that bottom lane. If they just wait long enough, then they're going to get small advantage. Reggie going deep here.
Super minions coming through the mid lane. Reginald trying to catch out around the side, and he's gone aggressive. He's dived in his Aframu. The death mark's been used on him. That shield will get popped. He's going to go down from this one, and Reggie picks up another one. He's 4-0-3 now on Zed.
Reggie really making a case for the MVP right here. He's been roaming all game, early game, got that lead in top, and he didn't give up too much CS in the middle, was able to defend his middle turret for long enough for them to last through the mid game. Now they're again on the second inhibitor turret as Reggie pushes down middle.
He's forcing those super minions to come along. The bottom turret now has got a huge stack on it from the inner turret. Let's see whether TSM are going to rotate round and go for that one and keep the pressure on towards this inhibitor. No, they're not. They're going to go and steal away the blue buff. They could also turn to Baron here.
Yeah, and Reggie going to go, looks like he wants to put some more damage on the bottom outer turret over here, while the rest of TSM are taking that blue buff that you're talking about. And Oracle's all ready for X Special, means that they can continue to clear out the Baron vision and force CLG to a bad spot. You can see here they're already worried about it, so they're sneaking over there.
They're sneaking, they're going aggressive on X Special. I don't think they realize the rest of TSM are here, but Reggie's away from this one. The ultimate comes out from X Special, and that just completely boxes off CLG. They can't chase this one down. Wild Turtle is off in the tri-push at the side, but Reggie's sneaking in the back door.
Oh, they really did a great job of kiting right there. The slows from X Special and Dyer's doing a lot of work. Now CLG are being forced back. They can't recall.
They can't recall because you can see Dyrus is keeping the harpoons back on towards Hotshot. They're desperately coming around for this one. And look at Reggie, he's just beaten down the Nexus turrets while the rest of the team, the equalizer comes out from Dyrus. And now finally CLG get back in position, but already half their hit points down. And now they're losing another inhibitor. Team Solo Mid are just maneuvering them around here. Dyrus gets caught out by the Cataclysm. Is there going to be enough damage? No, because he grabs the lantern. X Special says, see ya, I'm out of here.
Wild Turtles on the front lines right now, just fending off the entirety of CLG. This turret only got one more hit left. TSM are just crushing this.
Reggie died to the turret there, and amongst that crazy action, they are going to take the inhibitor turret down. I don't think they're going to go for the inhibitor. They get called back. Wild Turtle wanted to stay around, playing with a grin on his face still. Look at that. He is loving his debut against Counter Logic Gaming on TSM here, and CLG are being pushed and maneuvered by TSM all around the map. Again, they're going to try and come out. They want to try and force this Baron. They're stopping TSM going back again.
Yeah, so they want to at least put the threat of it there so that they can keep TSM around. Baron does so much damage right now, though. It's going to be very dangerous for CLG. This is a desperation play. They could get caught out right here. Wild Turtle's still there.
Well, they know that Dyrus' equalizer is down, so they realize they don't have to worry about that. Reggie was killed. He's going to start heading back in there. Hotshot's taken low already, and the flame spitter from Dyrus just poking on towards the back of Hotshot's coat there, and he's just tugging away. The Baron down to half health. They've committed for this one, and this is going to be a massacre for Team Solo Mid. There goes the odd one, picks up a double, but that's going to be another pickup. Hotshot will pick up a kill with that Requiem. The Baron does go down. It was Chowster that got it, but Reginald comes in. Wild Turtle gets a double kill, and they're going to turn and take the game.
Oh, the funniest part of that, I thought Chaucer was going to repeat his mistake of last week where he just left the Baron pit and then the other team stole it, but he flashed back in over to steal the Baron. CLG at least gets the Baron kill, but they've been aced, and
there is the surrender. So that is, ladies and gentlemen, a 23-minute, 40-second win for Team Solo Mid over Counter Logic Gaming. A great debut for Wild Turtle as well, starting off in that bottom lane so dramatically. It's been a mix of everything really there. And Hotshot GG this time around, pulling out Karthus on that top lane. Didn't work out. I mean, they knew that they were going to get the 2+3 tower dive at 3 minutes. That's what they've all been doing against each other. And they said, you know, they're copying each other's strats, so they knew what was coming. But picking Karthus into that, surely it's the worst to be dived with.
I mean, I thought, exactly, I was saying it at the beginning, I was like, he's really squishy early. I don't know what they're going to do with this, so interesting to see how their lanes matched up. Didn't work out for CLG. They picked a lot of very weak early game champs, and TSM went the complete opposite. Their bottom lane won that by themselves. Thresh and Draven got that kill at the same time. They got first blood before the 3-minute tower dive even took effect. So both sides of the map winning. Once you see that, it's just heart-crushing for CLG in the game. That's got to be demoralizing, and they could not claw their way back.
And really, if you look at it, all the picks they took were full-on aggression. It suited the new TSM, as you were calling them, with Wild Turtle in there. KX, of course, will be watching this and thinking, okay, I see what I'm going to do. I know I need to up my game in this area. And it's really the attitude. It's not his skill that's being questioned, but all about this one is the attitude. And you saw the attitude of Wild Turtle there. The grin on his face the entire time in that game.
Plus, I think that's a point for Draven in the Draven versus Double Lift debate. I don't know who's keeping track of the score here, but that's definitely a point for Draven.
I'm pretty sure the internet are keeping track of that score for everyone, I think it is, of course. So, coming up next, we're going to have an interview. It's going to be Dyrus from TSM, and then it's time for our next match. It's going to be Marn taking on Complexity. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are very pleased to be joined by Dyrus from Team Solo Mid, of course, joining here, the top laner from TSM, and probably the easiest top lane game you've had for a while, I think, there.
Definitely not the easiest, but definitely easier than going 1 versus 2 bottom and then dying to dive tower. So yeah.
So let's talk us through straight away the start, the picks and bans. There was a number of options available for you. I know they were hovering over Elise to start with, but you chose to go with Rumble. Any specific reason for that?
Right now, everyone kind of knows my champ pool. I've been dumbing it down to 5 champions instead of like, oh, I can play 15 champions. But anyways, there's Singed, Malphite, Shen, Renekton, and Rumble, and I'm the least successful with Rumble. And we were gonna pick a comp that would have been bad against Malphite, and they banned Shen for us. So it was like, okay, let's ban Malphite. And it's like, oh, that's one of my champions too, because I did pick up Malphite from Hotshot and MacNoon. So
right,
we did that, we respected that, and then I was like, dang, if I don't get Rumble, if they like somehow have Link pick Rumble mid for whatever reason, and that'd be good against it, it's like, oh no, that would have been bad. You
don't know where you'd go with, because they'd already banned Singed out and Shen and Malphite, so you were pretty screwed near the end.
I was like, it feels like the TSM-oriented plans. It's like, ban me out and then dive me 1 versus 2, but yeah.
Well, let's talk about the dives straight away. Obviously, Reginald came up to help you as well as the Odd One. Was that pre-planned? Was everything pre-planned for this game? You know, did you have a special tactic worked out for CLG? Because we saw in the video how you guys said, you know, you play each other all the time.
Yeah, we usually lose 90% of the scrims, and it's very demoralizing. We had a feeling that someone on their team would do blue, and we just wanted to like pressure bottom because that was our 2 versus 2 lane. And give Wild Turtle a hand. Instead, we saw Karthus do blue, and it's like, okay, let's just push up top and take their blue instead. And Rumble's not the greatest early level hero at level 1 through 3, but once he hits 4, he starts to do big damage. But since I was to lane first, I could push up, and we dived him, and it just worked out very well.
Yeah, and obviously me and Kobe, we've been talking about the whole Draven issue with Doublelift kind of putting his foot in his mouth, I think, about Draven, really, and Wild Turtle pulling the Draven out and working well.
Wild Turtle really likes Draven. Ever since Draven came out, I thought he was a top laner when he came out because he was so strong, but he's definitely a really strong champion. There's no reason why he's not a strong champion.
So I want to say, from a spectator's point of view, it looked like a completely different TSM. Did you guys prep any different because it was CLG or because you have a new person?
We definitely prepped longer because it feels like, for me personally, I don't know how the rest of the team feels. Every time we play against CLG, whether it's a scrim or in a competitive match, it feels like they do go the extra mile. And when they play against other teams like Dig or Curse or anyone else, it's like, wow, you know, if they did what they did to us, you know, they wouldn't have such a hard time. And I don't know, that's just how I felt. So out of all the teams, it's really mentally stressing to play against CLG, for me anyways.
And overall, I mean, you've had a great week. You've gone 3-0 this week. Obviously makes up for some of the problems at MLG Dallas. Do you feel the team together has really been motivated by this whole week?
Yeah, this is going to be our first week that we went 3-0. And every time we lose, we do learn something. But then when we learn something and we don't do it, it's like really bad. Like I've said before, we had a strategy, and then we never followed the strategy. And, you know, Reginald, like, he's like, should I pick Zed? I'm like, you should pick Zed because that's what we planned for. And we all agreed that we should do what we planned. For the other losses, like against Marn and against Curse, it was like we had a level 6 comp good at Dragon, but we never did Dragon because they snuck it, because I never warded, because it was 1 versus 1 bot. I didn't expect that, because we were going to take top tower and do Dragon, but then we just like forgot how to play. Then we went against Curse, and then it's like, oh, we're not even level 6 yet. Let's just do Dragon because we have a level 6 Dragon comp, but we didn't do it properly then, but we kind of swore we would never make those mistakes ever again. And we did hear about the 10-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute preparation about one of the casters talking about the Korean teams.
That was me.
That was you, yeah. But yeah, we're trying to really step up our game.
I'm glad. I'm glad the North Americans were listening, and it really showed. It was much more decisive play by you guys. You looked really crisp. I want to get your weigh in on the Wild Turtle situation. There's been a lot of drama. I know you're in top lane, so you're really far away, but how has it felt playing with him? Has he come in smoothly?
I'm actually quite surprised with how he performed. Like he wasn't that scared. He's been around for a while. Like mechanically, I've seen videos of him. He's very good mechanics. He's played a lot of roles, and you know he fit his shoes just fine. He's been practicing AD a lot. We weren't sure how it was going to turn out, and you know I'm really happy he did well for himself. This is kind of like his debut into the LCS. At the same time, I don't have any other comments for other stuff.
Yeah, for the other stuff that we all know about, but we talked about that a lot yesterday. How are you feeling yourself, more importantly? Because obviously, you know, you've had your ups and downs as well in the League of Legends. You've been around. You are now over a year in Team Solo Mid, which in itself has got to feel good. Obviously, you replaced the Rayman back after CBIT 2011, wasn't it? Was you stepped in there after you nearly burned the house down as well. But how are you feeling now you're settled in San Jose?
It's a great place. We have a big house. I'm actually in a separate house with the gaming room, so every time I wake up, it's like I'm never late because I'm already there. Only difference is I haven't ate food, so sometimes my teammates might get mad at me because I may not be trying my hardest at the best at the start, but it slowly rolls on in. San Jose, there's lots of food places, and really like the weather, and it's not that dry compared to where we were before. And it's great.
So speaking of the house, I want to say, you know, Dan Din is living with you guys. I know there's a lot of fans of him out there. He's been around for a very long time. How is it having him? Does he coach you guys? What does he really add to the house? Because it seems like he'd be a nicer coach than, say, someone like Liquid for Curse, who kind of is the whip master.
For Dan, he's kind of like our soccer mom. He takes care of like a lot of things, more than people realize. When there's something like errands to be done, like Dan's always there. When we got the PCs, he even helped us carrying the crates and the PCs, and he even like set it up all by himself. And he does a lot of things, and we're really, really glad to have him. And if Odd One ever dies, then we have Dan to back up jungle.
And the final question. It's really about game cribs. How are you feeling it's gone? Obviously, I mean, I've asked Reggie and I asked especially the Odd One the other day. Do you feel it's put pressure on you guys, a little bit added pressure, or you're going with the flow now? You've got used to the guys being around the house, you know, filming, etc.
For me personally, it's just like streaming, except our whole body, and you kind of see another side of us. And there's confessionals, so it can be a good outlet for, like, you know, there's relieving stress and just like telling my heart out to like a camera. And you know, I don't really watch the episodes because we promised each other we wouldn't watch it, and it just go with it and do what I can.
Excellent, excellent. It's good to hear. Thank you very much for joining us, Dyrus. It's been great to see you guys. New lease of life, I think it is this weekend. Obviously going 3-0. Now, of course, it is going to be time for our next matchup. It is going to be Marn versus Complexity. If you recall, yesterday there was a lot of smack talk between some of the teams, but it's all butterflies and unicorns between these two. Let's watch.
Complexity is like a brother team to us.
The competition's a lot more friendly because we're a lot closer with Marn than we are with the other teams.
We know them really well. We're good friends with all of them.
Playing them is definitely different from playing any other team. It's a strange feeling, for sure, every time we play Marn, because we want to win, but we don't want to beat Marn.
I feel pretty confident against Complexity.
Everyone always thinks like Marn Mega Zero. It's pretty much really good.
He's definitely the one that can snowball the hardest on their team.
I feel like it will be really close.
Really close between these two. Of course, the last time these two teams met was during the qualifier. Complexity swept Marn aside. It was 2-0 at the end of the day, though, to earn themselves the spot in the LCS. And of course, Marn, after that one, they had to switch things up and went with that Urgot Taric lane. Maybe they could do it again.
Now I remember the battle of the brothers. Last time, Claky D was heartless. He was camping his brother top. They got first blood, but Nick got the last laugh. They did end up taking those games, so congrats to them. And yesterday, Marn really in a sort of a bad stretch right now. 6-game losing streak, we said. That's rough to come back from.
It's rough, and they've had a hell of a lot of changes in their roster lineup. You know, shifting things around. The Entonso coming in as the AD, Echo back in the mid, Heartbeat becoming the support. There's been a whole lot of change, and you know, we've just talked about with Dyrus how change is not always a good thing. We were talking about Gambit, how they've been together for so long, and their team strategy, and they just meld together so much more because they know what each other are going to do.
Yeah, I mean, the health issues really plagued Marn, but Nick Wu, for Complexity, was still a shining star. Even though they lost yesterday, his Zed play was just so fun to watch, especially when the highlight reel where he walks up and gets that double kill for free. Nobody was really expecting that, and he got dubbed the god of Zed, so... Congrats to Nick. I'm pretty sure people are going to be banning him out. I mean, and Insect would probably want to contest that title.
I would definitely think Insect would contest the God of Zed.
Might be a few Koreans, actually. That's like one of the most banned in Korea, so they've got a lot of players over there. We only really have one in North America, so.
Yeah, so far so good, though, but maybe he'll stretch across. We did just see, of course, Reginald playing very well on it. So let's check out the lineups on the blue team. It is going to be Marn. Up the top lane, it is Mega Hero, as he was dubbed yesterday. Claykey, Echo's returning in that mid lane after a spell of illness. Nientonso, the new AD carry for Marn, and Heartbeat, the new support.
And on the red team, it's Complexity. Nick Wu up top, Loud and Mortis as the jungler, Chuper in middle, Brunch Yu in bottom, and MIA supporting him.
So, what are we thinking here? We talked about it yesterday, saying, well, the people have stopped banning Zed because it's not that impressive, and then he goes and does that yesterday.
I think they'll probably go back to banning Zed, especially since it's these two teams, and they know each other pretty well. Like you said, rainbows and unicorns or whatever. They're all pretty close with each other. I think that they know the personal bans that will work.
It's all fluffy bunnies between these two. And, you know, the fact that they said they don't like beating them, but they kind of have to because it's a win. I mean, Jesus, that's not really the aggressive mentality
Cutthroat,
style.
guys.
Cutthroat. Let's be cutthroat. You got to get a win. Oh, I don't really want to. I like them. Yeah, it's all a bit too nicey for me. But we saw these guys yesterday. Complexity put up a great fight against Team Solo Mid, and they could have won it. They could have taken that game if it wasn't for just a few minor mistakes, I feel, and some would say the game of throws really yesterday, but it was definitely a wild battle between the two. What are you seeing between these two? Complexity, for me, seem to be the ones currently possibly have the edge over Marn right now.
They pulled off the biggest upset in North America and LCS. They beat the #1 Dignitas while they were #8 seed. That is huge and just goes to show anyone really can beat any other team. The bottom can always beat the top. So the upsets are definitely there, and Complexity have to feel good about that. Like we said, they're really close to Marn. They're also really close to Dignitas, and so beating it's kind of like they look up to them. Chuper looks up to Scar as he's sort of his mentor. So
well, Crumbs was living in with Complexity for
exactly.
a good few weeks before Dignitas managed to get their house. But there is, of course, Marn and Heartbeat giving us the gang signs, I think, there. And then Nientonso's like, no, really don't.
Nientonso joined Marn, and he's like, everybody's a little too jovial around here. He's always very serious. And we see the Nientonso cam. There we go.
Serious
He's trying hard not to smile.
He's trying not to
There
grin
we
about
go.
it now. Yeah, who cannot smile when you're talking about him? There's Echo. He's definitely got a big grin across his face. He's happy to be showing on the stream, of course. And there is Claykey. See. Oh, he's giving us the guns. That's kind of misfortune guns. That doesn't really work for a jungler, I'm so afraid. And there's Mega Hero, as he was dubbed yesterday, after saving, jumping, flashing to save Nientonso yesterday from that ace in a hole. A highlight reel definitely for him. And there are the Complexity boys setting themselves up. MIA, it was good to hear about, how they went to MLG Dallas. They were suddenly surprised by how popular they were.
Yeah, that team, how can you not love this team, though? They're always so happy. They've got Chuper, who won't stop smiling. MIA, I don't know if everyone has heard the story behind his name.
Nick Wu's got a big smile right now.
But yeah, they gave that to him because he actually has a prosthetic eye, and he embraces that. He thinks it's hilarious. So they gave him the name missing in action because he lost one.
MIA,
it just works out so well. You can see these guys really embrace any kind of jokes at them. They're not afraid, and they actually take criticism really well too.
There is MIA on your screens, and the grin spits. As soon as you mention their name on screens, they realize it. And Brunch you yesterday. Oh, wow. Give us the eyebrow. I reckon you could challenge him with the eyebrows, you know, there.
I could try. I can't really control mine. That's crazy eyes.
You can't control them.
They'll just come out of nowhere.
They're just wild. And Chupa in the mid lane. Here's Diana yesterday. He performed some wonderful things. And like you mentioned, the fact that he looks up to Skara, obviously playing the same champion pool really as well. Definitely something which was showing out well. Now he's trying to do the guns.
I like how Freak actually called him out while he was going down bottom. He missed up, used his spells in the wrong order. Still got the kill though, just for a little extra style there. Chupa's got his own flavor.
Yeah, and Lauda Mortis, he's the guy we've been talking about a lot between these teams. You know, he's kind of against Dignitas was just amazing. I mean, he was in the right place at the right time so often.
Some people are like, oh, that's all luck. He was just happened to be there. He was cleaning up kills. But as a jungler, like, believe me, you try really hard to make those situations happen. When you see some action going on bottom, you move to that side of your jungle. Even if you're doing a camp still, like double golems or something, you think there's action going to come down there, you want to be in that area. And so it does take a lot of forethought and planning, and you use all the information that's coming into you. So I give him credit. I think Lauda Morris knew what he was doing, and he made those double kills happen. Here we go into Champion Select, though. There's the first ban. Nobody was caught off by surprise.
And they're not going to let Renekton go through for Mega Zero either. Kha'Zix being taken away. Guessing that's towards Chupa?
These may be the two easiest to ban out top laners. I have to say, everyone's like, Nick Wu, oh, ban Zed. Mega Zero, oh, ban Renekton. And yeah, the Kha'Zix, Chupa definitely been playing him a lot, so it's probably targeted at him, right?
Yeah, and Aurelia being taken away from Mega Zero as well. Played that pretty heavily in the live qualifiers as well, I recall. Kayle this time is banned out, keeping them stats up, making sure she stays at #1 banned out champion. I don't think that's ever going to be contested throughout the rest of this season. Final ban from Complexity.
Probably on Mega Zero. They already went 2 on him. 1 more would be the trick there. We go Jarvan going for Claky D.
Yeah.
So all these people, they're really known for one champion. These guys that come from the fighting games especially, Claky D and his brother Nick, they're known for their fighting games where they just like to learn the matchup of one champion with every possible encounter. They know how to win, like Zed versus anyone. Nick Wu knows exactly what you should do, the build order, the item order. He knows the plan.
Well, Twisted Fate gets locked in, and straight away it's going to be Caitlyn and Thresh.
So it looks like neither team was surprised by the other team's bans either. They're like, yeah, we're predictable, but that makes your bans predictable. So we know exactly what we're going to do. They've got stuff in store for each other. Since they do practice so much and they are that close, they really do have the time to prepare specific counter strategies for the other team.
So looking like it's going to be Draven and Shen potentially being picked in. So really could be the League of Dravens today if this one gets selected. Of course, we do have another 2 matches coming up. There is Draven locked in, so 2 for 2 so far today.
Yep, Draven gonna be coming out in style. I mean, Wild Turtle really makes him look good. So does Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie stopped playing him a little bit even when he is available. So maybe Cutie Pie is gonna have to want his crown back, play some more Draven.
May pull it out later on. Of course, they're 2 for 0 so far, Dignitas. But really, it's Marn on that 6-game losing streak. And I guess if anyone wants to give it to him, maybe a Complexity is, but they still need to win this.
And it looks like... Okay, I got a little hint here from them. But
is it a hint or a troll?
I've seen your Freak's account right now,
yeah.
So they think they're giving a hint to Freak. So I don't know if they would actually troll Freak. He's... Like, you would not troll Freak. That's not something people do.
You could tell that to GGU, because Zion Spartan did it quite heavily, I believe, last week at MLG Dallas. It is going to be Elise and Volibear currently selected at the moment. Let's see whether they get locked in, though.
Very, very popular picks here. And as we have seen, Volibear can just run rampant. Even he could turn the 3-on-4 situation when CLG made that tried to box him in, and he just fought his way out. It was really nice to see. I'm glad that North America finally up to speed on the Diamond Procs junglers.
Well, they're almost got a Dignitas setup so far, Complexity. The team picks they've got. Gangplank and Rammus being selected currently for Marn. We'll see whether they get locked in. I'll be amazed if they do. Syndra potentially being selected here. There's the Lulu as well. So they're going to rotate through them. They're not too sure what they're going to go with. What would you go with for this?
I don't know. I'm just staring at Neotanzo right now. He's got the best facial expressions. And you can... Oh, they go with the Udyr. So they said that the tip they were giving was they were going to go for double bears. but actually the Volibear was already picked up by Complexity, so they're one step ahead. They go with the secondary Man, Bear, Phoenix, Turtle before the actual little tweaks come out. On the beta patch, or the, what's the realm called?
Public beta
There we go.
environment.
Public beta environment. Perfect. I know you are good for something. They've got some tweaks coming in line for him, but he actually was played by Diamond Prox as well, so we have a couple of bears going to go against each other in the jungle, and we'll see which one reigns supreme.
Well, the bear worked very well against KT Rolls at B, but did not work in the first week of the European LCS. It was pretty horrendous, in fact, which is why I was quite surprised when he selected against KT Rolls. I was like, no, what are you doing? Not the Udyr again, but, well, who am I to argue? Diamond Prox knows what Diamond Prox knows. We're in for the final pick here. It's going to be the AP mid, or is it? Could it be Elise in the mid?
It could be. Complexity not quite as flexible a team as one of these older veteran teams, because they've spent more time, like I said, that fighting game mentality where they learn a couple of champions really well and they stick with those. They don't have the hugest of champion pools. So it looks like, yeah, okay, this is a Nick Wu champion right here. I forgot, they haven't picked a Nick Wu champion right here. He's only got a couple. Jace is one of them. He knows all the matchups with that as well, and he feels very confident in those. It looks like Mega Zero taking the bear. Okay, it's not going to be a jungle bear. Ah, son of a, too early.
Yeah, they're gonna
they'll switch it again.
They're gonna keep you on your toes for a little bit longer. And you talk about how they're limiting their pools and the fact that people are banning towards them. And I talked about this in Europe as well. The fact that the teams that are really doing well now are the ones that have learned we need to expand, because we're playing these guys every week. We've got 28 games in a season. Everybody knows what champions we play by the end of this. So they have to keep it fresh. They have to keep their tactics, have to keep evolving. And some teams that are at the top are the ones that are doing it best. Your Gambits, your Fanatics.
Yeah, it's like a Sun Tzu quote right there. You have to be unpredictable, and when you're strong, you have to pretend like you're weak. When you're weak, you have to pretend like you're strong. There we go. This Jace is probably going to land on Nick Wu. Chuper could play him middle. They still have another few seconds to troll me right here. I'll let you guys know when they finally lock it in. Has Nick Wu deviated from the Jace? Yes, he has.
Wow.
Nick gonna use the Elise. Jace going to Chuper, so we'll see how Chuper can actually handle that mid Jace. The short lane, pretty good for him. He has acceleration gate, so he can move through it very quickly.
So what are we seeing overall between these teams? Obviously, they've played each other a lot. They're good friends between each other, but is there anything that potentially would have surprised them? We saw the bans. They knew exactly what they were going for, so they would have had to try and pull something new out in the picks here.
Yeah, I do like the Volibear for Loud Immortus, because he was always known for very early aggression and early tower dives. Volibear, a very tanky champion in this new meta where everyone's playing all the bruisers and the carry, more carry style junglers. I think it's good that Loud Immortus is going to be very defensive and build up really tanky.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you've just joined us, you've already missed a absolute destructive performance. Team Solo Mid taking down Counter Logic Gaming in rampant style. As it stands, though, Marn as the blue team take on Complexity as the red team. A battle of the lower teams, and Complexity fighting really to try and put a couple more wins on the board. Marn sitting pretty currently in 5th place, and Complexity definitely chasing them down in 7th. So what we thinking here? Early game, will we see any invades? It doesn't look like it, to be honest. We've seen TSM going aggressive in the last one. We also saw CLG trying to do a late invade, but it doesn't look like either of these teams really want a piece of it.
And it'll be interesting to see how Mega Zero starts, because Tiger Udyr with a red pot is a complete lane bully. You can really catch people off guard with the damage over time proc from that Tiger stance. If he actually starts off at Wolves and gets the early experience advantage and he hits 2 very quick, then he could pull a surprise kill even on like a dual lane up here, a Caitlyn and a Thresh. If they make any missteps here, they might even walk through here. Mega Zero's in a pretty good spot. He'll have to be careful because Thresh can definitely catch out Udyr even if he flashes a little bit late.
So there they go. They're going straight in towards it. They could throw the acceleration gate and maybe try and catch on towards him. He does walk away, and they realize that they have been spotted. They're going to back away. There is the acceleration gate, so they do finally take it. But they are going to pass straight by a ward because they realize their blue buff is in danger.
Yes, and they had wards on both sides here now, so Complexity also aware of what Marn are doing. Claky makes a circle around that blue, knows he's been seen out, so they get out of there as quickly as possible. He's going to start off his jungle a little bit behind. Volibear, though, going for an invade here, 3-man with Chuper and MIA.
They're going to come around straight in towards them, though. They have put a ward down already. Ping ward goes down. They clear that one out, taking away their vision. But Marn are aware of the situation. They have 3 members. They're going to throw the Glitter Lance in. They see the red buff being pulled out. You can see Complexity. They have a 4-man. It's a 4-on-4, and it's a battle for the red buff. The stun card goes out on towards Louder Mortis, but he turns it around, and the smite fight was there, and it was Claky D that won it.
Such an early smite there. That might have been a misclick.
Taken so low by Mega Zero at the top lane. Look at that already. Had to force the flash.
Yeah, I told you about that sneaky damage from Tiger's stance. He is a complete lane bully. Brunch U, no sustain since he started Doran, so that is just going to shove him right out of lane. Mega Zero really should push this lane right now while he has advantage. Try and get as many of those creeps to just die against that tower as he can.
Try and shove it down, lower the experience from them. It's a skill that many in the solo solo queue could learn from these top players, and it's really one of those skills that are hard to actually spot unless you're staring at it and have someone basically explain it to you. Meanwhile, down this bottom lane, it is going to be a 2v1, and of course it's going to be Nick Wu on Elise, who itself is a very good 2v1 lane bully. Mega Zero, going to be interested to see how this works on. I think I'm safe to say this is the first top lane Udyr we've seen in the NALCS.
Yeah, and he is one of the few that can actually shove a duo lane this early. You can see he's actually going to recall right now. Even though he burned his red pot, he did not burn his summoners. So he still has his flash up, he still has his ignite up. So he could catch a very sneaky kill here. And with the flash of Caitlyn being down, maybe we'll see Claky D make an early appearance top.
Well, there was the smite being used. Louder Mortis is going to take down that red buff. Of course, the battle for the other red buff was lost by him, but nevertheless, let's keep a look in this mid lane. Chupa versus Echo. We do see the mega shock blast coming out from Chupa. Echo on Twisted Fate. This is not a champion we've seen him on a great deal.
And we see Claky, he's making that early appearance top that I was looking for. Unfortunately, seen out by a ward, so Brunch U should know about this, and they will probably be okay. The flash taunt is a very good tool, though. While Caitlyn does not have her flash up, she only can get away with a 90 caliber net.
Well, he throws the lantern out. Here comes Claky D around there. Does manage to get the full length taunt on towards Brunch U and forced this cleanse actually out from them. The hook went on towards Mega Zero. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see the ignite going down on towards Echo. Chupa putting the damage down. That's going to force Echo back in the mid lane.
So Chupa also used his red pot. That's going to be ticking down. Now all the red elixirs in the game have been used. There won't be too many surprise baits left here. I like the lantern, just keeping vision of Claky. The spotlight is on you. MIA's got his good eye right on Shen.
Right on him right there. Intonso with the Draven though. Look at the advantage he's been building up here, because we saw Brunch U going back earlier on. Mega Zero bullying him out of that lane. It's caused him to double the CS. The same stands for Chupa though in that mid lane. So advantages top and bottom between the two different teams. We'll see how this stretches out. Still no first blood coming down. The gold advantage very much slowly edging towards Marn. That's because they've got that Twisted Fate. Other than that, it's very even across the board.
I like the ward here too. MIA puts it in the opposing tri-bush, so they will see Claky come up when Claky comes to defend stuff, and there won't be too sneaky of a kill here. Can Mega Zero land a bear stance? There's no little extra dash at the end there, so probably not.
What a great slowdown there from Brunch U. Gets the snare, 90 caliber net, just as he was about to punch him there. You're going to see if they can get the flip on towards Heartbeat. They should do. No, they won't, because Nyantonso turns it back around, and they just outranged him at the right amount.
Yeah, so we have Mega Zero a little bit of a CS lead on Nick Wu, but that's because he had to buy the early red pot too. You have to remember that thing's going to run out. There we go. It's already out. Mega Zero's red pot down, so that's 250 gold. He wasn't able to get a kill onto Brunch U. He was able to burn the flash, but they haven't been able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, that's why you can see the Claky D's been up there so often, but MIA very much aware of that, which is why he's been warding out so heavily, clearly in that top lane, keeping the cover down. We do see Mega Zero warding out himself, so making sure he doesn't get dived on by Louder Mortis. Heartbeat, meanwhile, taking a blast of poison from the Spider Queen that Nick Wu is playing right now. Ninton, so again, aggression in the mid lane. Echo Green hammered away by Chupa, but not enough to kill him.
Yep, and again, Chupa's red pot not having too big an effect either. He hasn't had a huge lead, hasn't been even able to get the flash out of Echo, so the early elixirs not quite pairing off for either team.
So stalemate as it stands, but Claky is going to push down the bottom. This could be the first change, and Nickwu is very much aware of it and already staying well away from the tower. And I think this could well be the first tower of the game. It's going to be Marn pushing in on the bottom lane.
Yeah, they can just shove in on this one. Lulu's a great support. Oh, Echo.
Echo taken low by Chupa, but doesn't manage to turn it. But they are going to go aggressive here. The tower hasn't quite gone down. Nickwu goes in, but look at that. Straight away, Nintonso just pushes him aside with that spinning blade.
You can tell this duo lane doing a good job when both duo lanes are level 5 while the solo is level 5 as well. Like you said, only a few more hits on that bottom turret, and Mega Zero doing a better job of defending his.
Mid lane though, it's Chupa. He's been bullying out Echo, forcing him away. Double's Doran's rings had to be picked up by Echo to sustain himself against those shock blasts that keep coming out from Chupa.
Yep, and there you go. The CS lead finally coming in there. His red pot has run out, but he's also getting some decent damage on the mid turret.
Echo does return. Got that buff on there. Mana card, wild cards, everything being flung out towards Chupa, but still pressed against the tower. We do see Mega Zero trying to keep them away from the turret at the top lane. Look at that. That top turret is taken low already. Brunchu and MIA doing a great job at lashing away with it. And of course, MIA with this Thresh. Champion that's started to be played a lot more in North American LCS, I've noticed this week.
It looks like we take from Gambit in all roles here. The supports as well, very popular from Edward. Loud and Mortis and Nickwu both backing off that bottom lane after shoving in means that Draven and Lulu can easily get in there and finish off that turret. Lulu's one of the best supports at shoving. Glitter Lance, you can see right here, hits everything in the wave. Nintonso can clean up all of those, and they will probably be rewarded with the first turret.
Nintonso, look at the damage he's building up. 74 CS. Advantage 60 CS, meanwhile for Brunchu at the top. Still, it's only that 14 CS difference that happened really much from the start game when Mega Zero bullied him out there. Stun card on towards Chupa in the mid lane and just throwing that wild card back towards him. Still going a little bit more aggressive here. Laudamon is coming down the bottom lane though. He's on all fours. He's going to go towards Heartbeat. Heartbeat's going to get caught out, but he's going to switch it up. He goes in towards the Nintonso, but look at the Glitter Lance come out. They can't turn this one around, and now Complexity are in all sorts of trouble. The Repel comes out. They force it away. Laudamon is now the target from Nintonso. Throws out the ultimate, spins back. Nintonso picks up the first blood.
Flash there from Nintonso. Nice play. That BF sword really made the difference. They had just gone back to buy, and now the importance of this bottom lane is all in warding. Echo going for it.
He's going for it, but it's going to be the ultimate coming out. Stand United from Claky D. Have they baited in Chupa quite enough? He's going to turn back around on towards Echo. Can he get the shock blast down? No, he can't. And Echo picks up the kill with the help of Claky D.
Beautiful bait right there. I love the Shen ult and then taunting, so you get kind of a double use out of it. Claky also gaining that distance and then using his flash to grab the taunt and securing the kill.
Oh, quick turnaround here. Marn, go aggressive. It is one tower apiece, but it's all about the kills for Marn so far. In that bottom lane, they have to be backing away. There's 4 members of Complexity all coming around that site, and immediately Marn do back away from that one. But this is buying time. The top lane, Mega Zero, is going to get free farm, 54 CS, over 37 of Nickwu down, spin down that bottom lane. Complexity going to try and answer it. They're going for an early dragon.
This is a little bit desperate right here. There's Claky D in the area. Echo's available as well, and they do have Lulu, so they can poke out this dragon and try and contest it.
Well, Heartbeat is going to come around. They don't want to give this one up. Echo and Claky D just off at the side, and they have to be cautious. Laudamon is tanked up far too much of this dragon. Look, they just don't want to give it up. They're getting a little bit too greedy here, Complexity.
Laudamortis does have his passive available, so there's a sneaky 30% extra HP left in that bear, but they pull out anyway, and it doesn't matter that Mega Zero has no teleport. He pushed in the top lane, came down, it was enough threat. Complexity have to back off.
Move back in the mid lane. Everybody had pulled close. Mega Zero was close by as well. Could be a scary bear stancing man pig running at you. But, we're never really quite sure what exactly he is. He has the bear as the main thing, so I guess we can stick with bear. But Nintonso down this bottom lane, he's been definitely the architect of destruction for Complexity so far, but Complexity trying to turn it back, and they're going to get in and get this dragon this time.
The patience really paying off for Complexity here. They backed off and returned after Marn had recalled. They get a free dragon. Nobody has to get dangerously low. Everybody can just breathe easy, and they grab a little bit more chunk off that lead, I guess.
Yeah, Complexity had, Marn had the full timer on that one. You saw the ultimate just been flicking past there from Nintonso. It was just a split second too late to catch on towards it. Nevertheless, it didn't go down. Look at Mega Zero, sat ready and waiting to try and bait something out here. Echo's trying to pull them towards that death bush, I've been calling it, in the European scene, because so many times it seems to be the area of destruction for many a team when they have them Baron dances. As it stands, Mega Zero goes in towards the top, keeping that CS lead over Nick Wu. The AD carry also for Marn, keeping that CS lead, Ninton. So meanwhile down the bottom there, we see hit the ping. It was Chupa getting caught.
I have to say, Mega Zero with a great early item, that Bilgewater Cutlass on the Bear Stance Uter, means he has a bunch of burst potential as well as chasing potential. Adding some CC to Uter actually helps a lot. Having that slow he'll be able to use that after a Bear Stance, and he can catch people by surprise. Plus, if he's able to upgrade it in the end game into that Blade of the Ruined King, that could be one of Marn's patented very early and quick Baron rushes. Now that they don't have Heartbeat on Tristana getting Blade of the Ruined King, they actually have a top laner with it, so they could pull off some sneaky stuff here.
We'll see if they do just that. Mega Zero getting picked down here by Complexity. They realize he's pushed, and they see the bottom lane of Marn pushing in, so maybe they're going to try and collapse on them if Heartbeat and Nienton So goes a little too aggressive. No, instead they're going to stack up in this mid lane. Loudamortis wanted to get him towards Echo. Of course, he would be very squishy. He has only got those double Dawn strings to save him. And he realizes that bottom lane is too far away from this one. They're going to push some pressure on this mid lane.
Nice shot there by Chuper. I do have faith in his Jace now. He's had some nice long-range shock blasts, so pretty good play. You're right, they are going to bring in Claky, though, to try and defend this turret. And it looks like the rest of Marn are collapsing as well.
Yeah, they're all going to come and try and hold out. They don't want to lose this mid turret just yet. And Mega Zero is going to pass by that ward. Here comes the Card Master coming in. Twisted Fate's got the great win ratio so far, picking up many wins, and it's going to be Loudamortis they're focusing on. There's going to be the Ignite. The Lancer's thrown out. Oh, he pulls back, but it's too late. And it's Loudamortis with the Ignite that gets him. And now Nick Wu's in trouble. He's going to be able to repel. Can he get in towards the walls? No, he switches off. And instead, it's Mega Zero that picks up the kill. Claky D taken low. MIA is getting greedy. Nick Wu sidesteps that. Gets caught out once again by Nienton So, throwing out those axes straight in towards it, and that's another good pickup there. 2 for 0 for Marn.
So much damage over time, burning up that bear even after he grabbed the lantern. There was the Tiger Stance from Mega Zero, plus the red buff of Claky D, plus an Ignite on him, and he dropped anyway. That was a great 2 more kills picked up, but the Cocoon lands on the ranged minion. Good body block right there.
Yeah, body blocked by the minion that stood still. I think we didn't quite land that one. Just the hitbox was a little bit too big, as a Counter-Strike player would say. Oh my god. So lucky.
So Mega Zero also, for people wondering, he's maxing the turtle stance first. He didn't even max his tiger stance. He went for the very defensive push-oriented build of the turtle stance, and that's how he was able to defend that top turret for so long, just soaking up more damage.
Bilgewater Cutlass was picked up by Mega Zero. What's he going to be going? Is he really going Blade of the Ruined King?
I went off on that already.
He did go off on it, I know, but I'm still surprised that that's what he's going to go for, straight damage rather than tanky.
Well, it's interesting because, like I said, Marn have been known for the sneaky early Barons, and they get a Mad Dreads plus a Blade of the Ruined King. You can burn that thing down really quickly. Even after the nerf to Blade of the Ruined King, they took it down from 90 down to 60 damage, which was definitely needed because it kind of turned Baron into a trivial late game fight. All you needed were those items, and you could basically burn it down with only 2 people. Still at 60 damage, it's a great pickup. They can do it really quickly, and then, since they have Shen, the split pushing threat is always going to give them more map control. I really like the combination of this. The TF even just adding on top of that, they have so much mobility and so much threat of pulling one of those early Barons that Complexity are going to have to be on their toes and keep their wards up.
Well, we have a pause come out, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Claky D's mouse is just being adjusted or moved or plugged back in, maybe. I mean, you can't really do much without a mouse in this game. It's kind of an essential item.
It's kind of hard. You could play, if anyone who's tried to play on a touchpad, probably the most aggravating thing in the world. I won't even try ARAMs with it anymore.
I know people play with rollerballs, and I know a few top pros that play it as well, but nobody in the LCS just yet.
Hint, hint, somebody could get some fame right there if you decided to be hipster and go with the roll ball. I know Crumbs has this the napkin or handkerchief or whatever that he places over the mouse. Yeah, and he like won't play
keeps it dry
without it. Yeah, it's a comfort thing.
Maybe you get sweaty hands.
There's a couple players with little tweaks like that, but nobody's quite gone as far as
he hasn't quite got a Michael Jackson glove yet, though.
maybe one of those the razor. razor
We're back in the game though, ladies and gentlemen. So enough talking from us. Dust in the mouse apparently is what it was. So blew that mouse out pretty early on. But here it is in Complexity again, pressuring on. They've managed to land the hook on Heartbeat. Will they follow it through? The flip comes out from Loudamornis. Can they do the damage? He pops the Wild Growth on himself, and Loudamornis going to walk away from this one. The box comes out. Echo manages to take him down. Clanky D now in all sorts of trouble. Echo gets focused on. MIA tries to come in there. The damage though from the tower, it will be a couple of kills towards Complexity, but nevertheless they took the turret.
So many blinking health bars for Marn right now. It's red alert. MegaZero did some diving for of his own up top right there, and it didn't come out in his favor because the repel from Elise was able to save him. I just love the play from Marn. You know it's a well-played fight when everyone's coming out with those low HP bars. It kind of reminds me.
They're pressuring the mid lane meanwhile, and you can see Nienton, so he's taking the inner turret and the top here, but Complexity pushing on towards the middle turret as well. But they are going to be forced back. Nienton so does pick himself up a solo turret, has to back away. As soon as he saw Complexity backing off, he doesn't know whether they're going to go towards him.
So Nientonso right there, the only full strength champion for Marn, continues to push by himself, and he actually equalizes the push that Complexity were able to take advantage of by getting everyone low. Really, really crisp play from Team Marn coming out today. I'm sure even over in PAX East, Marn's got a smile on his face, very satisfied with the changes that he's made.
And there is the middle turret dropping down. So advantage back with Marn, 3-2 in turrets, gold advantage 5,000 gold. And that's a 5-0 kill advantage as well. So Marn looking good so far against, I guess you could almost say their sister team, Complexity, because they've become such friends between them. I guess brother team would fit a bit more because they're all guys. Sister team does seem a little strong, but Complexity, of course, aren't keeping them at bay, but it's going to be another dragon fight, and looks like Marn won it.
And look at MegaZero in the top lane too, up there. He's shoving Elise out of lane. He hasn't even gone back to buy yet. He has 2,500 gold in his pocket, and he's pushing. The dragon fight's probably going to be contested here. Looks like Loudamortis might not go in.
No, but the dragon's gone down, and that's going to be a flash taunt straight away towards Loudamortis. He goes down again. Clanky D catching him out, and Nienton picks up the kill. The Card Master comes in on towards Chupa. MegaZero picks up the kill. Another flash, another stun. MIA goes down. Double kill Nienton, and another stun comes in, and it's going to be a triple kill for Nienton. He's just plowing through. They can pick up the inner turret. They can rush to the inhibitor.
Yes, Marn 9-0 now. They got the dragon. They got the catch right there. Great flash again. Flash taunt there from Clayky, plus the ultimate from Heartbeat. Well timed to get that knock up. They're rewarded with an inhibitor turret off of a dragon get.
Wow, crazy, crazy playing. Complexity maybe shouldn't have contested that one. Certainly in hindsight, they should not have gone anywhere near it because it was already gone down before they got remotely close to that one, so they shouldn't have stuck around. But I don't think they were expecting just such rapid aggression to come out from Clayky D there, flashing and shadow dashing on towards Loudamortis. So let's take stock of the exact situation. It's a 9,000 gold lead, 5-2 in turrets, 9-0 in kills. The Nienton 4-0, stepping in very nicely for Marn here. Could they end their 6-game losing streak?
Yes, they very well could. It looks like that is a possibility here. Yes, we'll say
I think
a good
possibility.
MegaZero, Mr. Moneybags, just went back and spent his 3,500 gold, straight up completing his Blade of the Ruin King and getting a Kindle Gem. Really like that item on Uter because the cooldown reduction is going to let him stance a little bit quicker, plus making him a tiny bit tankier. And since he maxes Turtle Stance, he goes for the resistance buy with the Negatron Cloak because resistances do apply to that shield, and so it's basically like he had extra HP, and the more HP you have, the more effective resistance buys are. Great pickup by him since he knows the big threat right now probably going to be Nick Wooten.
The hook from MIA onto the Baron there, making the Baron attack Heartbeat, putting a couple of hits on him. I don't think he was too impressed with that one, but the rest of Complexity trying to get a poke, trying to force something, but Echo's continuing pressure on top turret, and they are going to take it down. Sorry, I went a bit Northern English there. Top turret.
Top turret. Chip, chilio.
Joe would have understood me.
There we go. The top turret is going to get a little bit more damage, but Echo's got to be careful.
Well, he has got to be careful, but I think he's still got this one under control. He has got Heartbeat just off the side, doing a fantastic job this time around. 0-0-6 on Lulu. Maybe he's found his support instead of going Sona, maybe going Lulu is a much better choice, and why not? The Koreans choose it all the time. It's kind of their favored champion right now, and they are going for Baron.
Yeah, they throw that Baron. Look at this Mega Zero. Blade of the Ruined King gonna go to work here. Clake's got his Madreds as well. 5-man just gonna burn this down so early, only 20 minutes into the game, and they're baiting it out. It looks like they don't want to finish it.
Shock Blast comes through there. They're taking a lot of damage from the Baron as well. And Complexity do keep them away. Can they try and take any advantages from this one? There's not really a great deal they can do. They can't push anywhere.
Yeah, look at how little damage Marn took from trying that Baron this early in the game. That Turtle Stance Hooter is just really a beast. He can tank that up very easily, but Complexity looked like they want to try and get something out of this, put some damage on this mid turret.
But are they in the right position to do it? And you can see straight away the wave has been cleared. Shock Blast and acceleration gauge used, but oh, it's going to be an aggressive move from Echo. Look at that. And Shadow Dash comes in, catches everyone with a wild growth, pops them in the air. Chupa's going to try and keep them at bay, but it doesn't matter. MIA is forced away with nothing. The repel comes out. Nyentonso picks up the first kill. MIA goes down. Heartbeat goes down. Nickwu trying to get on towards Claky D. He can't get on his brother. It's a triple kill coming out. Beautiful play by Nyentonso. Once again, 7-0-1. The new AD carry of Marn is carrying his team to victory here.
Trinity Force Draven really making a name for himself right now. That's going to be at least an inhibitor. They can also push on, maybe the top lane actually has a lot of free money on it. They could go over there. Wow, Echo just made me check his inventory twice. I thought he had a Zanya's in his pocket the way he was going in right there, but just a good flash out, and he was able to live through the rest of that one, enabling his team to get an ace.
Yeah, just the straight help of Claky D's shield really getting in there and just going full on aggression, shadow dashing. I think he caught 3 or 4 members of the team with that shadow dash. Definitely turning things around. Aggressive play coming out from Marn against their brother team, as it were. 14-1 now in kills and a 12,000 gold lead being developed by Marn. The full-on aggression has just caught Complexity out completely.
Yeah, Claky really has had some very good taunts this game. He's had plenty of flash taunts, landing kills, setting it up for the rest of his team, and that 14-1 is really, really going to be hard. I mean, you're a Caitlyn and Jace here in the mid lane. You have good disengage with that with the acceleration gate, but you still have to be pretty careful. Looks like they just want to drop off a ward around Baron, try and contest this.
They're trying to contest it, but Marn are shoving straight back up that mid lane. And Heartbeat keeping full advantage, full vision of all of Complexity with that Oracle. He knew exactly where the wards went down, so he just walks in and clears up house. So keeping all of the vision away from Complexity once again. And now they're in a scary situation. They are pretty much collapsed in towards their base. They have no vision across the map because everything has been taken away. Mega Zero continues to farm out in that top lane. 136 minions to 81 of Nickwu. He can't get close to him right now. Now that's that Blade of Doom complete. But he's also got Boots of Swiftness.
They don't even have their jungler over at Baron right now, and they're just burning it down with 3 people here. Nyentonso and Mega Zero doing so much work. There's no ward inside the Baron, but MIA could like flash over and try and steal it, I guess. Nah.
Straight up clockwise work there from Nyentonso, chasing his axes round, and that's going to be the Shadow Dash on towards Laudamortis, and there's the axes spinning through from Nyentonso. Echo comes in, finishes the deal, throws the wild cards in, and that is going to be the jungler down of Laudamortis, and now the rest of Complexity, they have to back away. They can't afford to fight this inner turret.
Another catch there by Claky. Really nice taunts. He's making a case for his Shen today. We've seen Nick Wu Shen be really impressive. It looks like both brothers very adept at the ninjas.
Oh, look at this. Heartbeat was caught out. Put the wild growth down on himself, though. Immediate aggression. Everybody seems to have the feel for it here. Full on aggression across the whole team, and Marn are finally going to take down this inner turret. Sorry, and it's going to be Nyentonso that finishes it off. Claky D in there as well. Look at this. 3-0-10 on Echo on Twisted Fate. He's been involved in almost all of the kills currently for Marn.
And he was taking a lot of damage, harassed from that Chuper in lane. We saw him get punished a lot, but he never wasted his flash. He was very calm and collected, and now just making the plays. Looks like he's going for that Zanya's. He does get it, so the next time he goes in, he's going to have even more answers.
The full troll build, effectively, for Echo. Taking it like Messiah, some aggressive plays. Even Messiah, I think, would have been proud of that last one, the way he went in without the Zonyas and still got out there alive.
I got a Shen, that's good enough.
Yeah. I don't need no Zonyas Hourglass. There's no damage from Complexity coming out that's big enough. And honestly, if you look across the items, really, Bloodthirst is the only key item that's been completed so far, along with that Iron Locket, the Solari.
I mean, Marn just have so many options right now. They have 2 available split pushers. Both Echo and Claky D are really fed at this moment, so they can even push all 3 lanes Dignitas style right now. Collapse whenever they want. They've got TF ult. They've got Shen ult in about half duration right now. What is that? Another. Oh my God! Click on him. 85 seconds.
Wow, that was really built
That
up.
was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I apologize.
Thanks for the hype, though, at least, Kirby, which shows the excitement you get about these junglers. He's certainly feeling passionate, and right now it is Marn that are going to feel passionate because they're on that 6-game losing streak, which is not something anyone wants to be in. But unfortunately for them, it does mean it's going to be taking down their friends' Complexity. Well, nevertheless, he will finish things off. We saw in the Enton so there just hitting a 1,000 crit straight away with those spinning axes, keeping things going, the damage being built up so strongly. And really, he showed great mechanics here. The fact that using Draven once again being the man of the action. 2 games running, 2 for 0 today. And maybe, just maybe, Doublelift's going to have to pick this champion up.
Maybe. He's a fairly stubborn guy, though. I don't know if he'll admit defeat.
Well, Echo does take advantage in this bottom lane. He pulls down the inhibitor turret. Now they're on towards it. And it's going to be the top inhibitor turret, keeping the split going. Nick Wu's going to try and deal with Echo, but I'm not sure he's got the abilities. He's only got the Haunting Guys. Hasn't quite built up any big items there. You can see he's got that Giant's Belt on there. Echo does catch the stun card on him. Here he goes. Oh, he goes just as he sinks the Fangs in. The wild card comes out. The Zhonya's gets used. And now the Entonso comes around the side there on towards the turret. They're forcing them all back. He goes to help team though. Is he going to be the damage? No. Ace in a hole comes out and it's still not enough. Now Echo's going to take a solo inhibitor in the bottom and it's going to be the top inhibitor for the rest of the team.
I want to know what spa Echo went to. He is more than healthy right now. Did you see that cocoon dodge?
Oh, the Shadow Dash flash again comes out from Claky D, and it is going to be Louderboard. He's called out once again. It's Echo that picks up another kill. 5-0-10, the inhibitor goes down. They are in full destructive mode here. 17-1 is the kill score. 20,000 gold lead about to be developed as they pile in on towards Complexity. Oh my! Got pulled on towards there though, but it's going to be drop kill after kill. It's another double kill. It's 9-0-3 for Nyenton, so working very well for the first victory in a long time for Marn. A much needed win, and the Nexus falls.
They finally end their 6-game losing streak. Congratulations to Marn. They looked much, much better today than they did yesterday. Getting into the groove.
Getting into the groove indeed, and hugs going across the teams there. Really very well played. And now they're going to go and congratulate, or commiserate, I think it's safe to say, Complexity. So very well played from Marn there, and really changing the performance that they had yesterday.
Yeah, great turnaround, and they really kept their heads in the game. They got an early lead. Mega Zero with a very interesting build. You see that stinger on him, the Spirit Visage. He's got a lot of interesting
to see
choices,
where it was going to go. Yeah.
Yeah, he just split pushed. He was grabbing Baron. He was grabbing Dragon solo, just running really all over the map. As long as he's dealing damage the entire time, you can do whatever you want here. Yeah, there we go. MIA and Mega Zero. That's a nice hug because they're both the shortest people on each team right there.
They're the little brothers, of course, and they're going to, we're going to get a replay, really, of kind of the big turning point, I feel it was. It was the dragon fight that happened earlier on. Yeah. So, Kobe, try and take us through this one slowly, because this was really what set things into motion.
Okay, so this was after they already picked up the dragon, and then, like I said, the flash taunt from Claky, playing really well once again. It was a good ultimate from Lula as well to get the knockup. And then Echo and Mega Zero, look at the damage from Mega Zero. Another flash. He's just playing so strong right now. Nyentonso comes in from the back, axes to the head, and it's just a triple kill. They're able to just steamroll the rest of the base from then. They were already ahead, but that just sealed it.
And it seemed to me that they had the 4-man dragon, they pushed in for it, and when they went aggressive, Mega Zero was coming from the top, so he just came straight through and just, boom, bear stand, stun.
He didn't
Shen
have
ultimate
teleport.
Straight in there. Yeah, no
he
teleport.
He was just bear standing all over the place.
He was running across the map, as it were, Linford Christie style. Well, actually, let's go with a bit more relevant. Usain Bolt, let's go with that one.
Okay,
Linford Christie, kind of the British hero in running, but not
yeah,
really.
I was like, oh,
You're like, yeah, okay, I could have gone Carl Lewis. I could have gone Carl Lewis. That would work. I'm in America. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen, though, after these messages with an interview with the brothers, of course. It's going to be Claky D and Nick Wu, so stick around. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined, of course, on the interviews area, I think I'm going to call it. I'm not quite sure of the name yet, but it is going to be Clicky D and Nick Wu, the brothers of different teams. Unfortunately, this time it is Marn that come out victorious. And last time you guys met, actually, it was Complexity that came out on top in the North American Live qualifiers. So straight away, it's got to feel good for you guys, straight off.
Yeah, it feels good. I'm not gonna lie, it feels good.
You're not gonna lie, it feels good. Obviously, you got revenge this time around. Let's go straight through the picks and bans between you guys, really. You both knew each other well as a team. Obviously, we saw some targeted bans. They took Jarvan away from you. They targeted Mega Zero a fair few times. Chupa was also targeted for a few. Was there anything new that you guys just thought, we're going to have to throw something new against these guys? They know us so well.
No, after our loss yesterday, we decided to go back to playing standard, especially since we have our new lineup now. We were trying like too many lane swaps, like 2v1 mid, too many invades, so we just decided to go back to playing like standard lanes, and it worked out for us today.
And Nick, of course, they took Zed away from you that we saw use against TSM yesterday. We thought you were going to go with Jace, but instead you went with Elise this time.
Yeah, I've been practicing Elise. Trooper has been practicing some on Jason. We thought, oh, he has Udyr. They had an Udyr, which we thought Poke would be good against. Shen is, and they had Shen, we thought Poke would be pretty good against. And like their only hard engage was the TF and Shen, and we thought we could, work around it some way if we didn't just, get owned in the lanes. As you saw, we did get stomped, so our plan didn't really work out. But yeah, I think we could have won if we just had a better early game. But congrats to Marn. They played it extremely well.
Well, we saw Complexity obviously take the early invade. You guys tried to go in and get the red there, but Claky, you managed to steal it with the smite.
Best mechanics, huh?
That was really interesting for me to see what they were doing there. I didn't think we saw them going to our blue. Mega Zero had spotted them going into our blue, so immediately the rest of us ran to their blue, and then we saw them run down the river. So we went back to our red, and then we had a little battle at our red. And I don't know what happened, but Lada Mortis smited it really, really early, and then I was able to just take it after that. So that was a pretty big deal.
Trying to catch you by surprise smite.
I was shocked.
You were surprised, all right. While this was all happening, the top lane, what was going on there? I mean, Mega Zero managed to burn the flash very early on of Brunch U.
That's what I was asking Clark. We actually, we didn't really communicate much of what happened. I'm just assuming that Brunch somehow got into melee range, and then he got hit by a Tiger Stance, and that's gonna blow your flash. That thing does way too much damage. He probably had a fort pot running or something, and I guess Brunch just didn't respect the damage, or somehow he got close. It wasn't really actually communicated to me exactly what happened. It was just like, well, my flash is down. I'm screwed, Yeah, I was just thinking, well, that maybe it's not so bad. But I guess maybe when his flash was down, it ended up that Mega Zero got way too far ahead of me. Somehow, maybe he just now had pressure in the lane just because of that, like his own pressure, and he wasn't being pressured 2v1, so he could get more CS than me. And then when we decided to finally trade back, I couldn't do anything to him.
Yeah, by the time I think the support joined him, MIA got back up there. He had to use the fort pot, by the way, right at the start, bullied it straight back and shoved him back in there. So it seemed to work out well. And what do you think about that straight away? Mega Zero pulling out Udyr, the first top lane Udyr we've seen in the whole of LCS.
I think it's pretty interesting, but I think everybody should have already known that that's what Udyr really does. Like with his Tiger Stance, like you have to respect that if he hits you with that, and he can flash on you, you'll probably die. Like it is like one of the most superior level 1 damaging skills in the game. And I guess maybe it caught us by surprise because nobody else plays Udyr, and then we never seen it with the red pot start with all that bonus AD and all that stuff, and the scaling's terrific and all that. I guess he just wasn't ready for it, and then we paid the price.
Caught him by surprise. And I want to talk about the Dragon fight. We just looked at it on the replay, and it was really probably the major turning point right then. It was kind of the sealing the deal, I feel. It all started off with your Shadow Dash, straight across, got the taunt in, Mega Zero came from behind. Was that all preemptive, or was it just a case of, oh, we could win this fight, they're staying around?
Most of it was planned out. We knew Mega was coming around from the behind. We knew that we could win a fight, especially if we engaged onto them. And if I taunted in, and then I would be in the front, and then the players behind me, like our Draven and our TF, would be relatively safe to do damage. And Draven's early game damage is ridiculous. And TF has AoE damage and a stun, and Udyr also has chain stuns. So like we knew if we engaged the fight, especially in an enclosed area, we would win. So we just went for it.
You kept them in control. And And what about Echo's random ultimate going in there? We thought he's got his Zonya's hourglass. No, he doesn't. He's just going deep. And you kind of had to stand united. Was that planned? You were just like, I'm going to go in, ult you after me?
Yeah, it was 100. It was completely planned out. We wanted to engage right there, so I told Echo, pull your gold card, ult in, and I'm gonna ult on top of you before you even port. So as soon as he went in, he still had the Shen shield, and I also ported to where he ported. So we got a really strong engage right there.
So, and I want to talk about, obviously, between the two teams, you yourself had a lineup change this week. It's definitely been a bit of a rough time for Marn. You were on a 6-0 losing streak, 0-6, I guess that is technically. How do you feel the shake-up's gone? Obviously, Niantonso's come in, you've lost the support, stepped out, Heartbeat switched to support. That's a lot of changes for 1 week.
It is a lot of changes. I think Niantonso is one of the most talented players in North America, if not the world. I would put him probably top 3 AD players in the entire world. So it's really, really great to have him on the team. The only problem is we hadn't had much time to practice with him. We had only had about 1 day of scrims with him before going into this week's matches. So it was shaky. We ended up losing to Dignitas. It was a pretty crushing game for us, but we just need to practice a lot more with him, and Heartbeat's showing that he's actually a really good support player too. So.
And final question, obviously, to the two of you as well. What's it like to be here as brothers, playing in the same league? I've got a brother myself who hasn't got a clue really what I do. But to have, you know, your brothers on separate teams, you get to face each other. You're all paid professional players. It must be awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing. I never dreamed this would have happened, and I'm just so glad we had this opportunity, the LCS and everything. You know, all of our time just not going to school and playing games and stuff actually finally paid off. And you know, I think it's great that we still get to keep in touch. We're not separated. We've gotten closer just by having being in the same field, I guess. And I think it's been fantastic. It's been absolutely wonderful.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for both joining us. It's been fantastic to watch you guys progress as the LCS has grown, of course. We are, of course, going to go through the last 2 matches we've seen. Of course, Dignitas are going to be coming up in a few moments, but Team Solo Mid taking down Counter Logic Gaming earlier on, and Marn, of course, just picking up the win against Complexity. It's over to Freak.
Thanks, D-Man. I'm here, and I want to break down some key plays from those games. So first off, it's trademark TSM aggression against Counter Logic Gaming. I talked to Reginald before the day even started, and he said, we're just going to pick assassins. We're going to go all in against CLG. They don't know how to handle it. As the commentators mentioned during the game, Doublelift is actually still recalling up in the top lane. He's not in this fight. TSM knows it because Doublelift was farming their minions. They have vision. They know it's a 5v4, and they can engage on in. And who are they going to go for? The biggest threat still alive, and that is Lynx or Yana. They're going to go all in for this one. Let's play the clip out at half speed. Let's see what happens. Reginald goes completely in, completely bursts him down. They ignore Hotshot in the top half because he's Karthus. He'll do damage even if he dies. They kill him before the shockwave even comes through. And it's really just the fact that they have more numbers and more damage. They're already ahead. They get a completely 4-for-0 cleanup before Doublelift even shows up. Capitalizing on a 5v4, really, really smart. Now, the second clip, we talked about it a little bit. It's Complexity versus Marn. And Marn's only initiation was Twisted Fate and Shen. He would pop Destiny, get the Stand United, get the barrier, and initiate from there. We roll the clip out, watch him go completely just in the middle of 5 enemy champions, takes a bunch of damage, but he does not care. He's got a team there to help him. Even the Lulu ult comes off. And let's pause right here, because look what's happened in the fight. They've completely split up everybody. Niantonso, whoops. He is completely safe on the left-hand side. Heartbeat, he's fine in the background. They've already sent their AP mid back towards the bottom, so he's completely safe. Brunshu and Chupa are scattered. Nick Wu on an assassin can't do anything either. And so they have pretty much amazing positioning. Let's run the fight out. Watch Niantonso on the left-hand side, gets the kill on MAA with the bleed. Over at the bottom half, Heartbeat and Mega Zero get an easy kill on the Volibear. And it's just cleanup crew at this point because all the damage threats are dead. Niantonso cleans up with a triple kill. And just that initiation and the ability to split up the other team was so incredibly powerful from Marn. That's a team comp through and through, jumping in, splitting the team off, making it happen. Well, back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. So, let's check out what you guys at home have had to say. Earlier on, we asked you if you could sub one of the North American LCS players onto your favorite team, who would it be and why? So here's what you tweeted towards us. Of course, it is going to be Isback 08. 08. I wonder wonder what that means. Because it said, I would put Zuna from Vulcan into TSM. Wow, that's an interesting one straight away. Imagine Zuna's aggression with Reginald's aggression. GG's everywhere.
Plus the yelling from Zuna. Everybody put him on a team, and it's going to be extremely loud, that's for sure.
Colt Zone has also tweeted, and he said, I'd like to see Voyboy on CLG again and Hotshot as the coach. Ooh.
Interesting, because the reason, you know, not only Voidboy but also Saint were moved off CLG was because they didn't mess well with Hotshot. So if he was the coach, might work out.
It may well change things around. Of course, the final one is Watcha Talk. Wild Turtle in every single lane in any team because he has played fantastic, going 3-0 here for TSM. The first time Dyrus said that TSM have gone 3-0 in this week, and it's with a substitute.
Thanks again, everyone, for your great responses. If you have anything else to share, hit us up, LOL Esports, #LCS.
Now, don't forget, Week 6 continues with the European LCS on Saturday at 3 a.m. Pacific. Yes, I know that's pretty late for you guys. It does, of course, mean it's going to be 11 a.m. Central European time.
Plus, we're going to have a special treat. We're starting the week off with some blistering champion challenger matches. Who is it going to be?
Well, tune in. You can see it's going to be Meet Your Makers. Yeah. They almost made it into the LCS. They're going to be taking on TSM Gaming. TSM on my mind. TCM Gaming. Of course, those guys have been around for a long time in the gaming scene in the UK. So give them a shout out. Followed that, it's going to be Mistral battling it out against Team Alternate Aranea. And the Forever Lord, the Elo King, is going to be back. Can he get in there? They're going to be facing off for a possible shot at the pros.
That ELO blade. We'll see if it's effective or not.
Of course, we've got much more for you here in the North American LCS. When we come back, it's going to be Vulcan taking on CLG. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am D-Man, and of course, joining me now is Mr. David Freak Turley. You all know him, you all love him. Before we get into our next matchup, we caught up with the managers of Curse and Vulcan at MLG and asked them what it's like to keep their teams in line. Take a look.
My name's Steve Aronset. My in-game tag is Liquid112. I'm the director of eSports for Curse, and I also work closely on managing the team.
My name is Christina Laird, and I am the team manager for Team Vulcan.
Christina's a great manager. I'm not just saying this to for the interview or anything.
I think having a manager is really beneficial to us because it allows us to focus really just on the game.
You would think that it's just scheduling and getting the team up and ready to practice and kind of organizing things, but it's so much more.
If the team have any problems, they would come to me.
A manager is pretty much all the stuff you don't want to deal with, they take care of it, so you can always perform at 100%.
It's a coach, it's a parent, it's a mentor, it's sometimes a psychologist.
I guess I would be part team mom, part whip cracker, and part friend.
Also the business side, handling all the sponsorships, the marketing.
I have to talk to sponsors, I have to make sure that everything's good with Riot, to deal with travel arrangements.
So I handle all of those things, or try to.
I loved watching competitive league, and I really wanted to do something in the scene.
You know, I started my career in Washington, D.C. I worked in corporate finance. I was doing contingent workforce implementations.
A picture of a Gus was looking for a manager, and one of my friends had just joined that team, and he said, hey, you could be our manager, and I said, done.
I didn't quit my job and come and do this and work in a new industry to not do well.
So far, Vulcan has been awesome. The team are really fun and playful with me, and they give me a terribly hard time.
We all love her, we just give her a hard time just because we can, and she gets riled up, and it's funny for us.
I don't know, we just tease him all the time, and he's just like this big kid, even though he's like a decade older than half the team.
Watching the games is the hardest thing for me because I feel like that's like the moment I don't have any control anymore.
You can see a gank coming, and you're just like, I know this is happening, I know this is happening, oh please, please notice.
So then I start fidgeting, and I'm rubbing my hands and biting my nails or whatever it is, so yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking.
I'm like a very competitive person, so if we lose, I'm like, this sucks. This day is the worst day of my life. And when we win, of course, I'm really happy that all the hard work that everybody put in is worth it.
I've put in insane hours into this. I can't even distinguish personal from work time anymore. It's impossible.
They would definitely survive without me, but they would be living in a trash can by the end of it.
I love those guys. They're great. I feel like they're family to me at this point.
I love my job. I love esports, and I love League of Legends, and I love managing my team.
I would say that I absolutely love my job.
All right, bit of an inside joke, but Gnome Sayin, the Vulcan manager, though she sounds Irish, actually Australian. Some of you will get it, the other of you will have no idea what I'm saying.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Vulcan taking on Counter Logic Gaming. This is Vulcan's first game of the week, of course. Last time we saw them in action, they had a big upset win against Dignitas. We'll have to see whether CLG is there next on the list.
And of course, this is the third time these guys have matched each other. The very first one, Vulcan, they got their very first win of the season against Counter Logic Gaming, running a long-range poke team sort of headlined by Mandatory Clouds Needly, and it was a really good showing. Then the second time, CLG crushed. It was a very sort of one-sided game. They picked Hardcore Initiation this time because last time they didn't, and so they couldn't deal with poke at all. And because they were able to start fights, Doublelift went 10-1-5. He was brutalizing everybody on Vayne. Had a really, really good match there. And, we'll see which CLG comes out here.
Yeah, and speaking of initiates, of course, Smithy, he's been really helping out Zuna a lot in that bottom lane.
Exactly. This is kind of the thing that we've seen Vulcan do more than anything else was get Zuna rolling. He had been kind of the guy holding them up throughout the qualifier, and even in the first couple of weeks there as well, that he'd always had really good games, and Smithy spent a lot of time pushing him forward. Again, in that win that they had, he just kept showing up over and over and over with Hecarim and just trying to get Zuna rolling, and it happened pretty well for him.
Well, of course, and talking about it, the fact that Doublelift did get that score is kind of proving why Vayne's always banned against him now, and why the hell not? I mean, it's kind of like his key champion, and it's something you have to take away from him. Every team has learned that now. He never gets to play it.
Every team pulls target bans on somebody, right? For Marn, it's Mega Zero, they kill the top lane. For Doublelift, it's always Vayne. Like, you just don't. Even if you do plan to play Assassins, you still want to get rid of that champion. It helps you when you get rid of guys like that, and so you'll keep seeing target bans here.
So let's take a look at the lineups, of course. On the blue side today, it will be Vulcan. It's going to be Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in that mid lane, and Zuna and Muffin Cutie as the duo and support lane.
And on the red side, we do have Counter Logic Gaming with Hotshot GG up in the top, Shouster in the jungle, Link back here in mid lane, Doublelift on AD carry, and Aframu on support.
So the question is, what will they do about this? How will they handle each other? Vulcan, they've got to sort of channel their inner self. What they did to beat Dignitas.
I mean, the thing is, we've seen the bottom 4 teams always be able to pull themselves up and at least put close showings against the top 4. And that I think just the fact that they've gotten wins here, all these teams have gotten wins like that everyone's going to be able to feel confident coming into the game, that no one's going to have the nerves, they're not going to feel too shaken, and they'll be able to just sort of bring themselves to that same level of play they expect to come out here.
Well, of course, we were going to be able to get into Champion Select, so straight away, let's see how those bans roll out. Vulcan with the first ban of the day. What are they going to go with? Will it be Vayne straight away, or will they target? Yep, there it is.
Of course.
No missing. Kha'Zix's also being taken away from Psycho Sid. Is that all going to be Mandatory Cloud in the mid lane?
I want to say it's Mandatory Cloud. So Man Cloud, the first half of the season we've seen so far was playing poke, Nidalee and Lux, Nidalee and Lux. In the last couple of play days, he's been bringing out the assassins. Diana, Kha'Zix, I mean, Zed could be in there as well. And he just sort of has changed his play around. You might have seen his amazing Diana game against Complexity actually at MLG. While they lost that game, he was at like 12-4 at some point. Mandatory Cloud has been on fire this last half of the season so far, and he's been playing more assassins, and it's really opened the doors for them. And as Reginald said about TSM, CLG is kind of weak to assassins because they only really rely on that AD carry, so we'll see what happens.
Well, Singed has been taken away as well as Renekton. So first pick, Elise is available. Will they go with that one? Is Kale's available? But Nidalee is available, just as you talk about it. Mandatory Cloud, the poke strat. Could they be going back to it?
So right off the bat, CLG needs to be able to pick really strong initiation. Whether it's split push Nidalee and like a 4-on-1 the entire time, you need to initiate on those 4. Whether it's a poke comp, you need to initiate on those 5. So either way, champions like Malphite, they really want to be here to be able to hold up to that. So you know, it's a popular champion for Hotshot GG. It's not been banned out. You know, Jarvan also is available here. Those are 2 champions I would expect to see CLG pull out.
Well, I got to point out that CLG currently 0-2 this week, so this is an important match for those guys. They really need to pick up a win. They've just lost to TSM, and really, it wasn't even close between Dignitas and TSM. So this match, it means everything to these guys right now.
It does. And talking to Vulcan when they came into the studio this afternoon, basically talking about, you know, the play so far, and they're like, you know, what's going to be the biggest thing for you going into this game? And they said it would be TSM beating CLG. That CLG is a team that would tilt, that they would get down on themselves and start arguing. I actually overheard Hotshot talking about his Karthus top pick actually while I was setting up at the telestrator. He was like, no, I got you guys dragging, like I pulled a lot of aggro, you guys got a lot of pressure on the map, that pick was fine, we're doing well. And so they were like already kind of doubting themselves a little bit. We'll see if that ends up mattering here.
Well, you can see Jarvan has been locked in, so Chaucer's going to be running that, as well as Aframu on Sona. Let's see what Vulcan do. Are they going to go all in for the poke comp, or are they going to have something to back it up, some bit of meat on its bones?
Well, speaking of meat, they are looking at the dog right here. They've got Nasus. They're looking at it, and he's been such a popular jungler as well. It makes a whole lot of sense. He's got, I mean, just Wither is amazing. And again, they're fighting against a team with Doublelift, right? They're fighting at CLG, who rely on him so much. And Wither, it's basically exhaust on a 15-second cooldown. So it even goes lower than that as you rank it up and all that. So Nasus, I think, makes a whole lot of choices, especially against CLG.
Taking a long time over this one. They got 1 second to pick it in. It is Thresh, so it's gonna be Muffin Cutie pulling out the Thresh again. Another long-range whiplash.
And that's
get the hooks.
Oh, it's really, really good. Thresh, it's great because he's sort of doubly effective on the defense. So of course you can hook in, you can do a lot of damage, you put down the box, and then when they run away, they run through one wall of the box, get slowed, and you can chase them down. On the retreat, though, they have to run through two walls of the box to get to you. You'll get slowed down on the front half and you'll hit the back half. And so if you're playing this long-range poke, again, Wither as well, you've got a lot of tools for that, it's very hard for them to run at you and start a fight. CLG, I mean, they're looking to battle here, right? They've got Sona, Jarvan, they've got Katarina. They're looking to get into that fight and deal damage all at once, which makes sense when you're facing probably a long-range team.
Yeah, and they just don't want to get them near them, do they? If Zuna does go with Tristana, they got the explosive shot, just launch him away. They've also got, looks like it's going to be Rumble. Rumble has been locked in already. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not exactly a full poke comp, but to be fair, the Equalizer is a pretty long-range spell.
It is a weird mix. Like, we actually saw this, I believe, actually in their win against Dignitas, where they got the like long-range, like 720 no-scope needly javelins into the Equalizer to actually pick up kills once in a while. They are actually looking at the Karthus top, potentially. Again, I still feel like Malphite would work better in this lineup to start fights, but again, CLG, much better players than I am. We'll see if they do end up locking in Karthus here. Yeah, so Vulcan's lineup really, it's a weird mix of poke and team fight. And I think that's reasonably strong. I think that makes a lot of sense. You go off the back of needly javelins, then when they do come in on you, you've got Nasus ult, you've got Threshbox, you do have Rumble.
That makes sense.
So you've got this kind of mix here, but as we saw from Complexity versus Marn, just one poker wasn't enough to bring people down, really.
Well, they're really unsure about this one. The switch between Malphite. Malphite would make perfect sense to me in this lineup, but he's gone back to Karthus, and it seems they are arguing the point here. And it's possibly going to be double teleport as well for CLG. Let's see whether they stick with it. But that is going to get locked in. So it's going to be Hotshot GG in that top lane again on Karthus. Did get dived out, of course. Not really the same dive strategy that Team Solar mid used this time around. So he is going to be much safer. And he could potentially go in a 2v1. But we see this mid lane. Are they going to stick together? Will it be Nidalee versus Katarina?
I want to expect yes. So, I mean, it'll really kind of depend. I don't see why they would change these around too much. None of these lanes are really crazy easy to shut down than a 2v1. Katarina works pretty well without farm. Karthus won't get shut out unless he gets ganked heavily. Rumble's going to work well without farm as well. And Mandatory Clouds, in a short lane, pre-6 Nidalee is fine. And she'll actually be able to last hit reasonably well as well, because you can't zone her out in mid. And so I don't see why Vulcan would start it, and I don't think CLG will get much if they start it themselves.
Well, I gotta say, being over in North America has given me one benefit. We get some funky music during the picks and bans. We don't get it in Europe. I just feel I want to get down with that music, but nevertheless, that point aside, we have had the lock in there from the champions. What are we seeing between these two comps? Obviously, we've talked about the fact that there is the poke. We have the Nidalee, but it's not always necessarily a poke comp just because Nidalee is in there.
No, it actually allows her to play a late game role with Zuna as well. You've actually got a lot of late game power. Nasus scales throughout the game, and I'm not just talking about Siphoning Strike. His ultimate dealing percentage max health damage will keep scaling. And you have a Tristana with both Rapid Fire and Primal Surge from Nidalee, and he's going to be putting out a lot of damage, Zuna. Now for CLG, though, remember, they've got Katarina and Karthus here, so they've got a crazy strong team fight. The actual 5-on-5, if they're grouped up as a little ball, CLG's got explosive damage.
Explosive damage, here we go. We are underway. Let's see if that damage does pay off for Counter Logic Gaming on your screens. They are going to be playing as the red team, and Vulcan chasing, trying to take CLG to 0-3 for the week, which would be devastating for any CLG fan out there. But Vulcan, can they manage to do it just like they did against Dignitas? Similar type of strategy. Will it work out? And CLG going to be ready for it. They would have seen that match.
Yeah, well, what's going to happen right here, though, is Vulcan are going to beeline for that blue buff to put a ward down. We saw TSM do the same thing, where they know that they're going to give Hotshot blue buff at level 1 and go to the side lane with blue buff, so they know that actually Hotshot's going to be bottom, or at least start there and teleport somewhere else afterwards. Honestly, they could have Karthus grab blue and then teleport top and run a standard lane, but they know getting the ward down on Golem will be really powerful. They can stop him as Reginald did in the TSM CLG match, and that's going to be their first big play. And CLG is actually going to play around that a little bit. You're seeing them play a little bit up. No, they finally got the ward down, but they had moved forward a little bit to try to watch for that. Now we'll see what happens after.
Well, they used the pink ward as well, and that's a lot of wards already used up by Muffin Cutie just to get that singular ward in the blue buff, and blue bush, sorry. And he actually bought a whole stack of wards at that start. So pink ward's been used up already. Used the Explorer ward earlier on. As you can see, it's going to give them that vision. And we talked about, how many wards CLG plays down against Team Solo mid. When you're starting to invest that much vision, that much coverage, then you kind of have to back it up.
Yeah, you really do. You have to make something happen out of it. Now, CLG, we've talked about it a whole lot, but in their very first game of the season, they grabbed 7 wards, and they, with Syndra, stole away the blue buff, and it was a really great level 1 play, and it was worth it. For Vulcan, they've got to make sure that they're able to stop Karthus here. And the thing is, Hotshot's not even going to try, right? He knows they went for the ward there. They kind of saw them run around, and so Hotshot doesn't even bother making the effort. They know there's a 2-on-1 at the bottom lane, so he won't even get much out of it.
We do see Muffin Cutie using that smite, taking that blue buff, so he's not going to be resisting, not going to be holding on, and he will go around towards that red. Double lift now in this mid lane, so it's looking like we're going to have double lift, and joining him after him, of course, looking like he's going for a bit of a walk with Chowster here in towards the blue, but the blue is already down.
They expected him to start at the red buff, and you know, they had no ward coverage at all. They spent so much time defending, they didn't actually look into Vulcan's jungle, so they guessed, but they guessed wrong. And that's actually smart by Vulcan. They knew it was a 2-on-1 top. They knew blue buff would get stolen after that, after Chowster grabbed red. So a great read there on Vulcan's side.
A very good read. Muffin Cutie and Zuna down this bottom lane. They're going to be pressuring on the Hotshot, but as we did mention earlier on, despite the fact Hotshot can get dived early, he can easily farm from range.
Yeah, and he's going to do what he can to last hit on turret. He's actually missed a couple there, but you will see him try to go for it. Muffin Cutie's actually trying to walk on top of caster minions sometimes to block that double damage Karthus Q once in a while, if it'll make a difference for last hits. We'll see if that ends up mattering too much here. Right now you're seeing both of these sort of 1v2 laners getting a little bit starved.
And he has to be very careful of that hook coming out from Muffin Cutie. They hasn't quite landed it yet, but Mandatory Cloud, he's taking a lot of pressure in this mid lane from Double Lift and Aftermove, keeping the pressure on them. Let's take a look at the top lane, of course. Link versus Psycho Sid. It's a matchup we weren't quite expecting here, but it's certainly a matchup that he's going to be used to because we have seen quite a few top lane Katarinas before.
And Link actually played top lane for them at MLG in the first place, so he's got a little bit of knowledge of what's happening there. You're seeing Manclair take a heck of a lot of poke. This is a lane that can hit him from distance and not really take turret aggro back. And so what you're seeing from Xmithy is what we actually saw, I believe it was TSM do in their first game of the weekend, is constantly pull Nast to the mid lane to keep the turret from dying. Nidalee does not have wave clear pre-6. That turret is constantly under pressure, so letting the Spirit Fire to keep the turret from going down is actually pretty big here.
Chowster's just off the side, maybe thinking of going for that early dive that we do normally see in the top and bottom lanes. This time it's all about the mid. You can just see the glimpse of the Spirit Fire off the side there, so we know Smithy is still in around the area. There comes the Demacia standard, but they don't manage to land anything, and they just hold on the lane a little bit longer, and that's really going to counter to the pressure they're putting in this bottom lane. Vulcan have to take this turret quick.
And you can just see how much damage they're able to do here. Right there, you saw Muffin Cutie tank the Q shot to make sure they couldn't get the minion kill. That turret going down at 4.5 minutes with no pressure at all. However, CLG 3 strong mid are looking for the answer here.
They're going to try and get this turret down, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, you can see Link's getting pressure from Psycho Sid, keeping that flame spitter going towards him, and now we see it's going to be a shift around. Muffin Cutie heading up towards that mid lane. He's going to help Mandatory Cloud hold that lane.
That's a really, really smart choice, of course. They've gotten their free turret kill. Zuna at this point can easily 1v1 Hotshot down there and not have any cares. There's no kill potential from a Karthus, right? He can't go in, there's no exhaust, he doesn't have the damage of the AP. So Zuna is 100% safe, even with the Jarvan jungle. And yeah, having the pressure now in the mid lane to keep that turret from being traded will become a permanent advantage here for Vulcan.
Oh, and it is something we see. Is Afromu going to get caught out there? The spear came in, the lashes coming out from Muffin Cutie, but they didn't manage to keep the damage flowing. They just forced them back, but the danger already signs there for CLG.
Yes, and of course what was so powerful there as well is that they have Wither into the death sentence, which is pretty much going to be impossible to dodge when you Wither a Sona at that point. So they're finding a lot of pressure there. Psycho Sid, though, he's actually... I guess he's not quite winning the lane. He's 26-33, but he's doing pretty well overall.
He's doing a very good job. Both AD carries completely even, 44-44, despite being in different lanes, mid and bottom. And those harpoons keep getting launched out towards Link, but he's holding on. So what are we looking at? We're going to see, we're up to 6 minutes. Obviously, we've seen one turret go down. Lanes are starting to switch position here. Looks like we're going to have Mandatory Cloud going bottom towards Hotshot GG. So these two duo lanes, is this the right move? Obviously, it's simply Vulcan protecting their turret, but would CLG thinking, okay, we need to change things up here?
They won't really have enough time actually in the mid lane. Oh my gosh,
oh, that's going to be first blood, and it's going to be killed straight away. Afromu, the jump comes out, Zuna goes too deep, and Double Lift picks up the easiest shot he can, and it's actually a double kill for Hotshot GG. That Requiem working perfect.
That was an absolute monster of a fight right there. CLG got a pretty good deal out of it. Psycho Sid did pick up the kill onto Link, though. They had to really aggress hard to pick that one up. Smith is going to be safe against that teleport.
Just uses the lantern, gets away. Hotshot GG teleports in towards the mid lane. And just as I was talking about the changes, looks like we're going to have it. Hotshot GG moves to the mid.
Yeah, he's going to be able to just farm up there pretty safely. Of course, you don't want to put Karthus into a long lane with a turret dead. Now that you're at this point in the game, it's very easy for Smithy to roam around. Even ManCloud as well, as a level 6 Nidalee, has a lot of kill potential as well. And they could just dive Hotshot over and over. They cannot send him to the bottom lane anymore. Anyone that he fights heads up will actually beat him there. So they need him just to get the farm going and use the more mobile champions of Ezreal and Katarina in the more unprotected lanes.
So let's see if Hotshot GG can fend him off. Now he's up to 6. You'd think he can hold them wave clears a little bit more. Mandatory Cloud, he's going to get forced back. He's got Chowster actually collapsing around him in that bottom lane. Possibly going to come down around the tri-bush. Will he go straight down river? No. ManCloud will see him now. And Nidalee, of course, a very hard champion to pin down.
Yeah, I think Chowster, he should have kept going through the river as he was when he went to ward there, because once you're up that far, you tend to ward tri-brush more than river. Hotshot, wow, still, again, taking damage. This is a difficult place for him, but because he has a turret to run to, it's not as easy to dive him. It'll be a risky proposition if they go for it.
Yeah, Smithy around the side there, and Chowster had to come in defensive formation, of course. That's the danger of having a Thresh on your lane. If that hook lands and your AD carry is ready to back it up, that could be a heck of a lot of damage going down towards you. Now Smithy, though, coming around in the offensive capacity, and he is going to pass by a ward, and they are well aware of his position, but the damage continues out there. They plan to put a beat down on this mid turret now.
Hey, they're definitely trying to. They've got a 2-on-1. They've got the ability to pressure Hotshot and deal a bunch of damage. They're going to keep looking for that.
Well, we just saw the spears onto Doublelift. No matter how many times you see Nidalee spears, you always get the oohs and ahs, because the damage potential that could come out from them. Smithy, look at that. If that had landed, it could have well nearly finished him.
Yeah, he's going to do a lot of damage there. Most mid Nidalees will max Q first, compared to the Bruiser Nidalees who will max E. Just to check, to sanity check, yes, of course, it is rank 4 into Q from ManCloud. That is a big javelin. And yeah, he's only going to get more ability power from here, so Doublelift's life will get more and more difficult over time. The only thing really saving them, of course, is the sustain from Sona.
Yeah, true shot field goal from Doublelift there as it passes through the mid lane. They all walk past, back up through it, and it is going to be counter logic game and falling behind on the gold here. They are, of course, only a tower behind, but I mean, in terms of farm, they're technically above because they have that tower down. They haven't managed to get one themselves, so they have that gold in hand, effectively banked. Once they get one of those turrets down, the mid turret was very low. They are going to surpass Vulcan in gold.
And certainly it's going to be an interesting situation if that does happen, because you kind of saw the early games kind of go so well for Vulcan, and now CLG are really holding themselves to a pretty good standard. Now I want to really point out Hotshot GG's farm, because he's got 55 minions, of course had that double kill, and he is the biggest late game terror here for CLG. Like, we normally talk about Hotshot being, oh, he plays tanks, he's initiator, he gives farm to his teammates, he's a distraction. In this game, it's actually on Hotshot to be a carry, which is kind of a rare role for him.
Well, we see Psycho Sid and Hotshot GG there. Psycho not really being against him, he's been up against Link the whole time, and Link, of course, is also a terror. He can snowball so quickly on Katarina, and it could be an issue if they were to allow it. As it is down the bottom lane, they are getting some free farm going on here. Doublelift and Aframu, they've got to be careful they don't let that Ezreal Sona combo get onto a turret, because they can take it down very, very quickly. Smithy's still on top towards that pink ward, and we are going to see Doublelift going back. Vampiric Scepter almost completed already. Early rush there, and he does finally pick up his first boots, whereas Zuna, he went for the Berserker Greaves very early on, and that pickaxe.
So we'll see how these builds end up developing, of course. We've seen Doublelift go for the Bloodthirster over and over and over again. Zuna certainly looking like he wants an Infinity Edge, which is standard fare for Tristana. Tristana is one of those auto-attack based AD carries, more so than Graves, Ezreal, etc., who will use abilities a lot more. And so Infinity Edge is pretty standard right there. And I'm curious to see how this sort of pans out, because you're going to see more damage come out from Zuna. You're going to see gigantic javelins come out from ManCloud. And really right now, CLG are about to spike in power really hard. They've learned all their ultimates. Hotshots is back up, and they've got a Katarina now at level 9. That's probably the biggest power spike for Katarina. She'll slightly go down a little bit compared to someone like Karthus, who's going to keep going up more. And so this is kind of the time where like CLG could look for Dragon and just sort of fight around the fact that they have a level 9 cat.
And remember, Link is up the top there with Psycho Sid, but They have teleport. He can come down and join that party at any moment. He is going to back off. Let's see whether he goes. It's sort of Mandatory Cloud taking a little bit of damage from Doublelift and really winning out that exchange, to be honest, Doublelift is. So Man Cloud struggling on that one, and it does look like a Dragon attempt coming out.
There we go. They went back for a couple more items to make sure they had what they needed for the fight. The Lantern goes down. They know that CLG is starting this, but I don't think they have the numbers at all.
They don't have the numbers. They do put that ward in that corner. They also throw the hook out, trying to get the last-minute steal, but it's not to be, and Chowster smites that one down, no problem.
All right, so there is CLG using their numbers advantage. Of course, if a fight did start, just a teleport away Link was. You can see now that Vulcan, you know, oh, this could be rough for Zuna.
Well, they're going to engage on him. He does have the Lantern down, and Zuna is pulled away from that one. Remember, CLG, they only need a couple of hits on this mid turret. It was already taken very low early on. You can see it's below half health already. Could try and commit to it, but instead, Vulcan quickly react. They get back in there, and that buys a little bit of free time for Mandatory Cloud in that bottom. He's going to go back, had that chalice of harmony early on. Let's see what he picks up. He's going to be back. It's an Athene's and Holy Grail.
Alrighty, that's always going to be nice for him. You just want that Javelin spam when you're needily, the 20% cooldown reduction, the extra mana regeneration, even some AP. It is really the perfect first item for that middly, the AP mid champion there. So that's actually a standard one. You're grinning at me, D-Man, but like that's not even mine. I mean, I guess it's still good, so, you know, thank you, Internet. But again, you know, we look at these matchups, and they're just so equal sort of across the board. And other than that first kill, like, no one's doing anything all that different. I mean, CLG did a good move, capitalizing on the power spike and the teleports. They took a dragon away, but no one's going for crazy dives. I thought we'd have more against this Karthus, but Chowster's been spending a lot of time. Smithy, can he dodge these?
He's got to dodge, keep dodging as well. I think he was kind of baited because the Lantern was there and he was just sticking around. He's like, no, I'm fine. And then suddenly, Muffin Cutie left him alone. So he had to run away from that one. Zuna going back up towards the top. So the AD carry is switching round. They're going to try and keep pressure on towards the top turret this time, which means you can see Link coming down. He's going to start off the blue buff for Hotshot.
And that's, of course, going to be just great for Hotshot overall. Again, you get Karthus in the mid lane, makes it easy to grab blues. Just there's a whole lot of reasons to put him there. Again, he gets to farm in the short lane, and that's just really standard course. But he's going for a max magic penetration build, which is not something we see a heck of a lot. It's more of like a top laner assassin sort of buy, where you tend to see Katarina players pick that stuff up, and most Karthuses go for like the fast death cap, maybe a Rod of Ages, and they stack AP. So it'll be interesting to see how that build pans out to a more AP-focused build. I think it'll still work well, of course. But again, kind of going back to what these teams are doing, you know, Vulcan have not really been trying to force down Hotshot despite being a generally unsafe champion to lane with. You can fight from range, but you can always flank him. And Chowster's been spending a lot of time waiting around in the mid lane. Generally speaking, he's been nearby, always available to counter gank. And because Vulcan hadn't vision ward anything, they were never really... They never felt safe enough to just go in on something like that.
Time that hook lands, Zuna manages to put a couple of shots on towards Aphromu. We did hear the pings of spears landing down the bottom as well, so Link was forced back. He's come back to lane. Of course, as it is, Bloodthirster versus potentially an Infinity Edge going to be built by Zuna. Chowster in that bush there, trying to see if they can bait them out towards it. Muffin Cutie has got that lamp, of course. He could just throw it straight in towards there and keep vision on it, but yeah, he's going to do just that and say, yeah, I see you. I see you. Get the hell away from us, guy. You're not going to fool us.
It's a really smart choice. It's one of the best. Well, I shouldn't say one of the best because there's so many good things about him. But look at the burst on the Hotshot. Ignited. I think he'll live, though. Last tick, he is fine. That was a little bit close. Nice attempt there by Sid. That's one of the nice things about Thresh, though, is you can check brushes and look for ganks like that.
Yeah, the equalizer not quite on tilt there. Didn't quite land in the right place. Lash comes out there from Muffin Cutie, just whiplashing on towards Doublelift, keeping him in check. As it stands, though, the mid lane is being pressured because Hotshot's had to go back there. Smithy with the wither, and there is Mandatory Cloud and Psycho Sid picking up that mid turret. It's 2-0 in turrets for Vulcan.
Yeah, that was overall a really good move by Sid. Again, he saw the gank top lane. He knew there's no one there to counter gank him. Burned Hotshot's flash to make him leave equalizer range, and then just simply pulled up the teammate. Said, guys, we have a 2v0 at the turret. Let's take this down. It's a free one.
It's going to be the bottom turret, top turret that Chowster is coming around. They're already pinging it. They have got Smithy coming up, though. He's going to come around there. And Chowster's already put his Demacia standard down. It might mean he's going to have to burn the flash, and he does.
Oh, man, he used that just to reveal and see if Muffin Cutie was coming. And, of course, he was. His mid-turret, though, a great trade by CLG. They saw that Vulcan ran top, and they got that one.
And there's going to be an engage on the top lane. They're going to go in. The box goes down, but the crescendo follows. Muffin Cutie has to flash out. They've got a Cataclysm on towards the turret. The turret gets taken down. Great play away from Doublelift there, getting in there, and that's going to be a pickup, a double kill for Link as he teleports into top, and that was a whitewash as everybody teleports in. Hotshot GG with the Requiem takes down Zuna, and that was a complete destruction from CLG. All 5 members diving on that top lane.
Absolutely great fight from them. They had a 5-on-4 basically. They knew exactly where everybody was. ManCloud's actually looking for the Son of Chalice. He's got good damage. Oh my god!
The spear, the ignite! Oh, no. One more tick would have done it. And you feel one more paw, that pounce, whatever would have gone onto Chowster. He may well have finished it off, but he gets away with it. It does buy but ManCloud time to push it towards his mid lane, though.
And that's going to be one of the strengths of Nidalee, even in the AP version, who's not as, like, resilient on these like one-on-one like trades. Still has good damage, but he could go for her. She's, you know, a little bit squishy, but he does have that split push power still, of course. But CLG, that fight was just so strong from them. They knew they had the 5-on-4. The teleport Katarina is just so good. And it's one of, I think, my favorite champion to watch in competitive because she just explodes fights out of nowhere. Teams will just engage battles knowing that they have this cleanup crew available. This red hair just kills I didn't have a good term for that. She has red hair and kills everything. It's Katarina.
And it's not the Vulcan manager.
No. Nice.
Yeah, it could have been. As it stands, you can see Dragon is about to spawn, and they're ready for this one. Oh, spear lands on towards Aframo, but you see it wasn't a full-range spear. Didn't do a great deal. Oh, the hook on towards Doublelift actually pulls him out of the spear there. Not quite working in tandem there.
Oh, that one hits, though. Good damage there. But yeah, they didn't actually have the ultimate ready for Psycho Sid. He actually came down a little bit late. So the thing is, Vulcan had it timed, but they weren't all in position in time, basically, to make that fight happen, even though they had full knowledge of when that went down. So a slight misplay by them, of course, a great pickup by CLG, and because they feel so strong in this mid game, because you know, when you make moves against a poke team, they can't easily get in on you, right? There's no good initiation from Vulcan really whatsoever. If CLG keeps dictating the pace here and taking dragons like this, there's not a lot that Vulcan can do about this.
One of those huge advantages being built by Doublelift here. The Wither gets thrown down on him from Smithy. They're going to try and go aggressive, but they don't really have the positioning for it. And Doublelift keeps them at bay very well with that Mystic shot. He's got 188 CS to 147. That Bloodthirst, the Phage in there now. He's going to get that Trinity Force out in a moment. And finally, the Infinity Edge does get completed by Zuna.
All right, that's going to be the first big power spike here for Vulcan. This is actually, I think, the first time that they can actually feel confident is that, generally speaking, Zuna will actually out-damage now his opponent, and he's maxed Rapid Fire first. He's already got 5 points into it, 3 on Explosive Shot, 1 on Rocket Jump, and so he is actually a gigantic damage threat. There's 5 in Primal Surge already from Mandatory Cloud. Of course, he's level 13. So this is like the biggest power spike you will see from Tristana. If they go for a battle and Zuna gets to auto-attack because Sid and Smithy are able to frontline and Mephicuti as well, he will just evaporate CLG's lineup. If Vulcan can find a fight somewhere, pushing top turret, something like that, it's their best chance to really turn this around.
He is just getting some free farm in that top lane at the moment. They're going to keep pressuring on towards that top lane, but he is a long way off on his own. He has got the Berserker Greaves, the Rocket Jump. He can escape quite a lot of damage, and the crowd control CLG could try and throw it in, but it does look like he's going to go down bottom. ManCloud's been stuck down this bottom lane for a heck of a long time against Doublelift, and Doublelift is slowly but surely winning the battle.
Yeah, ManCloud's got to kind of rely on his base mana regen, but you know, even when those javelins land, oh, they're going to go with Smithy. They might be able to pick this up, actually.
They may go aggressive here. There hasn't got a tower for long range, but look at the aggression from Doublelift. The spear lands, the Requiem comes out. It won't be enough to take down ManCloud, but it's definitely enough to force him at bay and make him think twice. And now Link is coming around. He's going to go in towards the Tribus. The spear lands straight on him, though. That will definitely make him think twice about engaging.
There were a lot of smart moves at the end there. You saw Mandatory Cloud try to juke into the brush to dodge the Ezreal he knew was coming. Chowster knew that there was gank at the bottom, knew there's no jungler, could steal a blue easily, and Zuna might... Ooh, good
he's had to explosive, force him away. Of course, Zuna did have the Requiem we used on him a moment ago. He kind of forces fights all across the map when them sort of things happen. And now ManCloud gets aggressed on. Can he just save himself? Yes, he does. Gets the heal down.
And wow, Katarina is going like assassin style. She's actually rushed a Deathfire Grasp to try to bring down single targets right away. So they are just trying to initiate, get that one kill, force the resets, and clean up from there. It's an interesting build. I've not seen that before from a Katarina, but it's working really, really well.
One thing I have seen is the DFG Lichbane combo. It is explosive.
Yes. I mean, you just get to one-shot someone, basically. You saw Mandatory Cloud forced to flash away. And the thing is, he's still, like, he has some magic resist. He's got the Athene's Unholy Grail. He's overall got 82 magic resist. Ooh. still brought him down.
They go Baron here. Here comes Chowster. Hotshot GG teleports in on the Demacia standard, and they are all in for this one. And Vulcan are miles away. They're not even going to get close.
No, they have no idea this is even happening. Zuna's running by from the side, and they just will not find anything for this at all. Zuna walks in right after they pick up Baron buff. He's got to run.
He's going to have to run. Rocket jumps just across the field there and into the trees and is away. But that does mean the Baron sneakily picked up by CLG. They have a 5,000 gold advantage today, equal on turrets, but I feel that is definitely going to snowball very quickly.
And that was actually a really, really good play by CLG. That really feels like them back in Season 1 and Season 2. They were so good at doing that, unless you had Hotshot fail his Shyvana ult over the wall. Otherwise, you had just a great way of winning games. CLG would do that, actually, I wouldn't say frequently, but often enough that you could call it something that CLG did. And it worked so well many of those times. And, again, they're sort of going back to the roots, and they're not really being pressured that much by Vulcan, so they're kind of allowed to play their game, and it's working really well.
Counter Logic Gaming, let's see what they do. Now they have this buff. Now they're just going to shove straight down mid. Are they going to keep the waves cleared? Looks like it is. I mean, we're seeing Link going down the bottom. I mean, they want to get that turret down the bottom. It's going to be the final outer turret, should they make it. And it has been taken down pretty low. We are seeing Psycho Sid moving into position, but it's the 4 members of CLG going up the mid lane that's going to cause problems for Vulcan.
It is really, because now you've got a Baron up team. You've got actually a team with decent poke, to be honest. Oof. They should have the sustain for W6 to survive that. They can fight Neely and really not worry that much. It's a minion there, but they've got a lot of long-range tools. They're going to go in.
Oh, the Flash Crescendo comes out, but immediately Flashing responded to that, and the hook comes back out there, but they still got minions to tank up this turret. They could get a couple more hits in it. The spears do land on towards Afromu, almost full length there, but still didn't do a great deal to Afromu because he's built fairly strong. That the Ruby Crystal he picked up earlier on, definitely helping out. He's going to go towards that Ruby Sight-Seared Stone, and Link, meanwhile, not even in close to this one. He's continuing to take the bottom turret, so CLG backing off them this one, but it's a safe back.
Yeah, and Link has itemized himself for basically 1v1 fights, right? He's got a lot of Magic Pen, he's got the Deathfire Grasp. No one can really heads-up fight him one-on-one. Mad Cloud can't, Psycho Sid can't. Zuna is just going to be afraid of him the entire way through, so Link gets to split push here.
The engage possibly from Chowster, just getting a poke on towards Zuna, didn't Cataclysm into it though. And now Link is coming back in there, does have teleport if he is required to come in there. And, well, it's the CLG split push, but it's a different style. We are seeing Link being the split pusher, and now that top wave, that's going to push itself. The bottom wave, of course, is going to shove in. They're going to take this inner turret in the mid lane and keeping the pressure on towards Vulcan.
That pressure is just kind of mounting more and more, as it's looking very, very good for them. For CLG, I should say, Vulcan are trying to hold on. Again, they still have that awesome Tristana combo to rely back on if they can pull it late, but they've still got Baron buff for about 45 seconds. And of course, that 6,000 gold lead, CLG could still look for another turret.
Oh, and look, and Link is just hanging around the side there. He's potentially thinking of coming in for this one. I'm not sure Vulcan want to stand around and try and fight for this turret. They don't have anything really backing them up, and Hotshot is looking to try and flash engage here. You can see he's in defile position, ready to see if he needs to go in there. The hook came down. There's the equalizer coming out. Double lift was taken low, but it's not low enough. And that Baron buff, along with the Bloodthirster, will just regain all his health back.
That was a strange fight. Like, they got the pull and a double lift, and they knew that he had flash and arcane shifts. They didn't pile in. But then afterwards, he just kind of threw out an equalizer when the team wasn't ready to actually engage. It just felt sort of miscommunicated, though. I don't think they could have all-in double lift and succeeded. He had cleanse, and again, those aforementioned escape spells. So, but now it's done without an AoE ult.
The hook, the crescendo comes down. This time they are going to go deep. The Cataclysm catches them all in the box, but now it actually means Link's a prisoner on his own tower, and Zuna picks up the kill. Hotshot GG taken very low. He's going to get dropped by the spear, and they're all going to back out. The Requiem comes out. Is it going to be enough damage? No, it's not, and it's going to be Vulcan that goes 2 for 0 in that fight, but they do lose a turret from it.
Oh, turret's about equal to 2 kills, so the gold kind of goes equal, but CLG now, yeah, they will be forced to back away. They know they can't really keep pushing 5-on-3. Of course, Baron's still 3 minutes away. There's no comeback Baron, but of course they can steal away this blue buff. The CLG, honestly, that fight, I mean, you saw the glimmers of hope there. Of course, Vulcan can still win battles, but CLG, that went equal.
Yeah, and I think the Baron had just worn off before the fight happened. So in the kind of crescendo, everybody went in, but there was a lot of flashes available, so they could all get out of that Cataclysm. And ironically, it was kind of Link that was just left the prisoner in their own Cataclysm. It happens. It happens. It happens to the best players in the world. And right now we're seeing them in action. Vulcan looking to potentially try and see if they can steal anything around that mid lane. They are going to pressure on towards the top. The top turret did take a lot of damage earlier on from Zuna, so Mandatory Cloud's going to try and get up there and finish it off along with Psycho Sid. You can see Smithy and Mof and Cutie looking to try and set up some sort of gank. Just above them, they will hear, surely, Link taking down them golems.
I don't know if you hear sound over Fog of War, so I'm not sure they would know about that just yet. But I like the anatomy of that red buff seal. Of course, a great dragon pickup by CLG, but you had Muffin Cutie running around with an Oracles to make sure they weren't spotted, and then he actually warded the brush they went into for Lizard and the brush across the way to make sure they weren't getting ganked at all, and so they had a completely safe exit, even if CLG did look to stop them.
Well, CLG, they lost the red, but they took the dragon, which gives them that gold stretch again. 7,000 now is the lead. 5-3 in turrets. And Vulcan need to start trying to pull this one together because it's going to slowly slip away from them if they're not careful. Next Baron fight is going to happen in 1 minute 15 seconds. And really, that's where the pressure's going to come from. CLG almost certainly going to be ready and waiting for that one. You can see they're already positioning to start sweeping out those wards. Yes. And Vulcan need to be ready for it.
Well, I'm checking CLG right now, and they don't yet have an Oracles. Now, I'm looking at the money. Aftermoo only has about 100 gold, so it won't even be him who picks up the Oracles. If they try to pink ward fight it, it'll be okay, but you generally really want an Oracles for that kind of stuff because you just tend to run out of them. Meanwhile, for Muffin Cutie, his actually has timed out, so both teams with a minute to go till Baron are without Oracles elixirs, and that can make really interesting things happen when you think you've swept out the wards, but you haven't actually.
Yeah, and there is a pink ward in the banana bush as well. That is the only ward by Vulcan, by CLG, sorry, around that area at the moment. Vulcan have a lot of wards around their jungle, a lot of wards around the top jungle as well, so they're actually going to have full vision of the Baron area. But they don't have the Baron itself warded out. They have good vision, no oracles from CLG. Doesn't look like they're really interested in this one. They do put the ward in the river. Maybe they are going to go up and start sweeping out the pinks. They can see that one, surely. Chowster didn't even bother clearing it.
I would have thought so.
Not sure. Maybe that's a...
I'm checking their vision. They don't see it. It's slightly behind the wall. There's like that little bit of cliff blocking vision there. So they actually don't know that ward is there. That's going to be surprising because they would wait in that brush. CLG have started it, and the thing is, because they use teleport and flag toss, they're actually not in vision. This is actually blind right here.
Absolutely blind, and now we're seeing Muffin Cutie. He's backing off. The rest of Vulcan not ready for this one, and it is going to be CLG. Now they're pushing forward to it, but they've already taken half it off. Doublelift joins the fight. They're going to get it before they can react to this one. Smithy comes running in, but he's too late, and now you can see Link going in there. The arrow comes in. The spear, the arrow, the spear goes in, but it doesn't land. And well, look at that. CLG hit and run once again.
That was a very, very impressive move by them. Again, the flag toss over the wall juked all the wards. None of Vulcan's wards were actually in the Baron pit, and they said, yeah, hotshot, run teleport, don't risk getting spotted. We don't have oracles, we can't sweep the wards, you've got to go in from the fog. And so it was an amazingly nice move. And Vulcan, Muffin Cutie, he wasn't with his team. They couldn't engage the 5-on-5 because they didn't have 5 people, even though a lot of CLG were low on health.
Yeah, now he has the Oracle in his bag, but he isn't going to use it because there's no reason. CLG are knocking on the inhibitor door, and they may well be able to beat it down because they have that Baron buff. They have that big gold advantage, which equates to a bit of an item advantage. Of course, that
8,000.
Rabadon's death cap now been picked up by ManCloud. Does mean those spears are going to do a lot. If they can land some of those to start just chipping down CLG, it may give them second thought to try and get on towards those inhibitors, and you can see they're already backing off.
Yeah, the interesting thing though for CLG is that they have Baron buff plus a Sona, and so if they do decide to go for the siege, landing 1 or 2 javelins won't stop the push. It'll just slow them down a little bit, and they'll have to be a little bit cautious. But generally speaking, it's you know, and they even have a Warmog's armor on Chowster, who's the only frontliner there, so he has a bunch of regen.
They're collapsing on Link here. They're looking to go for it. Smithy's going to come around. He's got the support. Zuna is also going to come around there, but look at that. The Wither goes down. They should have enough to close the gap. You can see Zuna gets rocket jumps in there, does put the aggression down. Link turns around, tries to go aggressive, but straight away he gets shut down, hooked in, and they weren't having any of that one. They do manage to take down. That's 1 Baron down. Hotshot eats a spear, meanwhile, from Mandatory Cloud in the mid.
and that is going to stop their ability to push in right here. And the thing about Zuna as well was he had such great reflexes on that fight, because again, Requiem is available for CLG, so he had to Buster Shot that as fast as possible. Link almost put him in Requiem range, which, despite being a really well-orchestrated 3-on-1 dive, would have made it a free 1-for-1.
Absolutely would have caused problems. Doublelift picks up the blue buff there, getting in, taking Vulcan's blue buff away from them. The ward's starting to run out for Vulcan here, so they need to get out and try and plaster out their own jungle, try and get some cover on it. The Oracle has been used by Muffin Cutie, so they're going to try and sweep out. You can see that's why they're moving as a pack around their own jungle. And CLG, meanwhile, they're going to keep the pressure on. They're pushing up mid.
And here we go. They're going to see what they can do. Of course, they don't have Link, but he has teleport if they do get into a fight. The problem is they still have to deal with a very, very buffed up Zuna. He's actually picked up a Negatron cloak to try to survive Karthus and Katarina. It's a smart choice there because he's the really only persistent damage output in the fight. Rumble is a little bit too spiky, and Nax is a little bit too unreliable to say, yes, they're good damage dealers. Again, same for Mancloud. He's got to rely on skill shots or going into melee form on a squishy champion. So Zuna must survive for Vulcan to win a fight. But if he is safe, he out-damages Doublelift.
CLG wisely moving around. That final inner turret down that bottom lane is going to get shoved up. Link's clearing out the waves, and the rest of the team going to come around. Chowster's just going to tank it up, and Doublelift with support in there is going to get that poke down on it. The wave will come in with Link, but Mandatory Cloud comes back in with the rest of Vulcan to try and keep them off it.
Well, we'll see if that ends up happening here. You're again seeing CLG forced a little far around. Baron buff is timing out. Again, they only have 4 of them. Baron's only got 30 seconds left. So, they've got basically this last mini wave. If they go in on the wave after this, Baron's gone.
Well, put the wards out across so they can full vision. Doublelift takes a spear. The chops there. It is going to be Vulcan keeping him at bay. The spear's continuing to go out, and they're keeping him well away from the turrets here. It's working well for Vulcan here. They're keeping him off. It's just not showing that there's a 9,000 gold difference between these teams.
Well, they've made sure to grab a lot of wave clear, which is really, really important. The NASA Spirit Fire max, but they found Chowster. No, he's a War Mugs Jarvan. You can't all in a War Mugs Jarvan. It's not going to happen. But again, yeah, they've brought a lot of wave clear here. They've got explosive shot on Tristana maxed by this point. Plus the Nasus, they do okay here.
The problem is the Requiem's going to come down. They've got a giant wave pushing on towards that top lane, and somebody is going to have to deal with it from Vulcan here, and they realize they are going to lose that final inner turret. That's 6-3 now. CLG slowly but surely clawing out all the advantages. Ward gets cleared out, and it is Zuna that's had to go up towards that top lane. As soon as he shows himself, will CLG go aggressive? Chowster does get pulled in. That's not the one you want, Muffin Cutie.
No, it's not, and you're seeing the team poke through a great ult. It's on a Doublelift. He's forced to run away.
They're going aggressive, but they haven't got Zuna with them. CLG could turn this one around on them.
A flash ult Sona could just end the game right here. The CLG could easily re-engage and close it out. Mancloud, you've got to be a little bit afraid. Link's off to the side. They found Muffin Cutie.
They do find Muffin Cutie. He gets Lash. Cataclysm comes down. They're on towards Muffin Cutie. Smith is going to tank it up, and that was just about done right there. No, Zuna, look how far Zuna is away. He pushed up that lane all the way, which is why CLG were trying to go aggressive, but ballsy play from Vulcan there.
I mean, Zuna's just running around to grab farm. He now has enough money for Last Whisper. Last I checked, he was at 800 gold. Now he's at 1,600. So he will have a big damage spike now. Again, he realizes he's fighting a Jarvan whose flag still grants armor. There's a huge damage spike when Last Whisper is completed. And as, again, their only real damage source, Zuna does need to be channeled farm to have an effect on this game. Yeah, Vulcan thought they had enough wave clear just to survive it. They only lost 2 flashes. That wasn't terrible, but CLG, they have been pushing very strongly.
They are pushing and causing problems. Zuna did go for that Last Whisper. It's built up for the Phantom Dancer as well. Needs to try and pick that one up. See what he goes with next. Knew he needed some life steal, which is why he got that Vampiric Scepter in there. May go Bloodthirster indeed.
Because he stopped at Zeal.
Well, Muffin Cutie is with the Oracle. He's got an Oracle on. He's got one in his bag. He definitely wants to make sure Vulcan won a fight for this next Baron.
Yes, and this is going to be hopefully the first time that Vulcan times these buffs properly. They've always been 30 seconds late to the party over and over and over again. The Dragon earlier where Psycho Sid wasn't quite on the right half of the map. The Baron where they just didn't have quite the ward coverage and they showed up after CLG took it down. They've got some damage, but they don't have anyone to follow up on Aframu. They had the Javelin, but he can heal.
He can heal himself up. The Wither and the hook on Aframu certainly gave him pause for thought there as he was trying to go around with Chowster to try and just clear it out. He is going towards the top lane. Meanwhile, the rest of Vulcan trying a little poke in towards that mid there. They have those 2 wards, which is going to give Muffin Cutie plenty of cash back for that Oracle he's already picked up. Spear lands on towards Hotshot GG. These are the things they need to start avoiding because if they could just keep on chipping away with that spear, it would definitely give them issues when it comes to a team fight.
I like what Hashot's actually done with his build, by the way. So with the Magic Pen, he went for Leandri's Rylays. He went for a slightly tanky, very damage over time-based build to say, if you run through me, you're going to get burned out. And he actually just picked up just a null magic mantle because he knows really only javelins are going to hurt his day here. So I don't think he'll even turn it into anything, really. He just wants a little bit of MR to survive the fights better.
Doublelift putting a couple of mystic shots on towards the Baron there. Blue buff is going to be the pause of fight, and it's going to get hooked up. Did he get? I didn't see who the heck took that one.
No one's going to smite it either. You know you don't want to smite when Baron's on the table.
That was either Doublelift, because he has one on him. I didn't see anything of Vulcan, but Vulcan are pushing up the mid lane here. This may well be an aggressive base race here. Is it going to work out for them, though? They're going to go for it. They're going to try and shove in. No, everybody's backing off because they realize they're going to lose their inner turret. Zuna's going to continue pushing. And it's going to be the Requiem. That's going to prevent them all backing off there. And there goes the True Shot Barrage. CLG pushing on this one. They're going to drive in. They're going to get an inhibitor turret. But the rest of Vulcan having to come back. Is it too little too late? All of them backing off
and
here.
Now they can rush Baron.
They're going to try and rush Baron, and that's caught Vulcan. No, they've realized it. They're running back to Baron. They've realized they're pulling away. They've lost an inhibitor for one inner turret, and now they're going to be a 3v5.
Yeah, and 2 recalled and 2 and 3 ran across the map. They've got a 5-on-3 against Baron. Zuna and Muffin have to run across right now, but because 3 didn't recall, they're around to push them down. Look at the burn damage they get. They are actually going to stop the Baron.
They've stopped the Baron very nicely. They're going to try and... No, they don't want to go for themselves. They can't try and fight this one themselves, but the rest of the team now coming around. Zuna and Muffin Cutie have joined them. Now they're going to try and stop CLG from going back. The spear comes in. The hook lands on Hotshot, but they can't see it. They've kept the Baron tagged, and he's doing a lot of damage to Vulcan now, and CLG realize this, and now they're thinking of turning it around.
Vulcan thought they had dealt enough damage to CLG to say, look, you guys are going to be forced to recall. Your health bars are too low. We can burn down Baron. If you fight us, we'll just win the engage. The problem is Baron dealt so much damage back to Vulcan that they were on equal footing and said, okay, you're right, we can't do it.
Well, Link looking to try and sneak around the side there on Zuna, thinking about it, and CLG just saying, we've seen this dance before, and we're going to go back in your base again. Can they try and bait them around? Vulcan do back off this time, but CLG have duped them. They've gone around the side. The pings go back down, and Vulcan are going, God damn it, they're back on the Baron.
Well, the funny thing is, those Afromu's running so low on mana, just a Philo Stone for regen. He's got to save enough for Crescendo, which costs 150. He's only at 226 right now, so he's only got 1 heal every, 12 seconds or so to keep up with mana regen. So the sustain's not super high from CLG. They can get poked out.
They are back on Baron. There is a ward in there, though, so they can see full vision of this one. Vulcan, they are close by. Hotshot gets hooked in, but Muffin's got nothing to back this one up because the rest of his team weren't around there. Now they're on towards Hotshot. GG. In comes Smithy. Can they get the steal? Is there enough?
He got it!
He got the steal! And that's going to be Hotshot. GG going down. Smithy paid the price for it. Doublelift managed to take him down, but it is going to be Hotshot down. It's 1-for-1, but it's going to be the top laner for the jungler. And now Vulcan, they're going to turn and run. The hook comes in. He missed it! He missed it on Doublelift. It forced him to arcane shift away, but that hook missed. Psycho Sid puts the ward down. He's going to come back around. Equalizer will be back available in a long way, so he's going to try and get pressure on towards them. He will catch on towards Afromu, and there's going to be the spear comes in. The flame spinner on towards Afromu. Afromu goes down. Now Vulcan, they can push on towards the top lane. Zuna pushing in towards the middle inhibitor.
Zuna's safe here. He knows that Link is still low running away. He won't die to Chouster 1v1. Heck, he'll beat Chouster 1v1, I'm pretty sure. But Vulcan, they don't want to get too over-aggressive. Again, they know that they're dealing with a dead inhibitor, that minions are flooding into their base, and they can just farm out, which is probably their prerogative. They've got great late game scaling. Farming it out's okay.
Farming it out is working well, but it does manage to give a chunk of gold back to Vulcan, a gold lead that they were desperately falling behind. Has managed to pull them back in it a little bit, give them a bit of a glimmer of hope for all the Vulcan fans out there against Counter Logic Gaming. CLG, of course, they are 0-2 this week. Will they go 0-3, or will Vulcan manage to throw this one back towards them? As it stands, it's definitely CLG with a big advantage, but they are certainly being taken a run for their money by Vulcan here. I thought the plays were going to go back and forward. I thought CLG completely had duped them, but Vulcan managed to go in. The balls of Smithy to walk in and smite.
That was definitely a great fight for them, especially this smite fight right there was awesome. And yeah, Vulcan's ability to sort of survive. I mean, the CLG most of the Baron baits have been perfect from CLG. They've played almost all of them perfectly, but Vulcan just did the great split on that third Baron, some in the base, some to stop the Baron attempt, just enough. Of course, Dragon, Vulcan's not even going to try anymore, and heck, most of that gold lead you see now, that's CLG just religiously taking Dragon over and over. They must be at 5 now at this point, and it's given them a really, really good lead. Since the first one, they've always picked them up basically right on respawn.
Well, they are shoving in towards this bottom turret again. Remember, they put a lot of damage down to it before. Spears continuing to be thrown out by Mandatory Cloud. He got himself a Void Staff last time he went back to keep them Spears doing more damage. And you can see the turret was on half health. They may engage here. Psycho Sid goes aggressive. The hook lands on Chowster, but again, as you mentioned, you don't want to Warmox Jarvan.
Now, and of course, he's going for Randuins as well, which means even Zuna will have a hard time fighting against him. Chowster right now sits at 196 armor. That gets shredded by 40 when you're fighting in the Nasus E, but it's not enough to really say, you know what, yeah, I'll go for him now.
Well, there is a wave of super minions again coming in that top lane. Spears continuing to get tossed out by Mandatory Cloud, and that does give pause for thought. And again, Chowster tempting fate there. Spear starting to do some damage, pop the shield, and managed to do a chunk of damage on towards Chowster. So if they land, as you see Hotshot taking one to the chops, it does cause problems. Zuna clearing out that wave. It's continuing to farm Zuna up, but still he's behind Doublelift. 401 CS now for Doublelift.
Yeah, and you're seeing like the poke comp as well hold them off in a 4v5. And so what Aphromoo did was finally pick up a Chalice of Harmony. The MR, of course, helps him survive those needly javelins that deal magic damage, but also he knows he's been running out of mana spamming that heal. Next pickup for him, honestly, should be some kind of cooldown reduction just so we can get the heals out a bit more. Even ability power to make the heals more efficient, because he can't heal faster than those javelins taking his teammates' health bars low. So there's a little bit of something they've got to work with here.
Mandatory Cloud finally, I think that may be the first blue buff of the game for him that he's been able
to
pick up there. It's been a long time, but that does mean, of course, that the spears can start being thrown more and more and more. Look at all those wards in the bottom jungle, the top jungle from Vulcan. They have full vision. They're doing exactly what they need to do to hold off CLG here. I feel we're going to go the long 9 yards here. We're at 7-6 at 43 minutes coming up. The next fight is going to be vital for both of these teams.
Yeah, this game definitely has gone the 8 meters so far. Just decided to do that one. I don't know why. Moving on, though, we have, of course, Vulcan just scaling their way to the late game. Now, Mandatory Cloud, though, interestingly, is going for a Lich Bane, which surprised me a little bit because his game had all been about the long-range poke, in engaging from afar, dealing damage, and then saying, okay, team, we can clean up now. With the Lich Bane, he's actually looking to go Assassinate midway through this fight, but he's up against a Katarina and a Karthus. I don't know when he's going to get to walk into a middle of a fight to use that Lich Bane. Like, we'll see how it pans out. He might get this amazing assassination and close it out, but it's interesting. It's not what I would have expected to come out here. Now, of course, you're seeing CLG on the wave clear end. They've got a heck of a lot as well. Katarina, Ezreal, and Karthus, even Jarvan. It's going to be very hard for Vulcan to actually make that happen. I think it's up to them to actually split push, do that sort of Dignitas push 3 lanes at the same time deal.
Well, this is the first siege we've seen Vulcan actually try here. The finally Mandatory Cloud with that blue buff. But Barons run out. They are a good way behind in gold, but they are up at 7-6 in kills. And that in itself, they're going to think, yeah, we're behind, but we're not that far behind, because they don't get to see this gold difference.
No, they don't. They don't really know what it is. They know they're down a bunch of dragons, but they can say, okay, top laners pretty equal, junglers pretty equal, mid laners pretty equal, AD carries pretty equal, supports, I don't know who bought more wards, but their minion kills are only within 20. Just saying. So, you know, Vulcan knows that they're only down a little bit in in dragons, and they're down one Baron. So yeah, they'd guess 6K.
Yeah, it would be a pretty accurate guess as well. A very educated guess. They can, of course, see the bulwark on Aphromoo. Definitely the first time, or first support in a long time I've seen actually pick that one up. Normally it's the jungler, because simply it's a very expensive item for a support to pick up. But nevertheless, with the advantages they've had, it's definitely worked out for him. And Baron, again, is going to be the focus of target for both of these teams. 50 seconds for that one. Everybody going to go back. Everybody's going to pick up the wards, the oracles, and they're going to try and get in and sweep it. There's Muffin Cutie with the oracle on him already. Vulcan are going to try and position for this one, but as is, you see Aphromoo and Chowster coming with him.
And I actually like, so you mentioned the Runic Bulwark from Afromu. I actually like that they had Afro pick up the team aura items and let Chowster itemize for himself, because he is the only front lane tank there for the team. When you look at Vulcan, they've got Xmithy and Muffin Cutie to sort of tank up, and they're kind of splitting the duties there, right? You're seeing auras come out from Xmithy to help out Muffin Cutie on the front lines. Chowster had to itemize for himself, right? Warmogs into Randuin's. It was all about him trying to keep himself alive, and that's very, very important for him. And so they had Afro pick up the auras to go from there. And just so you guys know, plus 291 on Siphoning Strike. D-Man pulled it over and made sure it showed up there. Calling it out 291 plus 291 on the Siphoning Strike for Nasus.
So Vulcan with the death bush attempt. He's spotted out, and look at this, Link. He's going to be miles away. He's going to get in there. They're going to shove it straight through. COG may be trying to force the fight here. Link may have to be forced to teleport. That's all they can do to try and save that bottom turret. Zuna's bought time, and he's going to get back down there and prevent Link from getting in towards it, because just a couple of shots really from Link would certainly get that turret low.
And of course, CLG will start onto Baron. They do have the Oracles, so it's a little bit of a blind Vulcan here, putting as many wards down as possible. The Javelins, though, Afro has no health. They're going to equalize it. He's forced to flash out of that one.
He didn't quite manage to get the Ignite down. He has got Leandris burning on towards him. Link back on that bottom lane. Zuna's running towards it. They're going to go for Baron. They're going to give up an inhibitor turret, I think, for this one, and possibly an inhib. Can they force it, though? You can see Hotshot going to try and come around the side there. They have had to back away, and they're giving up their base. And Link is going to take another turret from Vulcan here, and Vulcan have hacked to just give up on this one because they can't fight CLG.
And of course, CLG have gone right back into the Baron pit. Vulcan, CLG is just doing such a very amazing job of splitting this game up, because no one can actually force Link away. He's done so well this game, and this Baron is getting lower and lower. Are we going to get another Miracle Smite?
They're going to come in, but it's not going to happen. I feel CLG are going to turn this one around. Crescendo comes down, and now Muffin Cutie gets caught out. Doublelift takes him down. Link is teleporting. Where's he going? He goes in towards his team, doesn't try and cut them off. But Vulcan back away from this one, and now a Baroned up CLG are going to cause all manner of problems for Vulcan.
That was excellent play by CLG. Perfect splitting right there. Link pulled the right amount of attention. The turret kill was huge for him. And of course, now we're in a 4v5. Muffin Cutie won't have his ult, even if he does revive. This is going to be very hard for Vulcan.
It's going to be very hard indeed. Like you mentioned, Link, and it was Zuna. Zuna, as soon as they saw Zuna was down there, it was the only guy that really could deal with Link. They're just like, well, we're going to get a free Baron and a free inhibitor right now. You can see Smithy trying to keep them at bay. Hotshot taking a lot of damage there. It's Doublelift. They're actually forcing the attention on. Oh, can they try and catch him out? They're going to go aggressive. Zuna goes back in. Hotshot GG forced to use the Zhonya's Hourglass. He's going to get caught down. Mandatory Cloud manages to land the spear on him, and that was a really good defensive work from Vulcan there. Can they try and cause the pressure down? You can see Mandatory Cloud trying to chase down Link, but I'm not sure that's a fight he wants in a 1v1, because Link, like you mentioned, is set up for that duel. Doublelift. Oh, he's going to get caught with the spear as he tries to repel back in towards there. Vulcan going to keep pressuring up mid.
That was excellent play. So I talked a bit of smack about that Lichbane, but the Lichbane auto attack from ManCloud is actually what took down Hotshot there after he flashed the Javelin toss. And now, of course, the 5v4 on their side. Hotshot's got 40 seconds. He will have Requiem when he comes back up, but now it's a 4v4. They don't have Muffin Cutie yet, but they've got minions. This turret is theirs, and possibly the inhibitor as well.
Well, Lincoln's going to come in. He's going to get ready and waiting for this one. The pressure coming out. They're going to keep him at bay, and Vulcan have hit and run and taken that first inhibitor of the game away from a Baroned up counter Logic Gaming. What great commands there coming out from Vulcan.
Nice. And now, of course, we see that Vulcan have actually rested map control. So they've taken the mid inhibitor down. Now the minions will flood towards CLG. And that even though they're fighting a Baron buff, again, they have long-range poke, they can deal damage from a distance, they're actually okay fighting a siege game against Baron, which is so rare, but in this case, it's actually fine here for Vulcan. And of course, you've seen now, Zuna has hit max items. He is going to out-damage Doublelift in fights.
Ooh, Muffin Cutie throwing out the hook, but it was Doublelift he really wanted to go for. He keeps slinging it towards Chowster, and he's just not the one you want to go for. He's got that Randian's Omen and Warmog. True Shot Barrage launched down the middle to keep that wave at bay, and we may well see Link once again trying to get in there and push the pressure. He has got teleport available, but it's a long way away. It's going to be a good, minute away, I think that is, before he gets that teleport.
2 minutes exactly.
2 minutes, that's a long time for them to do it, so which means they can't split push. Vulcan keeping the pressure on despite the fact COG have that Baron.
Yes, they've got Baron on 4. You're seeing the poke come out. They will go for Zuna. No, they can't quite. The team can't follow up. Rocket Jump's going to make it very hard to jump in on Azuna. He's got to be able to manage that cooldown.
Taking a lot of damage, that spear burning him down, and that's Hotshot's had to back away from this one just in time, though. The siege minions are coming out, though, so it's going to keep them away from that turret for a little bit longer. Zuna's going to walk up, no cares given, going to tank out the turret here. It's actually Smithy that's taking the damage. Lantern use. Hotshot comes back in there. They do catch the damage on towards Smithy, and now Chowster thinks about going aggressive. They're keeping the poke back and forward, and there's going to be the equalizer going down. Chowster's getting burnt down. He gets dropped. Crescendo though, and Link goes in. He manages to pop the ultimate. Ball gets launched away by the buster shot. Zuna keeps him at bay. Zuna with the shots on towards Aframu. Has to back away from this one, but double lift. He's burning down the target. Zuna gets dropped. Mandatory Cloud has to get away from this one. Requiem comes down, and it's double lift with a double kill once again.
Wow, what an impressive fight by CLG. They lost Chowster for free, but they managed to re-engage off of an amazing crescendo from Aframu and ludicrous damage coming out from Link. They evaporated everybody. And that team had focused so much on keeping Double Lift alive. He's got Cleanse and a Quicksilver Sash. They picked up Mikhail's Crucible as well. Of course, minions are in CLG's base and Hotshot's forced to defend them, so they don't get a lot of time to push back on the Vulcan's base here.
Oh, good spear there landing on towards Double Lift. Timing it very well from Mandatory Cloud, trying to keep him away from this inhibitor. The middle inhibitor's safe. Of course, that did mean a Nexus turret went down there. I don't know if you quite caught that one, as well as an inner turret. So Vulcan picking up a lot of advantages despite the fact they lost that fight.
So I just want to point out that Mandatory Cloud in no way had vision of Double Lift there.
Pure guesswork.
He saw him run down, because that turret you see on your screen right there, saw him run down that avenue, and he was like, and now. And Double was like, well, bye.
Well, that hit me straight in the face, and I'm going to back off. So, ManCloud doing a great defensive job. Let's have a look across the board. Let's have a look across the items. It's a 10,000 gold difference, but we're at 70,000 and 80,000 gold. So 10,000 gold is not a great deal right now. It's less than 10%, which is a big difference. Let's have a look at the items. You can see a lot of these champions, they're starting to get complete builds. Zuna, he's gone for that bladed scimitar on there as well, so which is absolutely needs to, because if he gets caught out by anyone, really, he's going to have to just QSS it off and just get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Double Lift. He went for that Trinity Force very early on. He's now got the Infinity Edge. He's also got the Symmetry himself. He needs to be careful, obviously. There's hooks getting thrown towards him. The Bloodthirster, the Last Whisper, and he has got boots. Interested to see he has got boots, because often you get this time and he just says, well, that's it, I'm going to sell the boots.
He's more interested in kiting, really. This is sort of trademark Double Lift. He actually picks up defensive items quite a lot. Actually went Mercury Treads over Berserker's Greaves, but he's gone Führer Boots plus everything else. So he's super kitey. It'll be almost impossible for that team to catch Double Lift. Now, Vulcan's team is not about assassinating. He's not really under that much threat of getting dived in a fight, so that's fine. But again, he's got Cleanse, the Mercurial Scimitar, and the Mikhail's Crucible from Aframu. They are trying over and over and over again to say, look, we really need to remove Wither. Double Lift needs to put out damage here.
Well, ManCloud is going to get himself that blue buff, which means the focus of poke will be coming back out again, and they'll keep those spears landing. Those spears do a lot of damage right now. They're going to continue to do more and more damage as the game progresses. We did see Chowster actually get shredded down by Zuna, so that is really, because we're into the danger zone. 54 minutes almost of this game, and it's showing that no matter, despite the fact he's got that Warmog, the Randian's Omen, all that item and armor stacking, it doesn't matter because Zuna's a beast right now, as well as Double Lift. And look at that! 2 shots onto Double Lift, and it nearly melted him.
Yeah, and Zuna could have potentially rocket jumped for that, but his flash was down. Maybe he could have played with the Lantern, but he would have been caught out if he didn't get the kill there.
Wow.
Or he could have been, I should say.
That may well give them the Baron. He's going to have to go back. He's trying to lifesteal his way back through the minions. It will be enough, but he's only going to be coming back about the 3rd health as he comes into this fight. Zuna's just going to melt this down very quickly. Smithy, of course, keeping that Spirit Fire on. The hook lands on towards Hotshot. GG. Link's going to teleport in. Another spear. Oh, he's going to go down. It's going to be a beautiful finish there. And now Chowster's going to get pulled in. He uses his jump, but it doesn't matter. Zuna melts him down. Aframu manages to get the castle. Oh, and he's going to get melted. Muffin Cutie taken so low. You can see the Zhonya's coming out from Link, but he gets hooked in there. Zuna picks up 1, picks up 2. He's going to get the triple kill. Double Lift trying to lifesteal away at the back there. And now they're going to go back onto Baron. It is Double Lift, the only man alive. And it's now Vulcan with the Baron. 5-man standing, pushing up mid.
And there's only Double Lift alive. He is up against the world right here. That was almost a perfect initiation, sort of counter-engaged by CLG, but he had to immediately Zhonya's Link there, and then it exquisitely timed. I mean, Shunpo is instant cast. Like, you can't miss that, right? And he got immediately hit by the hook.
And looks like Vulcan are going to go in. I don't think Doublelift can do anything about this one. And look at that again. 2 shots. Zuna comes in. Bam! It's an ace. There goes the Nexus turret. And the Nexus follows. Vulcan take the win after 55.5 minutes over Counter Logic Gaming. That gives Vulcan their first win of the weekend, their only game of the weekend. But it means CLG a 0-3 this week.
Oh, that is harsh, and I think that puts them below 500 in win rate as well. I think they've now got more losses than wins on the season. But I wanted to sort of recall that last second of that game where we had the player cameras in the bottom and you saw Zuna in the bottom left. That was an empty chair before the Nexus even died. He killed Doublelift, attack moved the Nexus, and like shot out of his chair yelling. I could hear him through my headphones across the studio. He was already up saying, "We got this. I'm out. I gotta hug people." Like, Zuno.
Gotta hug people.
I gotta hug people. That's how it goes.
The big important part about this game that we didn't actually mention at all is that Afromu is formerly on Team Fear, which was Vulcan beforehand, of course, on that team. Used to be the AD carry that Zuna's now filled that role. But fantastic play, really. And you've just got to question, I mean, that whole Baron dance that was going on was really where everything changed. We thought CLG had outmaneuvered them with Link going down the bottom, but it seems that Vulcan just managed to hold on, I think, down to Mandatory Cloud's awesome spears.
It was Mandatory Cloud's awesome spears and Muffin Cutie playing an amazing, I'm going to say it again, amazing Thresh. That was phenomenally played.
Well, let's take a look at the last Baron fight that just happened. Freak, take us through it, because this was pretty fundamental.
So there's the hook. They get a lot of damage, some free damage there. They get the teleport and they're afraid, but they're like, oh, Hotshot's killable. They yell and they find it. And Shouster thought his team was able to go in. Because Hotshot got brought out, his team actually disengaged. If they were there to fight on top of Jarvan, you would have seen all of Vulcan evaporate. I mean, look at those health bars. Nobody's got health left. But because there was not a single reset given, because the team wasn't quite there on time, I mean, that was so volatile. That was very nearly like a triple kill or a quadra kill for Link, but the health bars were just high enough. They got Hotshot without dealing any damage from him. They got Chouster for free. A slightly split up fight, that game would have been entirely different.
Well, a very, very big fight there for Vulcan, of course. Coming up, we will be speaking to Muffin Cutie from Vulcan, and then it's our final match of the day. It will be Dignitas versus Complexity. We will be right back. Welcome back to the land of Wub Wub. We are here joined by Muffin Cutie from Vulcan in his lovely new swag as well. The Vulcan Command shirts are on. Muffin Cutie, straight away, congratulations for the win. Let's talk about, we won't go to the Baron fight just yet. I know you want to talk about that. We'll leave that towards the end because Freak's getting excited about that a bit as well. Let's go through the picks and bans to start with between these guys. Immediately, Mandatory Cloud was allowed in Italy. We've talked about it a few times before that this normally gets banned against them. Was it straight away? It's like, take it.
Yeah, we had. If they were going to leave it up for us, we were going to pick it no matter what. We were kind of surprised that they didn't ban it because it's usually a contested pick between us and CLG. And us is actually, it's actually usually a contested pick between us and a lot of teams. But they left it up, so we took it. And then after that, everything just kind of went as we planned. We expected them to do the top Karthus again.
What with Needly makes it so good for you guys?
Cloud just never misses, I guess. if he's in a spot where he can just keep farming like he was that game, even though we had to move around a lot during the early game to like get away from like 2v1s and stuff like that, he was just able to farm and then get enough AP, and we took it to late game, which sucks to do against CLG because they're so good at late game, but he had enough AP to really make it worth it.
It seemed like your team didn't even, correct me if I'm wrong, it didn't feel like to me like your team was really built around him that much. It was like he's the poke guy and you just got other champions.
Yeah, that's how we kind of usually play with poke champs mid. He just gets people low, and then after that, team fights are pretty simple. You can really play anything around just like a poke-oriented mid lane because they're good in team fights just because they can start them off by poking.
I mean, did you think, obviously, once you got that, you got the first turret down the bottom,
yeah.
You switched up to the mid. Was there any sort of part of you thinking, should we just go top to keep the pressure on top because we can hold this mid lane against double lift? Because Link was kind of their split pusher, effectively, not hotshot.
Yeah, we were kind of like, that was the one part where I'm usually the one who kind of decides where we go after towers are killed in 2v1s, and I was kind of like, well, this is kind of a hard decision, exactly what you said. Like, I couldn't really decide right off the bat, and so we just decided with what we went with, and I think it could have been better. I think we could have decided better, or at least I could have decided for us to do better, but I think it worked. I mean, the early game went kind of well, except for what happened top lane when I went in on that bad initiate, and then they both TP'd and we died. That was the only, like, really big mess up in the early game.
Okay, we want to talk about the Baron fights. There was a few of them.
Oh, okay. Well, they got a few Barons. We fought for them once, yeah.
There was a few of them around there. Yeah, they did get a few Barons. It seems to be all about a matter of positioning. There was a lot of dancing going on. You guys tried to rush up the mid. They rushed around the side.
Yeah.
Then it suddenly looked like, oh, we're going to have a base race. We got a little excited. I did as well. But it didn't quite happen. You guys managed to back off. The Requiem came out. Were you thinking, oh, God, because they got the inhibitor off that, and it was just suddenly it was, you know, backs to the walls.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in that position before where we ended up sticking into a base race and all of a sudden we realized, oh, we're not going to win it. I mean, we had, our reasoning to go for that immediately was that we had Nidalee for attack speed heal and Tristana who can just mow through towers with that much AD and quick and her Q. But then we realized that we had to go through 2 towers when they only had to go through our 1 inhibitor one, and the inhibitor one had already had like, I don't know, like 500 damage taken off it. So then we decided we need to go back, and at that point, we realized, oh, he can just Requiem and stop a lot of us. So we were just kind of like, this is it. We may have just lost the game. And we were able to come back and keep them from pushing too far into our base just because I think we were stronger just like in 5-on-5s. But once they got Baron, we had to stall and then just continue on from there.
So are you sort of the main strategy caller then for the team?
On days
like where you go.
On days when I have my coffee, yes. That's about it.
When you win, you are.
Yeah. I like that. I like that.
That's good. So what goes in your mind then when you're deciding like where we go on the map?
A lot of times right now with the whole 2v1 situation, if we're in the aggressive standpoint, we can decide to go into the lane to keep pushing, or alternatively, if you want to stay and hold your towers, you can put your 2 against their 2 to make sure that they can't push. For that game, it was basically just we want to have, since they have Ezreal and we have Tristana, we clearly have the late game hyper carry. So we just want to keep Tristana in a lane where she can constantly keep farming. That way, if it goes to 50 minutes, Tristana just can out DPS everything with level 18 range.
And let's talk about the final Baron fight, because that was really the big one. The Mandatory Cloud obviously caught the spear and hot shot. Straight away, it was a case of, we can kill him. Immediate reactions came out. Psycho Sid obviously landed the Eclipse across him. But you want to talk about the hook. That's what you want to talk about.
I was really excited about that,
yeah.
Well, Link came in and started channeling his ulti, but had his Zhonya's almost immediately, because I think it was Zuna that DPS'd him down really, really fast. And then I was literally, I think maybe less than in 1-digit health. Like, I don't know if you go and watch it.
Yeah.
I was in
There was
1-digit
no
health.
health bar.
I was surprised that I was alive, and I actually had to acknowledge to myself that, oh my, I'm still alive. and so I saw that he was about to come out of Zhonya's, and I was like, I need to land this hook immediately as he comes out of Zhonya's, so he can't like shunpo or anything, because I wasn't quite sure what abilities he had up, and I landed it just as he came out. And I think, I mean, that wasn't necessarily what won us the fight, but I think it may have kept us from losing the fight.
How much have you played Thresh then? You seemed really good.
I'm okay with them. I play them a lot in scrims and stuff, but typically in like LCS matches it either gets banned or picked out by the other team, so I've just been playing a lot of Sona. It's actually refreshing to be able to play some like Thresh.
Do you think he's sort of like the most contested support now? You said Nidalee like first pick right away,
Yeah.
but Thresh seems great.
Yeah, Thresh is pretty amazing. I mean, Lantern is an amazing ability, and Q on Thresh is kind of like a Blitzcrank hook, but I think it's, I don't know, it's kind of better because you can bring yourself in, and then it sets you up really nicely if you want to go in with like Box and his E. It's a really good combo. I think Thresh is probably one of the best supports right now.
Yeah, I mean, Edward certainly thinks so. Yeah. So coming into this, you've only had one match this week. How much of an advantage do you feel that you've had probably over COG, the fact that you've had just this one game to prepare for coming into this game, whereas COG have obviously had to face Dignitas, TSM, and then you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a pretty good advantage, especially because they lost their 2 games already, and so COG kind of is the team to go on tilt, and so since we're their last game that they could play, they might not be as good as they should be. Take it how it is, but I mean, we only had the one game to play, so even if we played games before, we don't have that pressure of like, oh, we lost all week and now we have to play CLG.
So I want to take a step back and actually compare you to Aframu in this game. So I saw the post-game screen. He had 11,000 gold. You had 12,000. He's got Mikhail's Crucible and a Runic Bulwark, and you've got a Ruby Sightstone and like boots. So you really just spent 10,000 gold on wards?
Yes. Wards and oracles. As soon as I get like Doran Shield, if I get really not really far ahead, but if I get any sort of lead early, I'll go like 2 gold items. Like I'll go cages and Philo. Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh.
I know. And then I just start buying oracles and wards. Just that's all I get is oracles and wards. Just because if we have late game damage with like Tristana and Nidalee, I can just ward everything. And as long as we have superior vision, I feel like that's better than going like with big ticket items like Shirelia's or Crucible.
So I guess you sort of answered it, but just to put it into exact words, when would you go for a more actual item build on support?
Like to build like Runic Bulwark and stuff like that?
Like real items.
Probably never. The only item that I would ever really buy, I think, would be Zeke's, just because it's kind of easy to get to, and it's really good if you have like your AD carry, and if you have a jungler that benefits from it too. There are even team comps where like all 4 of your teammates can benefit from Zeke's, and that's usually the only big ticket item I would get.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining Muffin Cutie. Congratulations
Thank you.
on your victory, of course. It is going to be time for our final match of the day, which will be Dignitas versus Complexity. This is another pair of teams that are close buddies, but in the end, it's still a competition. Watch this.
Dignitas is a really scary team. All 5 of their people look like the best of their position. They're so solid throughout their entire game.
We're really good friends. We lived with each other for 1 month. They took me into their house.
They live with us, so we're really good friends. They give us tips, and they want us to get better.
I feel like they get nervous and they don't play as well as I see them sometimes.
We're all pretty nervous going into every game, considering our record.
It's really not a question of who you can target. It's like, can we kill all of them?
We're just really good friends, but when it comes to game time, we're still just another competition.
Well, last week, Complexity stole the win from Dignitas, but Skara and the boys seem to be back on track after yesterday's mauling of CLG.
Yeah, and this is, just like the last match we saw, it's the 3rd time these 2 teams have met. In the first one, I mean, you just mentioned a mauling against CLG. It was probably even more brutal the first time these guys met back in Super Week. I think it's one of the early games there, and Dignitas just dismantled the heck out of these guys. 20-minute game, 0 kills, kills in the teens, 14-0. It was brutal, and that kind of just all came from Crumbs ganking like a boss. The second time they matched, Crumbs still ganked like a boss, but Lauda Mortis was there time after time, back-to-back double kills.
Yeah, it's definitely these. It worked out well from him. 4-0 straight away at the start of the game. You can see 4-0-7 as Cho'Gath. So really picked up all of those kills within probably the first 6 or 7 minutes of the game. And that just set the pace for the rest of the match. Really working very well. And is that down to purely skill, or is that down to simple game knowledge of knowing, okay, this is happening here, so probably chances are they're going to try and attempt to gank here?
It's a mix of both. So I actually went back and watched the game. And so the first actually double kill he got was in the bottom lane, and Crumbs just found a free gank. They killed MIA for free, and then Crumbs waited around saying, well, we can re-dive in 2-on-1 Brunch U. And the entire time, Lattimore was just like walking from top lane, like all the way across the map, and saying, if you show up, we'll be there. And Brunch U barrier baited Crumbs. Crumbs basically overextended, said, okay, 2 hits to go, 1, that's barrier, shoot. And Lattimore just cleaned it up, and he got the trade kill back onto, I believe it was Hot Shot, and just landed Ruptures, landed red buff kills. The second one was in the top lane, and that was actually more of a counter gank. He actually more predicted it, and he was there right as the gank happened, landed a 2-man Rupture, like just everything was amazing, and he just straight cleaned up that one. So, you know, he's definitely reading the situation. You can call it, like I've seen guys look for a counter gank, then no one shows up. They're just kind of AFK in a brush, like, oh, no one's here, never mind. So it can be a mix, but he was reading those.
Yeah, and of course, Complexity, though, they did lose to Marn today. We saw Nick Wu was a little bit devastated about it, whereas Dignitas coming into this one, they're already 2-0 up. And, you know, they are coming into this game just absolutely oozing with confidence.
And it's interesting because you mentioned, again, Complexity 0-2 so far. I actually sat down next to Nick Wu right as one of the recaps was playing, and it was like the recap of the fight between Complexity and TSM, where like he could have just like one-shot Wild Turtle and chose Reginald, and he's just sitting there like, dude, I was next to Caitlyn. Like, she was right there. I was in range for the ultimate. He would have gotten one shot, and we would have won the fight, and was just like kind of beating himself up over it. And so last game we mentioned CLG, and in the interview with Muffin Cutie, he said, yes, CLG tends to tilt, and they tend to screw up a little bit more than they would normally. They lose some games. And for Complexity's sake, I hope they don't do the same thing and kind of tilt on themselves and say, why did we do that? And like keep the game in the back of your head the entire time.
The greatest thing for that, though, is Nick Wu is learning from that mistake.
Sure.
You know, Dyrus talked about it earlier. You learn a lot from the losses, of course. And hopefully that is what they've done. Let's check out the lineups, of course. On the blue team, it is going to be Dignitas in the top lane for them. Kiwi Kid has been really unstoppable so far. Crumbs in the jungle, Skara in the mid lane. I'm a Cutie Pie, and Patoi, who's been pulling out some special things so far this weekend.
That support at least was really, really strong. You can steal that one away. And of course, on the red side, we do have Complexity. Nick Wu in the top lane, talked about him. Lattimore in the jungle, talked about him as well. Brunch U up in the mid. Sorry, Brunch U and mid. Chuper up in mid. I read well. Brunch U and MAA on AD and support.
I'm glad you know the positions better than I do. What could possibly go wrong this weekend? Luckily, though, it is the last game of the day, the last game of the week, and we've seen some pretty incredible action-packed matches so far. We almost hit an hour there in that game as compared to the first game of the day, of course. What are we thinking from this one? Will be Dignitas going all full throttle. They want to take it 3-0, of course. Complexity, they want to get a win this weekend.
They really do, and they do have what it takes. Again, they have to kind of, they need a strong early game to make it work. Crumbs has been aggressive kind of forever. Dignitas, when you look pretty much at all their wins, it's been a lot of early moves, a lot of great openings, and it's always been off of Crumbs, right? We interviewed the players, and they talked about how they play the early game, where they just feed him information. They tell him what cooldowns are up, who's burned their flash, who's got cleanse, where the lane is, and they can ask for ganks. And then Crumbs makes choices, and he starts everything. Now, what'll be interesting is if Complexity knows that, and again, they said it on air in an interview, if they know that, then Lattimore can be there to counter gank. They can say, guys, we're overextended bottom lane, they're going to go for us. Well, I know that Crumbs knows about this. Wait in the tri-brush, come counter gank for us, and that can happen. So we'll see if they can bait them, who knows, but you know, I think it's just going to be kind of about how well Crumbs ganks go, and if Complexity can turn them around.
I think maybe Lattimore is giving a hint of what champion he may play, just looking at to roll his face across that keyboard.
Sona! Jungle Sona.
That'll be Rise, surely. That's when you roll your face across the keyboard.
Udyr? There's a couple options out there.
There's a couple of options out there.
Any AD carry because the buttons
roll
don't matter.
Roll your head around that keyboard and see which one you see what happens to land, see what happens to work out for them. But Champion Select will be coming up in just a few moments. What are we thinking that bans possibly come out? Draven has been so strong this week. 2-0 today. Didn't get picked in the third game, which is a little disappointing, but nevertheless, Tristana was incredibly strong for Zuna. Do we think Cutie Pie is going to go back towards that, or is he going to stick with Caitlyn like he has this weekend?
Well, he's been grabbing Caitlyn, I think because Draven's been banned every time. I could be wrong on that.
I think he's available once.
Available once, that's fair. So they've been playing a different style this week, actually, Dignitas, where Cutie Pie's been kind of left alone on Caitlyn, and he's done a very good job, in being a lane bully, and as well as surviving in team fights. He's had very, very few deaths, had a great performance overall. And the rest of his team tends to go all in. You've had Diana twice from Skara, and they just go for fights. Patoy was on Elise, etc. Kiwi Kid was on Elise before, so they've been assassinating, again, Elise, Diana, and then Cutie Pie is just safe on his own end on the backside. And I don't see why they'd change that strategy. It's worked so far.
Well, we are in towards Champion Select, and amazingly, straight away, will we see a ban come out? What are we thinking? Straight away, Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix, it makes a lot of sense.
No fun for me today.
Not allowed, sorry. The Diana ban coming through, I'd expect Kale as well. The Kha'Zix and Zed bans, those are identical, I believe, to what we saw just not long ago against Complexity. Again, Nikwu Zed, we saw it was scary against TSM. Kha'Zix, one of Chuper's mainstays right now. These make a whole lot of sense. And actually, they're going to ban Caitlyn, so we'll see if Complexity is forced to ban out Draven.
Yeah, and there is going to be an Elise ban, actually, taken away from either Kiwi Kid or Patoy.
Sure.
It does, of course, mean that Singed is there if Kiwi Kid wants it.
You're right. There's a lot of really high-profile openings. And the thing about Elise as well is she is the sort of default counterpick to Singed. And Kiwi Kid's been picking Singed like pretty much every time whenever available, unless Elise reared her ugly head and was like, hey, I can counterpick you, bro. Don't go for it. With Elise banned, I mean, they could just steal that away.
Well, they care more about the bear.
They do care about the bear. He's going to give them hugs, and not a very good kind. It's going to hurt for Complexity. Crumbs has had very, very good gank sense and counter gank sense. I remember calling one of those fights in one of the post games, actually, where Crumbs was just waiting for CLG to start a fight, was in the brush, and turned everything around. He's a scary guy. So
is this a case of they left Singed because they purely know that Complexity aren't going to go for it? They know that Nikwu doesn't play that.
Yeah, they know that Loud Mortis really prioritizes more of the tanky junglers. Cho'Gath, Amumu, and Volibear are really his main three, I think, right now. And, so they're not worried about Jarvan, they're not worried about Xin Zhao. But Volibear being sort of the most favored of those picks, it means that Kiwi Kid's going to grab that first.
Well, let's see what it is going to be for Dignitas. Will they go towards Lulu support, maybe? It is something that has been very popular across. It seems to be like the second fallback. Thresh has definitely seemed to be becoming the main one. And then the Lulu comes in there. It could be an Ezreal Lulu. Could be Draven Lulu.
Yeah, what's interesting as well for Dignitas is Patoy hasn't been grabbing Alistar in a while. And Alistar works really well when you're against an obvious engaged team. When you got a Mumu, you've got Thresh and whatnot. They've got to all pile in out of that one, and you've got like the easiest pulverizes in the world. Dignitas, so they're actually looking at Rumble, despite the fact that, again, they have Singed available, but they actually want that top laner. So we'll see how that pans out.
Well, he went with Rumble last game as well. Seemed to work out very well for him, and there is the Draven lock-in. We are going to have a League of Draven. Varus, of course, is going to get locked in as well to counter that. Has got some good range. Varus has been a champion that really is very, very popular in Europe right now, along with Draven.
He's the control AD carry.
Yes.
It's a little bit more consistent than Ashe is. Ashe has to rely on, well, she has a global ultimate and all that. There's just more damage from Varus. He's got more burst abilities. That Blighted Quiver, of course, helps a lot as well. So it's kind of like 80% Ashe and then like just more damage. So you tend to see him as the go-to control. And we've normally seen them go Varus Rumble. So Rumble was actually a bit of a steal away from Complexity. That I think they would have liked that champion.
Yeah, I think they could have played that in the top lane. As it is, Chupa is potentially going to go with the top laner of choice. It is going to be against the Rumble, and Shen. It is going to be the Shen.
Yeah, Shen is a really big go-to there. When Zed is banned, we normally see Nikwu go to Shen, especially when Rumble's gone as well. No! I take that back. He's going to look for Darius, so he's going to try to dunk on Crumbs' Rumble. They wouldn't send him into a 1v2, so he's going to try to heads up that fight.
So what is going to be the AP champion they go with here? It's going to be double AP lane, we suspect. I'm pretty sure that is going to be Kiwi Kid on Rumble in the top lane. What will it be? Will the Gragas come out?
Yeah, that's the most likely one. Those are his three most comfortable mids. Of course, we're talking about Skara here is Diana, Kale, Gragas. And whenever teams are trying to ban against Dignitas, they've got to pick like which of the three do you want to get rid of, because they're his most comfortable. They work against almost everything. And Gragas also helps keep Cutie Pie alive, having some kind of counter engage or knockback to make sure that you're okay. They do grab the Alistar, so they've got a just gigantic wall of counter engage and disengage to keep Cutie Pie alive on Draven, which is always his biggest difficulty. Is when they get to you, tend to die, so someone's got to disrupt that.
Do you think if Dignitas top the league, we could maybe persuade OD to get Army Cutie Pie to just dye all his hair ginger and be the Gragas?
Sure.
Sure.
I mean, we could try. You know him better than I do. It's up to you, man. Take him out for drinks one night and see if you can convince him.
And who knows what might happen. There is, like you mentioned, the Alistair that Patoy has run quite a lot so far in this championship. And, well, what will they counter it with? It's going to be that mid laner, or we actually suspect, if we see Skara on Gragas, generally he's in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he tends to. And on blue side, though, they'd actually have to send him top to give him blue buff, unless they go for a steal. So it's a little bit trickier to send him bottom lane here. For Complexity, though, they've got to sort of realize, like, honestly, they kind of need to pick a teamfight team as well. They've already grabbed the Mumu and Varus, something just with damage output. And that's going to be Ryze. I like that actually a lot. They have pretty good AoE overall, but really good single target focus to give the resets to Nick Wu and start cleaning up fights over and over from there. And honestly, it could work really, really well for them. Both, like, Alistair and Volibear will get low on health, pop their, like, durability things, right? You've got the regen on Volibear, you've got the damage reduction there from Patoy, but the true damage execute from Nick Wu will pretty much beat both of those abilities. So I actually like what Draven's going to do in this team comp, and I think Complexity has a really good team fight here.
Well, they have good team fight, but what worries me is that Dignitas are on all of their comfortable champions.
Yeah.
They are looking very confident for this. And honestly, I don't think there's anything that's been done to take them out of their comfort zone.
Not really. The only thing that's really different here is that Kiwi Kid is not on Singed. I think it would actually... I feel like Singed would actually work just like slightly better here just because you would split up Complexity, who are just about the 5-on-5 team fight with his composition. But again, Dignitas knows better than I do. Rumble, certainly a very strong champion as well. And it's just funny because both these teams are looking at kind of the same thing. Match heads together, 5-on-5, try to break people down, and the AD carries are going to kind of shoot from the back lines.
Well, you can see on your screen there is Dignitas, and look how laid back Cutie Pie is. Just complete, having a sip of his drink. He's on Draven. He's going to be happy. He's even putting a grin on his face, reading the little riot sign on the cup.
Of course, man. It's good to be here, of course. The studio, lots of fun. The games here, of course, have been great. Thank you, by the way, for casting every game this week. It's got to be a little strenuous, but...
It's not too bad. I've just done the same in Europe as well. That's the only Switch side. I've just had to cast full on. It's all D-Man week, I think it is. But it's going to be Joe week all in the European LCS. Of course, that's going to be happening 3 a.m., I believe it is, tonight or tomorrow morning, whichever you'd like to call it as. And it's 11 a.m. Central European time. Looking forward to seeing that, actually. I'm not sure if I'm going to quite be able to stay awake for it. That is happening in Lille. But right now, the final game of the day in the North American LCS is about to get underway. It's Dignitas versus Complexity. Here it is. The blue team is going to be Dignitas, and the red team will be Complexity. As things get underway, and looking like Dignitas want to go on the invade path.
It's interesting because this is the battle of the teams with lowercase first letters for tags. We don't see that very often, but it's happened here. The ward across the wall actually does come down in time. We've seen a lot of things be tricky in this brush. Their ward doesn't spot it, just like we actually saw last game. The wall actually blocks that pink ward from seeing it, so that ghost ward will actually survive the entire 60 seconds there. But anyway, that brush, we've seen actually a lot of first bloods happen there. I don't know if it was actually MIA himself last time, but it was against TSM, and they managed to grab a kill like right there in that brush.
I can tell you the Dignitas tag has gone through a few evolutions. So we started off as Dig, and we didn't like that. So we went D dot. I think that's what we used to be originally. And now it's just gone D without the dot.
It's fine.
There you go. A little bit of history lesson. MIA actually might well throw out the hook. Instead, he puts the Skara award, I think it's safe to say, on Skara.
Oh, man. Skara. When you watch this VOD, to look back and see if there's anything you guys could have done differently, or just to relish in your success, depending how this game goes, that ward, man, gotta learn it.
You gotta learn it. It's probably one of the funniest videos I've seen at least.
He's so disappointed at the end of it, too. He's just like, I'm so proud.
No swearing required, just straight up disappointment.
Yeah.
So Skara is going to be going in this bottom lane, as we discussed, so he's going to be sticking down there. Doesn't mean he's not going to get that blue buff. Yeah. It is going to be Kiwi Kid going up the top lane. So Cutie Point Patoy in the mid lane, as suspected. And what are Complexity going to do to try and counter this? It looks like they're going to put the duo lane in the mid lane themselves.
This is going to be interesting overall. Actually, Nick Wu, I believe with the bleed, stole away the red buff at the top. So Ladder Mortis is level 2, but doesn't have it. That actually... I don't think it was on purpose because he specifically stopped attacking Nick Wu there.
Super struggling. It's reset once, and he's just struggling out to try and get this one away. MIA now has to come around and tank it out there. Now they've lost vision of it. It's a comedy of areas. And finally, Chupa picks up the blue buff.
There we go. A bit of a blooper by him. He does actually not have many potions left either, to be honest. He's got 1 health potion ticking, 1 left in his inventory. He'll be heads up against Skara. So we have crazy lanes everywhere because a 2-on-2 mid. Nikwu's already chugged a red elixir, and Kiwi Kid's actually got to be very afraid of a red buff Draven with red elixir.
Well, it is Kiwi Kid. Oh, I'm a cutie guy getting hooked in there. Brunchu didn't really react to it quick enough, though. He was just simply walking back, chilling. MIA's like, come on, I've caught a big fish here. But nobody wanted to go with it.
And the thing is, Cutie Pie's going to be fine this lane. He's got a red elixir and another 5 health potions still. If they keep going into heads-up fights, like no matter how bad the trade is for Dignitas, they'll eventually win that lane out. So this is going to be a really good lane, I think, for Dig specifically.
So PewDiePie with those spinning axes. Let's keep our eye and see if he does manage to start building it up. Of course, taking down that siege minion. Has got a minute CS advantage so far, but that's going to stay fairly even, I feel, in this lane. Loudermore is in the jungle, of course. He did fall behind, or I tell a lie, he's actually ahead in levels right now because Crumb's still at level 1. He must have had issues with his own. I tell a lie, he's just hit level 2, and now he comes in towards going for the golems.
He did grab both buffs, but I believe he shared experience with Skara the whole way through. I know he did for double golems, and we've actually seen this a lot more at top lane. Oh, Kiwi Kid, the flash in from Nick Wu. Will it be enough burn damage?
I think he will, and it's going to be first blood for Nick Wu, working out nicely. So that red buff, despite the fact it may well have been an issue, may well have been a mistake picking it up, it does work out nicely. Patoy has to come in with a headbutt pulverize to save PewDiePie, who was taking a lot of damage from Brunchu and MIA.
And MIA is going to have to chug a bunch of potions to keep himself alive, but PewDiePie still has a whole bunch himself, still 2 in the inventory, and 2 ticking off as well, so he will come back to full life. Brunchu, to be fair, has done an amazing job of not taking too much poke, though. Without any sustain, but Doran's Blade has still burned a lot of PewDiePie's potions.
Oh, and he's going to go aggressive again. You can see PewDiePie. He's the one. Headbutt pulverize on towards MIA. The bleed comes down. One more shot will do it, and it's going to be PewDiePie. And now the exhaust goes down from Patoy. They could turn this on towards Brunchu. Brunchu used to use the barrier to save himself and backs off there. Patoy, beautiful play.
Absolutely great lockup there. Didn't have to use his flash. Did use exhaust to try to save PewDiePie in that fight overall, but of course it did completely work. Very, very nice initiation by Dignitas.
And you can see Loudermore, it's going to come around, but look at don't mess with that bull. He's got some big horns, and now it's going to be Nick Wu. They're going to get dived on. Here comes Crumbs, flips him in. He's got siege minions shooting at him, but you can see Kiwi Kid, he didn't want a piece of that. Manages to go for the harpoon. The flame spinner going down. Can he finish off? One more hit will do it, and it's Crumbs that has to pick up the kill.
That was a great job. The Electro Harpoon actually did land onto Nick Wu. He would have gotten out if it didn't hit him, because he could just run away from the Volibear, but not this time. They're going on PewDiePie.
They're going on towards PewDiePie. Can they finish him off? The hook comes out, but Brunchu's going to get taken down. Patoy picks up the kill. The exhaust comes out there, and still he's going to finally go down, but he buys enough time for PewDiePie to get away.
That was actually really, really interesting. So PewDiePie, by the way, did eventually have to flash away from the chasing Loudermortis. Oh, the trade really strong from Cheaper, actually. So PewDiePie did a pretty good job trying to wait on his summoner cooldown. Did have to burn it. But the thing is, Patoy got an unassisted kill, so only 300 gold. But Complexity got 450 back for an assisted kill.
So it's advantage going to Complexity in that fight, but it is still very close in gold. Look at Crumbs coming around, playing trouble with Nick Wu. The Harpoon again going launched out there. Didn't quite connect this time on Nick Wu. And he is, this time, going to be able to clear out and force everyone to go back. So 23 CS to 14. Of course, with that slight advantage, he did get the kill early on the turret, which means he's come back with that Negatron cloak. It's not the Negatron cloak, sorry, it's the
Null Magic Mantle.
Null Magic Mantle. That's the one right there.
So a likely early Hex Drinker from him, going to try to use the attack damage to deal a bunch. PewDiePie looking for pressure in mid, not getting a ton out of it. So let's kind of break into what's happened in this game. Of course, we're pretty much equal in gold. These lanes are just really, really interesting, though. Both these guys going double mid lends them a lot of jungle pressure. They can easily move their support and AD carry down for any invades. As we get towards 7 minutes, you'll see someone go for a buff steal, and it'll be really interesting because you'll see like a 4-on-4 for it.
Oh, the aggression coming on towards MIA again. He's pulverized into the air. PewDiePie's going in. One more axe will do it. There he goes. Now it's Brunchu. He gets flipped in. He's in trouble. He's got barrier. It's already been used up, and it's going to be Crumbs that picks that one up. Kiwi Kid, meanwhile, in the top there. He's getting pressured by Loudermortis.
Amazing play again, just overall by Patoy. His actual headbutt got blocked by the Flay from MIA. Great reflexes by him, but still, they're just able to lock him up so much. Draven just chains people down.
They're going for it. They're going to come around the side there. The bandage just not even close from Morris, and I don't think he was maybe going for that one. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but Nick Wu is doing a fantastic job in this top lane. 41 CS to 17. Kiwi Kid's having problems here.
He is. You can just see that the all-in he had at the very, very beginning allowed him to buy a Doran's Blade plus that Null Magic Mantle. Kiwi Kid's having a rough time. Nick Wu actually pink warded the lower brush to make sure he was not getting jungle ganked really at all, and of course could always lead in Mortis if he needed to, which makes Kiwi Kid play even safer than normal.
Blue buff will be given to Chupa a bit more safely this time. Scar's waiting off at the side to roll that barrel in towards Brunchu. Does have barrier available in just a moment, but oh, MIA is going to get caught out. The big belly slam comes out from Scar, and the explosive cask just melts him where he stands.
And that's what you kind of have when your support has been killed, I guess now 3 times. Only level 4 against a solo laner. You just have so much damage available in those situations.
The apprehend coming out from Nick Wu didn't quite land. Oh, look at this. Crumbs and Patoya sat ready and waiting. They're going towards it. Curse of the Sad Mommy comes out, and they're just going to blast him down. He flashes out. Will he be able to escape? Oh, the harpoon landed. That's going to be the death of him, and Kiwi Kid picks up the kill.
Absolutely amazing coordination there by Dignitas. You had the both of them waiting to counter gank. Again, having those 2 guys mid means you can easily roam them across. And now that Complexity sent Ryze mid, QtPie is in no danger. He can heads up 1v1 that, but Toy can just roam. He'll be safe. So he was just able to look for the counter gank there and find it. It was a great play.
Great play, and that may well give him the return kill that he needed to try and keep up with Nick Wu, because that lane was in danger of sliding away. Skara currently with the lead down this bottom lane, 59 CS, but he is behind in CS, but Chupa switched around. Chupa's getting aggressed on here, forced to flash away. Crumbs thought about going in towards the turret, but realized obviously it's going to be quickly countered by a Rune Prison.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's one of the best things about Ryze, is once he gets just a couple of levels underneath him, he's able to use Rune Prison less for last hitting and more saving it and making sure he's able to find counter engages or find escapes. But here comes a 3-on-2.
Uh-oh, there's a bear and a cow coming at you. Brunchu, you're in trouble. He gets bounced, he gets slammed, he gets flipped, he gets destroyed. The explosive cast comes in, MIA goes bouncing, and wow, that's a whole lot of meat feast coming in for you there.
That was an amazing gank once again by Dignitas. Skara, with impeccable precision there, actually saved the explosive cask until it was like, okay, now you're going to be coming back in. Like, we have the free kill on the Brunchu. You don't need you here. I'm going to pull MIA back in and find you. Really, really great move.
Well, Nick Wu clearing out this top lane though. Kiwi Kid's still got a big grin on his face, despite the fact he is losing out this lane pretty heavily to Nick Wu, and it is going to be the first turret of the game. Oh no, he's in trouble. The one more tower hit's going to do it, and Kiwi Kid, that's why he's got a grin on his face. Look at the big smile.
That was a very, very impressive move. We're seeing them over and over again, just awesome moves by all these guys. He was actually forced out of lane. I think he was looking for a recall and said, actually, you know what? He's overextending, and he thinks I recalled. He, like, you know, gets the equalizer, the flash combo. Like, really great play.
Really very good play, and everything so far being set up so nicely by Crumbs and Patoy. Honestly, every kill so far has been all about them. 10-2 in kills so far, 10 minutes into this game. It is a fast-paced killing spree from Dignitas. Oh, and Crumbs this time is going to walk straight in, but he doesn't even care. He gets pulled in by MIA, but he continues to just hang around, and they did no damage because it was a support and a jungler. They could do nothing.
But the funny thing is, if Mortis had walked into Patoy and Crumbs, he probably would have died. So just the power difference there between these teams right now is actually fairly significant right now. Really only Nick Wu's having a great game. Chuper will eventually skill that game, but they're going to go in on QtPie.
Going in on QtPie, flashes out, puts the cleanse down as well, but I think he's going to get caught out. The apprehend from Nick Wu pulls him in, and it's Chupa that picked up the kill. Skara was off at the side there, could have possibly thrown out the explosive cask, but I think the fact that that many skills were used just to get that single kill on QtPie, it does mean they're going to try and force the dragon.
They would have had Scar for free if he landed that right there. He's going to go in, though. He's got the ult as well. The burst damage is going to be so amazing.
They're bouncing him around, but Skara does go down, and Crumbs picks up the kill on Chupa. Now Mortis is the target from Patoy and Crumbs. You talked about it earlier, this combination, this meat feast of cow and bear towards Brunchu. They're keeping him at bay.
And Nick Wu is going to find Kiwi Kid. This is actually a pretty decent fight for Nick Wu if he doesn't get interrupted.
And he is going to put a lot of damage down. There's going to be the ulti coming off, and Kiwiquid now is going to get straight in. The Flame Spitter's just burning away on towards Nikwu. The ultimate comes out, but the dunk's there. Nikwu gets dropped though, and it's Crumbs that picks up the kill. Brunchu goes flashing in for Kiwiquid, and he does manage to get the kill.
So they do get that trade, but you're just seeing how disruptive Dignitas can actually be. One of the name of the top laner that Nikwu is playing, Darius. So one of Darius' big weaknesses is that he is only melee range and he can't really bring himself to a target. So when Dignitas has so much crowd control with Alistair, with Gragas, look, everyone on that team has some decent crowd control, even the Equalizer there and the Electro Harpoons. It is hard for Nikwu to do his job. He just needs to be so tanky he can withstand that, and he's not there yet.
Skara now with that Morellonomicon. He has been finally locked in, so he's going to be putting more and more damage down with the cooldowns. QtPie returns to lane. He's going to go back and complete that Bloodthirst. So, well, it looks like Brunchu is actually rushing the Blade of the Rune King, by the looks of it, with the fact that he's got that in there. Let's see whether... So that's how a lot of Nikwu, despite the fact Nikwu's had that big advantage, he had to get that Hex Drinker in because he was worried about the damage from Kiwikid, and Kiwikid's kept up very nicely with him.
The funny thing is, yeah, that Hex Drinker is really a lane itemization item. He picked it in order to withstand the damage, be able to dive him and survive any sort of counterattack, and just deal a bunch of damage. Well, that laning phase is going to end. You can see him really forced to team fight, and you can see that Dignitas can deal damage back to him very, very easily. Now Brunchu is going Ruin King to try to kite against Volibear. Crumbs is putting a lot of pressure onto him, and Brunchu needs to be able to survive that because he doesn't have... I guess he does have a pretty good defense crew, but even still, he's going to get dived on.
It does look like Dignitas moving in for the Dragon. Our Complexity going to try and fight this one. 13-5 in kills. They are down in gold, but it does mean they are going to keep Dignitas away from this one because Patoy wasn't there. We just saw Skara going across, actually, just using that slam to get across and go towards that tri-bush. Brunchu is going to keep him at bay. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, Complexity going to try and rotate round. Could they try and pressure in the mid lane, or are they going to have to deal with QtPie and Skara in this bottom?
Well, right now, Dignitas are more powerful. Their champion lineup really spikes hard in the mid game. Gragas, Rumble, especially Draven, they all just do amazingly around this time in the game as their base damages are starting to get maxed out on their basic abilities. They don't scale as hyper carries like Ryze, but they have a lot of damage right now, and that's why you saw them go for the Dragon. They're going to actually come back for that right now.
Chupa going aggressive here. He's going to get the Rune Prison down on Crumbs, but look at that. He's just like, meh. Don't care.
Yeah, they're pretty safe overall, and you're just seeing Dignitas try to make things happen because, right, default 5-on-5, they know they're stronger.
They do know they're stronger. Complexity are going to try and maybe force this one. Patoy this time is in position. There's the ultimate being thrown out from QtPie to reveal everybody. The barrel just lingering off the side there. They still haven't finished off the Dragon here. Patoy is ready. They are all clumped together. There's going to be the explosive gas. There's the pulverized catches three of them. Bounces them in the air. It could well be a bit of a mixed grill here for Dignitas. It is going to be a dunk coming down. Patoy is also continuing to keep them up. He's going to have another kill down. Nikwu getting the double. Can they turn this one around? Or is Complexity going to get fried? It looks like it's going to be Nikwu. He's trying to get in. The dunk comes in. The triple kill. But it's Nikwu that's going to get away. No! Skara tries to get him down. He's going to try and dodge out. Can he just dodge one more barrel? Goes into the bush. Tries to calm down onto Skara, but the belly of Skara just melts down Nikwu.
What a great pickup at the very end there. But of course, Complexity did win that fight 3-2. And well, they've got a good mid-game spike of their own, of course. Darius had a field day in that battle, now has a Giant's belt. He's finally picked that up, so that's actually very, very important for him. And what you saw there was Volibear went in there, and against most teams he would survive, but he got dunked on, and then you saw him just sort of pick up kill after kill after kill. Nikwu was able to clean that fight up so successfully. Dignitas' engage, honestly, it was a little rough there, and that's kind of how he got those openings.
He's a big, scary bear right now. He's got the Runic Bulwark completed. He's 6-1-2 right now, Crumbs. Absolutely playing fantastic and creating every opportunity that is arising for Dignitas along with Patoy, and there is the gruesome twosome in that mid lane of a dancing cat. I mean, when you see a bear on his hind legs and a cow, then you know you're in trouble.
There's a lot of beef there. There really is. It's going to be hard for Complexity to break through that front line in a lot of
you
cases.
can't go 1v1 within this time. This bear is going to get flippity-floppity on you. He comes in towards MIA. He doesn't flip him, actually. Realizes he doesn't want to chase into a hidden bush.
No, he doesn't really want to go for that one. It gives MIA the chance to counterattack him, put exhaust down, because that Q also doubles as really his only escape tool. It gives him a little bit of movement speed on the way out as well, so Crumb's saving that, being a little bit more safe. So what's interesting basically here is that Complexity, I think, has the late game edge because they've got Rise, and he's actually having a really good game so far. Trooper, by 17 minutes, already has tier and a completed Rod of Ages, and that's actually a really massive thing.
They're going to push the mid lane here. Complexity, I think they're going to get it because everybody is away from this one. It's only Scara that's trying to keep them at bay, while the rest of Dignitas, they're pushing the top lane. You can see QtPie, he's off in his own. It is going to be the top lane for Dignitas, but they're not keeping the pressure down. Only Scara is the man keeping 4 members of Complexity at bay there.
Well, he's got such good wave clear. He's Gragas with a decent amount of ability power. He's going for a Death Cap, I assume. I mean, it could be Zhonya's. I assume Death Cap, but he's got the needlessly large rod on top of the Morella Namicon. He basically one-shots caster minions. You can't easily push against a Gragas who's prepared for you if you're not going to dive him. And Complexity, it's hard for them to dive. They can, but Latimortis has to land the Q, or Brunchu has to land the ultimate. It'll be difficult for them to do that.
So Brunchu trying to farm out, trying to keep up. He is actually just slightly ahead of QtPie in terms of farm, but you can see 1-4-5 does not equate to a 2-1-2 for QtPie, and he's got that Bloodthirster already complete. Looking at the gold, you can see it's just a 400 gold lead for QtPie. Not the greatest so far when you look at the rest of the team. When you look at the kill scores, 15 and 8 in terms of kills and 4,000 gold advantage, but it's not really that. But look at the mid lane, it's 1,000 gold for Scara, and more importantly, the jungler. It's 1,600 gold advantage for Crumbs.
Yes, and that is actually, of course, massive because he's been getting all the kills for his team. And the kill lead, giving them 7 kills, giving them 2 turrets. The Dragon did go and get picked up by Crumbs in that last fight. Yeah, that's where the 5,000 gold lead comes from. And Dignitas, again, this mid game still exists. They're still stronger on the map. As long as their team fight goes properly for them, they're able to steal away blue, push turrets, and Complexity kind of has to wait.
Oh, the hook being thrown out, but really wasn't the champion you wanted to go towards. That bear is pretty scary right now. Blue buff is going to be taken by Crumbs, and actually, what was it? Scar, I didn't know. Both got it on him either way. They are going to push in towards and take this turret down. Complexity going to try and fend it off. They may have switched around, and it's going to be Latimortis. He's been caught about. He gets flipped. He gets headbutted. He gets pulverized, and now he's going to get belly dashed and explosive cast. But he survived all of that damage, and Latimortis, with the help of the lantern, walks away.
And that was an amazing... Oh my gosh, they're going in again.
Apprehend, actually. I think it was Nick Wu that pulled them in. Instead, he wants to get the dunk, but he's not going to be able to get it. He does manage to get Crumbs down, though. But just before it ends there, and Complexity, they're in a 1-for-1 right now, but it's their top laner for the jungle.
Well, it's, of course, a very farmed jungle, so hey, killing Volibear, honestly, it was worth shutdown gold the first time. Less so this time around. But what I want to point about that fight, though, was what Complexity's teamfight is going to look like. Because they've got Curse the Sad Mummy into Varus ult, meaning that no one can leave before Varus ult spreads. So they've basically got a 3.5 second AoE route, and that is just going to be a playground for Trooper and Nick Wu. Trooper, again, he's had a great early game. He picked up the kill there onto Crumb, so he's actually scaling amazingly. Again, is on Rise, who is a late game beast of a champion. And Nick Wu, he's now tanky enough that he can easily set up those kills, bring people down. If he wants to execute, he can. He doesn't even have to, though. He can just sit there, put damage onto everybody, and let them all bleed to death.
Bleeding to death is potentially what Darius wants them to do. Get those dunks going, which he's already done once. He got the triple kill from it. But QtPie is going to be looking to stop him. Every time I see Kiwi Kid in that corner, he's got a grin on his face. This guy doesn't stop smiling.
Well, he's playing video games, and video games are fun.
And he's getting paid to play video games at that.
Also awesome, and he's winning.
And he is winning as well, and he's doing very well in the league. 8 seconds before the dragon spawns. They are going to continue that mix of meat for Dignitas. Can they try and force this one out, though? Patoy with the Oracle. Look at Crumbs trying to get in there, but the lash comes out. They do manage to get the Runic Prison on him, and they keep him at bay. That's how you tame a bear, with the big lash of Thresh.
Indeed, it seems to be working pretty okay. Now, they're just going to play this dance for a while, honestly. The initiation, it'll end up coming from... so it might come from an explosive cast from Gagas, or it'll come from Patoy just going for... He actually goes for a flash pulverize and then headbutts his target into the team. Cutie Pie, though, this is so amazing from Dignitas. They have control, and they're letting Cutie Pie solo this without any ward coverage, and Complexity is none the wiser.
Because he's got that Bloodthirster Zeal already at level 12, he's doing it without any issues at all. And now the moment they caught wind of it, you saw Dignitas just move around. Full defensive formation, great clearance there. Very well played by Cutie Pie and the rest of Dignitas, forming the defensive linebacker, I believe it is, if I'm to use an American term.
Yeah, pretty much. And what's great here as well is, right, Dignitas kind of gave it up. Complexity's finally got their way across the map and was like, oh, they did take that. Oh, that was cute. So they have a rough timer. They'll know roughly when that comes back on up. Complexity, I don't think they can push mid. This is the thing is, they don't have to. Once again, they've got Rise and they've got a great team fight composition. They can wait for the game to play out over just a longer period of time, and that's all right for them. But Dignitas, right, they're sort of outplaying Complexity. They're finding blue buffs to steal. They're finding dragons to take away, turrets to kill. So if Complexity doesn't make any moves, you kind of feel like Dignitas will keep progressing past them. But at the same time, if we just kind of wait for 40 minutes or so, Complexity's in really good shape.
Well, you do see the equalizer coming out from Kiwi Kid to keep them away from that mid turret. At the moment they thought they could get a sniff, a swing at it. The axe was not allowed and the lantern came in there. And this is, you know, if you know Skara's history, you know that he used to be a chess player. And this is effectively what we're doing right now. It's real-time chess, real-time strategy to keep your pieces maneuvering around the board. And Skara seems to be doing a fantastic job of that, leading his team.
Yeah, and one thing to point out when you get into these weird games where like there's split pushes everywhere and you've got strange farm in different spots is to look at minion kills. Because whoever's winning in minion kills tends to be the one who's finding the openings much better than the other team, and you're seeing a slight minion kill lead. Now, remember that Nick Wu was heavily up on Kiwi Kid in the top lane, just in the heads up, and that Chuper was actually heavily ahead of Skara as well. And now you're actually seeing an overall lead for Dignitas. So this like weird run around the map, do crazy things, is going in Dignitas' favor. They're actually snowballing ahead by doing this sort of thing, and that's, you know, again, great play by them.
Oh, the explosive cast thrown out, but flashed out by MIA. Saw that coming a mile away with his good eye.
Wow. All right, so back to the game. Now, so I've been kind of looking at the builds as they progress, what's been going on. So Brunshu actually didn't go all the way towards Ruin King. He just wants the on-demand slow from the Bilgewater Cutlass to slow down that Volibear, or if he can actually land and engage, slow someone down to actually go for pressure. But generally speaking, it's self-peel. But the Runic Bulwark is a little bit interesting from Crumbs because there's only one ability power champion on Complexity, and again, they just get a blue steal. Like, they've got control of the map.
MIA getting disrupted there. Kiwi Kid getting caught. The Runic Prison going down. The rest of Complexity not following through on that, though. Chupa trying to keep the pressure on. Did burn his ultimate, but it's back up very quickly. And look at this. Cutie Pie, again, no cares given. Just walks straight around there and just goes back into the lane. Despite the fact they knew that 4 people were there. They have got a ward on that blue buff, so they saw them pass back to the side. But they could easily just be going around the back.
What was interesting about that last fight as well, though, was that if it weren't for Crumbs smiting away blue... Oh my gosh, Cutie Pie was Chupa.
Cutie Pie going aggressive here, and he's actually going to chase through. Chupa is going to back off from that one, but now we see Thresh coming out, throws out the ultimate, not going to land though, and this time it is going to be Cutie Pie being chased by MIA, when that means the support. You can see the jungler actually coming down. Cutie Pie tries to turn it back around on towards MIA. He's going to get some lifesteal, going to get some bleed on there, and Laudamornis is actually a long way away. The hook comes out from MIA, keeps him bare, gets the lash down. Now MIA is in trouble, puts the exhaust down. The rest of the team are collapsing on towards Cutie Pie, and Chupa comes back from the base, delayed him just long enough for Laudamornis to come in and get the kill with the bandage toss.
That was a good pickup there overall. MIA really just felt like Cutie Pie was about to get out of that engagement, even though he was being surrounded, but he burned a lot of his own cooldowns to make sure that Cutie Pie wasn't going anywhere. So it worked out. Great play. Again, Lanthered in a teammate. A lot of good moves. But so that prior fight, though, if the blue buff weren't smited away by Crumbs, Laudamornis would have actually been able to bandage toss to it and start a fight in really good position, because you had Kiwi Kid caught up on the wrong side of that fight. You would have seen Complexity follow up on that easily.
Baron being started off here by Dignitas, and you know what? I'm not sure if Complexity are aware of this one. They are going to see MIA coming around. Oh, he's only put the ward down there. Maybe just going to catch a glimpse. It's going to be a barrel. Oh, look at the damage coming straight out. MIA is going to get melted. Laudamornis can't even follow this through. The Varus ultimate from Brunshu misses. It does force them away from the Baron, but it's another kill picked up for Dignitas.
And just look at how farmed Skara is as well. He's got Marilla Namicon into Death Cap, and then a Void Staff as well. And of course, MIA's exhaust was down because of that prior engagement where he picked up the kill on Cutie Pie. I'm just very impressed by Scar's ability to say, okay, I can make this one a kill. I'll go for this right here. I'll flash over the wall, but it's 300 gold. It's a good job.
I kill you. Zero kill, I believe it's the phrase, and it seems to be working very well for Scar at the moment. MIA came around that corner. Chupa's trying to keep himself farmed up, trying to keep up the CS with Scar, but it is a hard job for him to do. 290 to 238, and as you mentioned, very scary Gragas right now. He's got some big barrels on him. 415, the Rabadon's death cap, Void Staff as on there, as well as the Morellonomicon he had very early on. Meanwhile, well, Chupa is going to build up that damage slowly but surely. He's going to become a scary beast on Rise, and it is going to be the middle turret finally going down. It's been a hard-fought battle, that one, for Complexity. They do finally get it down, though.
Yes, they've actually almost equalized the turret kills right here. You notice that QtPie, by the way, Chupa's not even able to try to stop him there. So as far as 1v1s go, no one is really able to deal with QtPie's Draven. He's rushed the Bloodthirster. Interesting that he went for a Phantom Dancer here. I normally see him go Static Shiv because he'll run in and just land one basic attack and just proc a whole bunch of damage at once, and it's like chunk down the enemy AD carry. In this case, it's actually not that way. He's actually building it a little bit more of a sustained damage dealer.
Well, you know, considering this was, what, 15-2, I think, at one point. Complexity have actually kept themselves in this for quite a long time. That gold is still only 5,000. It is about to get stretched here because Dignitas will pick up that Dragon. That's going to take it to a 6,000 lead. 17-10 in kills, 4-2 in turrets, but Complexity are not out of it yet. They've proved so far in the team fights they can kind of get in the right place at the right time, but it's so heavily dependent, like you mentioned early on, about getting the right target.
Yes, this is going to be a game really all about sort of team fight progression and what happens from that, because they're close enough in gold, and the team compositions are so different, really, that in the way that they fight, that you can't just say, oh, whoever has more gold is going to win the battle, because it's so explosive. Right, you've got a lot of area of effect crowd control. Both teams can pick up a straggler immediately and execute them right away. You've got Gragas Burst and QtPie for the chase down. You've got Nick Wu with the execute. Chupa and Loud Mortis and Brunch, you all have amazing catch. MIA has amazing catch as well. Like, this game is just going to be decided on, did someone give away a kill for free and get caught and give away Baron? Like, there's a lot of variables here. You pretty much want to consider both teams equal and just say, look, if someone gets a great team fight, it's all over.
Kiwi Kid, as you mentioned, he did fall behind Nick Wu for a long time, and it looks like Nick Wu has kind of recaptured some of that farm advantage that he had early on, and he kind of needs to be, because he's now the main man, effectively. Chupa, of course, is going to put some damage down, but it's going to be Nick Wu that's going to be in there fighting. He's got that Sunfire Cape, but still lacking a lot in the damage.
Yeah, he is. I mean, his goal is just to be a tank, though, because they've got a late-game Rise to do everything for him. So all he really wants to do is just put up you know, the apprehend in the middle of the fight once everyone's locked down, or to pick someone up, put a bunch of bleed stacks, and then, hey, if someone's going to get away, just drop the dunk at the very end there. But his goal is to be a frontline tank alongside a Mumu and Thresh.
I'm trying to see if he got the steal. He didn't. Chupa has it on him, so Chupa managed to get on that one. The explosive cast was thrown out from Skara, though, but the reset on that one is pretty quick. It's not going to be too long before the cooldown comes back.
But Kiwi could use his ultimate as well. Complexity can fight this.
Oh, Louder Mortis, the flash. He does manage to use Curse the Sad Mommy, but all he caught was minions.
Oh my gosh, he might have got Skara mid-body slam, but certainly not enough to make him die. They looked for the engage because they knew two ults were down. They couldn't find it, though.
Well, QtPie is on the inhibitor turret while this is all happening. Now they know that the Curse of the Sad Mommy is down. They're going to go full tilt, full aggression, pushing towards Complexity. Chupa's going to come across, but he knows, as you mentioned, he can't fight QtPie, and QtPie is just going to burn down this inhibitor turret. He's ran out of minions, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team now coming around, and we've seen this before with QtPie. He's quite happy to tank it up. He takes it down, throws out the spinning axe, and walks away.
That was an amazing split push there. That looks like just textbook Dignitas over and over and over again. They find those split pushes. They find the ways.
Oh, wow, on mid as well.
To get the turrets, man. It's a great fight by them.
Yeah, and Dignitas, they may well go for this one. Oh, we see him going full on aggression. There's the explosive cast coming from downtown there, slam dunking them away. And it is going to be Dignitas continuing the pressure on towards Complexity. They're going back Baron ways again.
And this is one of the great things about Gragas, especially with Blue Buff and Morellonomicon, is that the cooldown on his ultimate is so low. It's only 48 seconds. You can use it every second minion wave, basically, and you can use it as a poke tool. Back in the Season 2 North American Regionals, Reginald kind of commented against his first round opponent saying that their AP mid didn't really know how to play Gragas properly, because he saved the cooldown so much. He said, like, it's actually a really good poke tool. It does a lot of damage with a low cooldown. You use it to wear your opponents down. Just toss it out there and see what sticks. And that's what Scar is doing here, is just finding openings, just tossing it out there and saying, you guys got to back off now.
You're going to have to force him away. Laudamortis, of course, because the sad mommy is not available. But the bandage toss does land on Crumbs, but there is nobody there to back him up. And he's that tanky. He's got that runic bulwark. He's got the locket as well. And he's got another giant spell just to add a little bit of insult to injury. He is very much stacked with health.
Yeah, that is going to be a very hard guy to kill. And it's smart by him as well to go for health specifically, just because, you know, he's fighting true damage there from Nick Wu, who will probably look to execute him if he possibly can. And he's fighting a mix of damage types as well. You've got a lot of magic damage coming from Chuper and a lot of physical coming from Brunch Yu. Like, yes, Varus does some % health damage, but realistically, you just want to be a health tank more than anything else on Volibear.
Chuper was possibly thirsty there, the way he ran in towards that barrel. Thought, I need a drink now. Oh, no, that's the wrong type. Cutie Pie back down this bottom lane. He's going to keep pushing up there. Skara keeps a glimpse on Nick Wu. He's going to get a good court on him there. Does manage to pull the apprehend. The explosive cast comes around. There's going to be the curse to Sad Mommy, the dunk from Nick Wu. And it's going to be Kiwi Kid going down as well. But this time it was Chuper that picked up the kill. That was a 2 for 0. A good exchange. Cutie Pie backs off, and he's just going to hide himself in that bush. And they're going to try and take an advantage from this one. The problem is Complexity can't go aggressive.
Oh,
and now MIA is caught out. Lashes them out. Crumbs chases it down, but backs away. Cutie Pie is still going for this one. He goes in towards Nick Wu. Nick Wu in trouble. Apprehends, pulls him in, but it's going to be the death of him. And now Cutie Pie gets caught down. Gordon just flashes away. Crumbs comes in to save the day. He's going to see the last come out. MIA gets in there. He gets flipped, puts the boxes down, and it's going to be Crumbs that's going to take him down, but it's taking so long to kill him off here. Brunch Yu, meanwhile, is still chasing. Still the bear is not down. Finally, that big, angry, hairy mother has gone down.
But Dignitas also bought enough time that even though it was a 5-on-3 on the map, they completely prevented a Baron attempt. This team does not have enough poke to stop a Baron 3v5, but just amazing positioning. Like, yeah, they traded a 1-for-1 or so, but that's actually pretty good. They traded 1-for-1 and stopped Baron. Like, that was an amazing move right there. Nick Wu got caught out, and yet even still, Cutie Pie got away from that one. So that was actually really nice cleanup there by Dignitas. But that's what I was saying earlier, right? These teams have such good catch that you can just find someone going down out of nowhere.
And you just saw how quick Gragas, while doing a lot of damage, gets absolutely smashed by Nick Wu if he gets caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time, because he's got no health stacked on him. He is pure damage right now.
And normally you're okay to do that on Gragas. You have Explosive Cask and Body Slam as defensive disengage tools, and you tend to burst someone down anyway. They don't even have the chance to counterattack you, but Nick Wu is tanky. Nick Wu has Apprehend, Nick Wu has a slow, and Nick Wu has a flash as well. And so Skara, none of those tools are going to work there.
None of those tools are going to work, but Cutie Pie continues to get farmed. He continues to do a lot of damage, but Brunch Yu, he's sneaking at it. He's got that Infinity Edge along with the Blade of the Rune King. Now he's got another pickaxe in there. Last Whisper will be coming out, and that is actually going to start causing problems for the likes of Crumbs, who has built himself so tanky. He's going to get burnt down quickly, but Dignitas we see engaging on Baron.
Yeah, and so, you know, I kind of take it back, where, you know, the health stack, it might burn him back down. You can see a good counter engage. Now they've got a ward over the wall. It's running down very, very quickly. They've got to go for this right now.
Oh, good explosive cask. Is he going to cause him away? Brunch Yu goes for the snipe. It's not going to happen. Crumbs manages to get the smite in there, and he does manage to keep them at bay. Cutie Pie wasn't even involved in that, and that's how strong Dignitas are right now. Now they're going to push up. It's going to be a 5-man Baroned up team going straight mid.
With a 7,000 gold lead, of course, some of that in their pockets, but still, they are the stronger team on the map. Complexity, they do have everything but the box available. That's up in 4 seconds, so by all rights, Complexity has all their ultimates. Remember that Dignitas don't really want to fight a 5v5. Kiwi Kid and Skara both burned their ultimates to stop the Baron re-engage, so they will poke. They've got good long range, but they won't all in here.
They won't all in. Skara is going to keep pressuring on towards him. Remember, this is an exposed inhibitor on this bottom lane, and Patoy with that Oracle clears out the wards. Skara again shoves those minions on while he buys time for Cutie Pie to keep pressuring the mid lane. Every time you see Skara somewhere, expect Cutie Pie to be coming up another lane and keeping pressure on towards your tower.
And you're just seeing the poke really available here from Dignitas.
He's on the inhib right now, while Dignitas, look at this, he's keeping 2 people busy over the side.
And this mid lane, of course, still under pressure as well. The poke, even Rumble has poke, especially with the Leander. He's doing good damage. We'll see if they can look for an engage anywhere. They're not able to just yet. Laudamortis just kind of swinging around the side. You've got an Alistair waiting across the wall. The same for the Rumble. Skara just omnipresent here, and they have the ward coverage that Skara will know if someone goes for an engage. He can always body slam away.
He is going to get hooked in, but I don't think they can follow that one through. The spear does come through. The spear? It's a big spear coming out of a bow.
They found Nick Wu, though. They engage.
They found Nick Wu, and they're going to go in towards him. He does manage to pull the apprehend, and immediately the lantern saves the day. But it does mean the main damage dealer is forced away from the turret, and that does give them Dignitas another opening to take a turret down.
That was really, really good from them. And you can see that they're just sort of liberally using their ultimates just for momentary openings. Even if it doesn't result in a kill, they find turrets off of that. And again, turrets are worth more than kills. If you ult for a turret, that's worth it.
Turrets win games, as do Nexus, and that is what they're pushing towards now. It's 6-2 in turrets. Dignitas with the clear advantage. Skara quite happy, realizes that nobody wants to really get close to him, juke him. Loudamortis though coming out with those home guard boots. Could he turn towards Kiwi Kid here? He hasn't really got the team backing him up because he went so aggressive. There's going to be the apprehend coming out from Nick Wu. He's going to go aggressive. Can he catch on towards Patoy or Crumbs? No, forced away, and Skara continues to be omnipresent in the bottom lane.
And you can just see, though, apprehend, having the Alistair there is actually rather useful because he's like, great, I'm in pulverize range now, and free disengage. So that's been really useful here for Dignitas. I want to see if they can grab a Blade of the Ruin King just to follow up a little bit better. They do land the slow. Like, they can force a hardcore engage.
Here comes the Skara's just around the side though, and there is the explosive cast, knocking them all away. MIA gets taken down. Curse of the Sad Mommy catches everyone down though. Can they turn it in their favor? Chupa does manage to pick up a double kill before he goes down. Skara's taken very low. We've got the bleed on. Oh, the apprehend didn't quite land, and now Brunchu gets dropped by Crumbs. It's a triple kill for Crumbs. He's on for the penta. Here comes the rest of the team. Patoy comes around. It's Skara that picks up another, and now Loudamortis, he's running his little legs off to try and get away from this one. It's going to be the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor taken for Dignitas. They can just rotate round to bottom and pick themselves up a second.
Oh, what an interesting fight that was. Both teams kind of lost their main damage dealers fairly early on, and you saw really Nick Wu not able to follow up any kills. He actually didn't use his ult at all in that fight for any executes at all. He couldn't quite land it onto Scar. He was not in range really to hit Crumbs. Of course, the funny thing about that, the Volibear ultimate, to get the numbers down exactly, is when he drops below 30% health, he heals for 30% more. But 30% of Volibear is like 1,000, and that is not in execute range for Nick Wu.
That is a lot of damage, just going to heal straight back. So Loudamortis did what he could to keep them at bay, but nevertheless, Dignitas pick up 2 inhibitors of Complexity's base, and that stretches the goal lead to 9,000 right now. Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen, over 9,000. 7-2 for Dignitas, 22-15 kills, and wow. This is a pretty lively game, I've got to be honest, between these two. The fact that we've already got 37 kills, 39 minutes in, it's impressive.
That makes it not very lively.
It does make it lively.
If they're dead, how are they lively?
Oh, God. There you go, Free.
All right, so Complexity, what they need right now is for Trooper to stop dying in fights because he is their biggest damage source. Now, he did get the Seraph's Embrace. That mana shield is helping him survive. But again, he was one of the first 2 to die from Complexity in that fight. And that can't happen. He is the team's huge damage source here. Now, he's going for a Frozen Heart. He's got a Runic Bulwark on his team. That's all good.
Nick Wu, you are dead, man. He's going to try and run away from this, and the rest of the team do come around the side there. There's Loudamortis. He gets pulverized. Brunchu's onto him. Does manage to force Patoy to use his ultimate. Now they can turn it towards Crumbs, but here comes the damage. Curse of the Sad Mommy. Oh, explosive cast just melts Skara. Brunchu's trying out of this one, and Dignitas are going to clean house. Nick Wu's in there. He's trying to dunk. He gets a double kill. Can he finish off? Can he get another dunk? There's no damage more coming out for him because Brunchu goes down, and now MIA. He's only got the lash, but he's got the bear. He tries to tame it, but it's not going to happen because the cow comes in. You mess with the bull, you get the horns, and it's going to be a double kill for me. I'm a cutie pie. Can he turn it into a triple? He goes on towards Chupa. One more axe will do it. There it is. The triple. Chupa got the kill back, and now Loudamortis. He's got a big angry bear and a cow chasing him down. There's no meal for you tonight. You're going to go.
That was just really strange as well. MIA had his ultimate available that entire time and waited till the last second to use it. I guess he was baiting for Trooper to clean that fight up, but the disruption from Dignitas kept him from chaining down Cutie Pie and then kind of returning back to the rest of the team. So when we go back to the start of that one, we pointed out that Crumbs is getting all the kills early on. Started out 6-1, but of course now there's just minions in their base, and no one's alive yet from Complexity to stop this.
Well, as it is, Patoy is going to teleport back. Maybe the super minions could finish the game, I don't know, but Crumbs is certainly going to have a good go at taking down this turret. You can see Brunchu has respawned in there, but he's got a hell of a lot of super minions knocking down his back door, and MIA needs to do it. Brunchu might die to the minions here. The shield has to get thrown out. He's trying to keep them at bay. Nick Wu will get in there. He's going to try and keep them off. He should save the turret for just a moment. The Nexus turret there, Nexus itself, I should say, not the Nexus turret. The turret's got already beaten down, and wow. Just wow, Dignitas showing their true power in this game and looking like they're going to take yet another win. That would take them 3-0 along with TSM this weekend.
Yeah, and of course, it's because of really amazing plays by these guys. You're seeing a lot of items, but really, really great play overall. I gotta say, Crumbs has been doing an amazing job. He found so many ganks early on, snowballing Dignitas ahead. And the story of that game was Dignitas, I think, really having an amazing mid-game. They've capitalized on it. They've got map control with the inhibitors dead. And this, I don't think they can stop this Baron.
I don't think they can stop it, but Louder Mortis is going to come around, throws out the bandage toss, misses, and now he's being molested around the Baron. And there's Cutie Pie. The axe finally finishes it. They just roll on back in and pick up that Baron. And now Patoy clears out the waves. They have one inhibitor up. They have no turrets alive. And Chupa just seen the face on him there. He realizes, I think it is time to concede this game, ladies and gentlemen. 42 minutes in, it's going to be Dignitas rolling home for victory.
Almost certainly here. 5v4, Baron buff, no turrets, almost 3 dead inhibitors, and 40 seconds to Louder Mortis. They'll go for one last stand, but Dig can run right through them here.
And here we go. The bear goes in. He flips on Nick Wu, and it's going to be diving in there, MIA. Chupa gets bounced. Nick Wu gets bounced. There they go. Crumbs picks up another. Brunchu flashes away. He's like, no, you're going to keep my stats. You're keeping my KDA away. And it is going to be Dignitas with another win, going 3-0 for the weekend. Fantastic performance once again by them. But Complexity, they took them to 42 minutes. That's not a bad performance.
Yeah, they've been performing quite well, Complexity overall. You look at, I mean, I say that like...
Well, they did the same with TSM as well. I mean,
right.
that game they should have won.
They had a lot of difficult opponents. I say they performed well. They did go 0-3 on the week, but at the same time, you know, you look at Dignitas' other games, and they were, I would say, a lot more convincing. Complexity has done a really good job of holding their own. They do look strong, right? Even though they are, you know, down towards the bottom here. You know, again, an unfortunate week for them. It was 3 losses, but you do see the glimmers there, right? You see them able to put up really good games against the best teams in the league. They're, you know, again, far from a blowout. I'm just so kind of conflicted on this because they obviously fought really hard. They did put up a really close game. They just can't quite close them out.
Well, what gets me for me is how much these effectively lower teams are leveling up. You know, the fact that these guys are going to come up against, obviously, the amateur teams that managed to qualify when we have the up-down series, and they're all pretty scary right now. And you've got to really give it, the amateur teams are going to have to give it some serious oomph to try and get up there.
Yeah, and it's interesting, though, because they've got a lot of skill on themselves as well. Like, we talk about TSM's new AD carry right now, Wild Turtle, how strong he is. He was the AD carry for Cloud9, who qualified into the amateur tournament. So you've got players like Wild Turtle, like, biting at the heels of these teams who are clearly able to stand up to the top teams in North America right now as well. So, you know, kind of on both sides, right? Complexity looks really good. They almost can beat Dignitas, and they do sometimes. At the same time, you've got teams full of people like Wild Turtle who, like, destroy teams all day as well. So you've got a lot of scariness, really, at the halfway point.
Well, speaking of scariness, let's check out, of course, it is the last replay. The big ace that happened at Dignitas, really into what turned the thing. I don't know whether it's what turned the fight, but I think they were already had it in the bag by now.
Yeah, so right now it's Nick Wu and Crumbs, and the thing is, Nick Wu's trying to bait his team in because he got Louder Mortis coming from the side, Brunchu as well. Patoy with a great lockup, but here they find, okay, we'll go for Patoy. Perfect ult here, perfect Rumble ult as well, and look at Brunchu. He's got so little that he can do on the right-hand side. The explosive cask into Rumble Burn just takes him completely out. Now watch Nick Wu, right? He's got good early damage. He finds one, he finds Scar right afterwards, but there's no AD carry, and Chuper, he's not doing anything. He's stuck in the back, afraid, not able to come back in, and MIA right here, full mana bar, has the box available, and he's like baiting the team back in. He'd go for Cutie Pie hardcore, but there's too much disruption available. Watch as Trooper still tries to come in. He gets flipped back there by Volabear, trying to goes for one last attack, gets headbutted away as well. So he did, you know, MIA did save the box to say, look, we can bait this, wait for QDFi, okay, go. It was a nice attempt there, but he had built himself so much distance that they couldn't capitalize back onto it. Chuper has to use his own legs, has no long-range skill shots, has to get into that mid-range. He couldn't find it.
He could not find it, and that was really the story of the game. Dignitas too strong towards the end, of course. After the break, we'll talk to both Patoy and Kiwi Kid from Dignitas, and then we'll see where our teams stand at the end of the week. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Interview Couch. Freak here, joined by Patoy and Kiwi Kid from Team Dignitas. So guys, you went 3-0 this week. What changed from last week?
We took the reality check from MLG. It opened our eyes every time we play international teams, and we just stepped up our preparation, and it turned out well.
So what was that change in preparation?
Before, we would speed through picks and bans. Like, we would stick with the plan, like ban this, this, and this, and then no matter what they did, it wouldn't change. So like, we took it slow. We realized that if there's like a pattern in their bans, like this certain like poke or something like that, then we would realize that and then change accordingly.
Was there anything like that that happened in this game?
I don't think so.
Or at least the weekend?
What's that?
Was there anything like that that happened this weekend where you, oh, we should change our plan?
I think we just did a better job preparing, like kind of scouting out heroes and stuff. And I guess like we had a break week before MLG, so I think we kind of got complacent or like kind of lazy do that, which was really, it's all our fault. But yeah, I think that's what happened.
So the week off actually hurts you guys more than it helps.
I believe so.
Okay.
I would say so.
Oh, that's fair. So then you mentioned scouting out heroes, preparing for the teams. Like, how exactly do you prepare for matches like this?
We actually try to make a game plan before we actually see any games, but we adjust it accordingly to see what works and stuff. Like, we take some bans from other teams if needed. We prioritize some certain champions all of a sudden if we need to, just stuff like that.
Do you have any examples from this week, or is it just a general sort of rule?
I don't think I'd rather not say.
That's fair. No, I guess so. Revealing your secret is probably not the best
for
idea.
sure. Especially since we're still playing every team.
Of course.
Maybe towards the end of the season.
At the end of the regionals, you're going to tell everything. I'm going to hold you to that.
Nope, I didn't say that.
That's a definite maybe.
Maybe, yeah, definitely, maybe, definitely, maybe.
Season 2 doc will reveal it, or Season 3.
All right, that's fair. We'd be looking forward to see that, of course. You guys are kind of considered innovators in the league. You guys pick unique stuff like the support elites we don't see very often. You guys are heavily doing 2-on-1 mids. Would you consider yourself innovators as well?
Not as much as people say. Like support elites, that's been done billions of times. Like 2v1 mids, like it's been done before, but like basically we don't do things like on support, I did like TP earlier. Like we don't just look at it like you absolutely need this because everyone always does it. Like we just like see something, we like analyze it, see like if something would be better, then we just go with that. And if people call it innovation, then we're in a step in the right direction, I guess.
That's good for you guys. So I actually want to bring up that 2-on-1 mid situation because it's a lot more new this season. We didn't see a lot in season 1 or 2. What kind of strengths come out from that 2-on-1 mid?
If, like, say, purple side, they 2v1 top more often, but say if you do it mid, then there's more pressure if you get the mid tower early over top, because if you get top, then it only translates to, like, the jungle, and mid, you get a little more pressure over. From mid, you can roam both sides of the jungle. There's 3-man, 4-man dives open, so taking mid earlier as a side to a side lane, it opens up more options.
Do you have to... what sort of conditions need to happen to say, yeah, we'll 2-on-1 mid this time?
It just depends on, it doesn't depend on the AD and support more so over than every other champion. So it depends on your top your 2 bruisers, the AP and the jungler.
Okay, so then, for example, you guys had Skara on Gragas there. This is a very specific question, but basically, blue buff spawns on the top side of the map, and you sent him without blue buff at all. It just seems like Gragas doesn't need it.
Blue buff's always nice in 1v2, but the main thing is like an EXP buff, so we just try to give him that if we can, and he's doing well.
And notice he shared XP with Crumbs on both Lizard and Double Golems, is that correct?
I think it was just doubles. I'm not entirely sure how they do it. We basically just like split off on our own at level 1 and just take as many camps as we can. So.
Okay. Of course, it seemed to work for you guys. Your mid lane, by the way, was really strong, I think is a way to put it. Can you walk us through like what kind of went through that mid lane?
Mid lane 2v2, they missed a couple hooks, and they took a few steps too far, so we punished them for that. And because I think Cutie got 3 kills on Draven early, I just constantly roamed the map. I never went mid after the second set of kills.
Okay. Now, Kiwi Kid, for you, your top lane seemed a lot more difficult. So you showed Rumble. So first of all, is Darius a counter pick?
I mean, many people consider it a counter pick, but I've actually played the matchup quite a lot.
So, sorry.
Contrary to what, I mean, the game didn't really support that, but believe it or not, yeah.
So what happened then?
To put it simply, I got bodied by Nick Wu. To put it more like elegantly, I guess I went definitely what won the lane was obviously the kill, but before the kill, I got hooked when I went for the minion creep, and he chunked me to 50%, and then that way I couldn't lane at the turret, which I tried to anyways, and you saw what happened. Because Darius can burst you that fast, so yeah.
Okay, so what do you do when you get down like that? How do you come back into the game?
You pray that he makes mistakes, which he did, because he got really greedy for that tower, and I'm sure he really kind of like is kind of hitting himself for it, because it allowed me to make a play, because I mean, I got a free kill, and I was down 30 CS, and I got a free kill on him, and red buff, I think, too. So maybe.
Yeah, I think it might have timed out by then.
Yeah, maybe, probably.
Okay. But still, I mean, obviously a great play from you, of course. I want to kind of take it a step back, talk about picks a little bit. What sort of picks do you guys see that you prioritize that everyone else seems to forget? Like, I don't know if that's kind of a weird question. Like, for example, like Diana and Kale are banned against Scarra, like, all day, every day. And no one else seems, at least in Diana's case, no one else seems to prioritize them, really. Why do you think that is?
I think that's just, like, Scar's own thing. Like, everyone has their mains. Like, it's out of, like, they're out of the main pool of OP champions, and his is just Diana, and he's done it to where Diana is now OP, the good champion. So he has lots of like fancy different things he does early game with Diana, so he's really good with that. And like say Kiwi's Elise or something, Rumble, my Alistair, stuff like that. Cutie's Draven. We just play our fun, good champions that we're used to, and we just play it better than the OP champions. So.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much for your time. Again, congratulations to your 3-0 victory this week. Still in second. Hopefully you guys can dethrone Curse pretty soon. But again, congratulations. Great job to you guys. And of course, we do have Kobe to break down some of the best plays of the day. Kobe, take it away.
Thank you, Freak. I've got 2 clips for you here today from those games. The first one is basically just Smithy against the world going for the Baron steal. Now you can see we set up, CLG is 10K gold ahead of Vulcan at this point. They've already taken 1 inhibitor from the base. They're feeling really great. They're going to go for this Baron, but Smithy has something to say about this. All right, let's roll this clip. Watch him come in here. Look, Minotaur Cloud's so far away. Smithy's just going to have to walk in here. He just walks right up to Chowster. They both have their smites. Let's pause it right here. All right, note the Baron health. 471. That's so low. Either smite could take it at this point. It's basically just Smithy, faster fingers than Chaucer. He takes it away. Psycho Sid, a little bit of help here, zoning on the outside. And then we're going to have a nice little Thresh ultimate come here, put up the box so he can zone out the rest of CLG and give Nidalee the time that she needs to join the rest of the team so they can't get any kills off that. Let's play this in slow-mo. Here comes Smithy. He gets the Baron steal. Then they're super happy. He's going to sacrifice his life for this, but that's basically it. After that, CLG can't chase because of the Thresh ultimate, and they walk away with the Baron. Starts their turnaround. Chips that lead down a little bit, too. The second clip is going to be from this Dignitas complexity game. Very back and forth. Took a very long time to get this point. Right here, we have Nick Wu. He's going to flash in, get an apprehend on both Cutie Pie, who's the main target, but he also wrangles this bull, and that is a mad cow you don't want to mess with. A perfect pulverize from Batoy gives Cutie Pie a little bit of time to get out, but then they have an ace in the hole here. This Amumu is going to come in. Loud Immortus lands a good flash ultimate. Let's roll this one at full speed. Here we go. There's Nick Wu. He's going to flash in. This is the initiate that they wanted onto Cutie Pie. So they actually followed up with a very good ultimate from Varus, but here comes Loud Immortus. Pause it again. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members of Dignitas all in that Amumu ultimate. Always lovely to see from a jungler. But Brunchu right now, he gets a little overconfident. He takes out Kiwi Kid. Then he steps a little too close to the bear. Crumbs turns around. Let's play it again. They're actually going to end up turning this one Dignitas' favor after Brunch goes down to Crumbs. Here, he steps a little bit too close. Oh, there's the aggro from the bear. Turns around. No more damage left from complexity. They're able to turn this one around, and they just go right into the base. That's their first inhibitor, and they wrap it up from there. All right, so after some very long back and forth games, guys, let's give it back over to the desk.
Little did they know they were playing an RPG and they pulled aggro from the back. You've got to be careful about that. Of course, we have reached our official decision here. The end of week 6, the North American LCS. Here is what the teams, how they currently stand in the league. Of course, it is going to be Cursed. They are still top of the league. They are 12-2, but Dignitas snapping at the heels. They are 14-4 after 3-0. TSM also gone 3-0 this week, 12-5, and they've stretched a huge gap over Counter Logic Gaming, 8-9, now being chased by Vulcan.
And you can see they're only a couple games away. They're literally 1 loss out right here. Vulcan at 7-10, Marn at 5-10, Complexity 3-12. Unfortunate week for them. Tied now with Good Game University, also at 3-12.
Now it is time to honor MVP of the week for leading Team Solo Mid to their first perfect week in his LCS debut. We have, of course, picked up Wild Turtle for TSM. Fantastic start for him.
He played amazingly. He was the first pentakill in the regular season for the North American LCS. He went 24, 10, and 21. Like, that's a very, very, very good score for your showing week. And actually already leads the league in gold per minute at 437. Hey, when you win and you get a bunch of kills, it tends to happen. But again, an amazing performance.
Yeah, just play 3 games and win them all. And who would have thought?
Pentakills give you gold. That's weird.
Who would have thought? Of course, be sure to tune in on Saturday to see the European LCS. That's going to be happening in Lille. Fantastic show that should be. As we mentioned before, we'll be starting the day with 2 major challenging matches. It's going to be Meet Your Makers taking on TCM Gaming, followed by Mistral battling out against Team Alternate. They'll all be fighting for a shot to play in the LCS later this year.
And when we get into the pros, SK Gaming takes on Giants after their big upset win. And after that, it's a rematch from last week with Against All Authority taking on Evil Geniuses. That's all followed by 3 more big matches. Guys, go to lolesports.com to get all the info and to vote on who you think will come out on top. It all starts Saturday at 3 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Central European Time.
Yeah, don't forget to miss Fnatic versus Gambit. That's going to be a huge game happening on the Saturday. And anyway, the North American LCS returns. It's going to be a different day next week, ladies and gentlemen. It will be on Saturday the 30th, and we're going to be having 6 big matches. Kicking things off, it's going to be another round of that classic rivalry, Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming. We'll see if TSM can bring back Chaos, or will they stick with Wild Turtle? That's going to be a definite item to keep our eyes on. Will the drama unfold over the week? Next, of course, it's going to be first place Cursed taking on Dignitas. Some massive games beginning that day. Up third, it will be GGU. They're going to be back from their break. They're going to be taking on Vulcan.
And of course, that's followed by Complexity versus Marn again. Marn beat him today. We'll see what happens next week. Our 5th match features 2 of our top teams duking it out with TSM versus Dignitas. And last but not least, CLG will take on the #1 team in the LCS, Curse.
So some huge games next week, and sadly, Freak, you won't be here to cast them.
I won't be, but I will be in Cologne casting the European LCS for 2 weeks. So if you're in Germany, come say hi.
Say hi. For those of you lucky enough, of course, to be at PAX East in Boston, we wish you an awesome weekend of gaming. That is it for us here. I am D-Man on behalf of Freak, Kobe, the entire broadcasting crew here in California. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next Saturday. Good night.
What's the CD on Z ulti?
And this is going to be a massacre for Team Solo Mid. There goes the odd one, picks up a double. Oh, he's giving us the guns.
Get him! We can dive! Get him! Get him! Dive it! I'm gonna go card him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
I'm tanking.
Yes!
MIA goes down, Heartbeat goes down, Nick Wu trying to get on towards Glaky D, he can't get on his brother, it's a triple kill coming out.
I don't know why I don't. Do we need to swap or what?
In comes Smithy, can they get the steal? Is there enough?
He got it!
He got the steal! Zuna picks up 1, picks up 2, he's gonna get the triple kill. Get out of here.